World Champion. And of course, opposite here, the nominations set up for our VIP area. So a big welcome to everybody up in the VIP area. You can see our friends from the blue team over here as well. Yeah, we like you guys, so you can have a lot of them.
Hello everyone and welcome. I'm Arnold Getz and this is the 12th edition of the Simola Hillclimb. Alongside me, my dear friend and motor racing enthusiast and a man who knows the sport inside out, morning Sasha Martinengo.
Well, Arnie, just for reading that so perfectly. I don't know everything, but I know a little bit. I'm so excited. It's been a minute between you and me.
Yeah,
eh? Wow,
it has.
It's been a while.
It has been. Funny enough, September last year, 9 months ago, this happened, and of course it happened so quickly this time, and it's so good that we're able to have it happen in the first place, and with the right regulations and all the rest of it, spectators will be allowed. That changes everything.
You know, I tell you, got up this morning, yesterday afternoon we got here for the first time, got up this morning feeling so energized to watch events just happen. You know, you come here early and the next minute marshals are arriving, everybody's getting together, everyone knows what they have to do. Simola Hillclimb 2022 spectators going to be coming in. Listen, it's a bit of a sleepy town, but they'll be getting here in the next while. Weather's a little bit peculiar, but we're in for, 3 days of just epic racing.
Indeed. So today, of course, is Classic Car Friday, and we'll tell you about the format in just a second or two. Although you touched on what is here in particular, all motorsport, but here in particular, the weather makes a huge difference to the speed and the output.
Well, I think the first thing we have to understand is you know, what they say is this 1.99 kilometers up the hill is what we call very green. So there's no rubber on it. There's, you know, those guys who are going out first thing this morning on warm-ups, you don't want to really be the first car out there because that track's going to be very, very slippery.
Yeah.
So at least you got the warm-ups just to get an idea of what the road surface is like. I did drive it yesterday, and it's in great condition.
It is.
So, you know, everyone's so excited. Everyone's so ready for it. The preparation that goes into these, the cars look fantastic. You know, you couldn't want anything. I can hear in the background cars starting up. You know, I get
Goosebumps.
cold shivers. I'm
Me
like,
too.
come on, let's go racing.
Let's rock and roll.
Let's do it.
So to give you an idea, it is, and you would have noticed from our live pictures as our team took you all the way up, 13 cameras on the way up the hill. It is just absolutely awesome to have. But the weather, it's cloudy and overcast and probably around about 13, 14 degrees at this stage. It doesn't look like there's rain out there, but then as we were saying earlier, we do sport, we don't do the weather. We have to get things right, we can't get it wrong. So I'm going to stick away from the weather prediction in the meantime, but here's how the format works for the day. So 3 practice runs, and of course the first ones, as the boys and the girls go up, they don't go completely haywire. They check out the lines, they see where it is, they find out where it's bumpy and where it's not bumpy. Then 3 qualifying runs, and then the top 3 in each class go to class finals, and then finally at the end of the day, the top 10 go to the shootout for the King of the Hill, and there's no class distinctions in that top 10 shootout.
Yeah, exactly. Those first runs are just getting, you know, all of your setup that you've done. You want to make sure that the car's running well, and also, as you quite rightly said, where's the actual grip on the track?
Where's the line?
You know, pictures sometimes just don't give us the real story. You know, you don't realize where there's a bit of negative camber, and the climb is extraordinary. It's 150 meters that the cars actually climb within that 2 kilometers. We've got such a day, the qualifying rounds, and then of course class final. Eventually it's just foot down, go as fast as you can, and see how you do.
The beautiful thing about this too is, and you'll see them out there a little later this morning, I think we're planning to start at 8 o'clock, and from what I can hear, it sounds like they're going to get rocking and rolling at exactly 8 o'clock. We have cars that date back to 1926. That's almost as old as what I am.
And me.
Put together.
Me.
It's frightening, and there's some beautiful classic cars. You'll really get to enjoy those. And then, of course, there is the reigning champion and four-time champion, Andre Besaidnout, in his classic car. And these have to be cars that you could take out, some of the classes that you can take out on the public road right now, and it is street legal.
100%. One of the drivers yesterday came up from Cape Town 2 days ago, and they were driving, towing the car, and stopped and basically took the car off the trailer and drove it
All the way here.
and just to get the car running and those kind of things. And of course, yes, it's got its plates or whatever, and you sit there and look at it, and it's a pucker race car, and yet you can still go and drive it on the car. We have extraordinary cars in this country, Arnold, still. It's incredible when you start looking around at some of the classic cars that we have, vintage cars that we have, racing cars that we have. So it's really just wonderful to see all of them out here. And I think it's the biggest field we've had in the 10 or 11 years that we've had Simola. So just wonderful to see everybody prepared, coming out. We have had a couple of cars that have withdrawn. We'll go through it during the course of the weekend as well, which is unfortunate. Rules are rules. And that's one thing. I mean, I deal with a lot in the world of Formula One, and people just come, Sasha, these rules are ridiculous. These rules, this, that, one. You go, you know what? The rules have to be in place. Otherwise, people just have carte blanche to do anything. And unfortunately, you do get minor infringements and major infringements, and then cars just sit there and say, sorry, you guys didn't read it properly, so you can't play.
I spoke to one or two of the officials just yesterday about this very factor, and the one thing that takes that argument away about the rules and all the rest of it is it's got to be equitable for everyone. That's the first thing. And what is fair? If someone lets something slip over here, just a fuel injector here, it's not the way it should be. It's got to be equitable for everyone.
100%. And I mean, over all of the years that I've been involved in motorsport in any category, especially in circuit racing, you always get these scrutineers, and that's what their job is. And you've got to ensure that it is a fair playing field in respect to what the rules are. That's as simple as it is.
It's the same as for you and me on air. There's certain things that you do and there's certain things that you don't do in general.
In general. But the great thing about it is we live stream. As opposed to like TV. So I mean, we can do like crazy stuff.
Anything.
Which is so nice.
I think that's what's nice about this broadcast for me, just on a personal note. And we're going to go to the pits, and our man in the pits, Colin Hasty, in just a second or two as well. But here, I can be a fan. Rather than being a broadcaster, I can be a fan. When you're on traditional air, you can't be a fan.
Yeah, no, exactly. And it's just wonderful to have that opportunity to just sort of give everybody the emotion of hopefully what we feel when it comes to racing as well. We've got courageous Colin with us as well.
Yes, I believe so. I wonder if Colin is ready for us. Colin, are you ready to chat to us in the pits? Here's Colin Hasty, we hope.
Arnie, Sasha, thank you very much. Listen to the sound of the petrol. This is the beginning of goosebumps and all sorts of lovely stuff. I stand here with Julius Caesar, Alpha Julia 2000, Trevor Tuck. It is magnificent, beautifully restored. This is what Classic Car Friday is all about. You'll notice as we go down the pit lane, and cars are about to start coming out, and we're going to start with the H1s, which are the pre-war cars. Been a bit of movement on the classes and how they've got a system of a target time for the H1, the pre-war cars, so that they can kind of balance things out. We'll talk a little bit about that later, but part of Classic Friday, you'll see the marshals who are all dressed in period. What is, what's happening this morning? Are we ready to go? When is the first car coming?
There's a little bit of a delay. There's a 15-minute delay for the start. Sparky is busy with the administration, and as soon as he's got that sorted out, we'll be ready to go. Hopefully 8:15.
Lovely. And just the outfits. Well done, guys. One day.
This is the MG Car Club.
MG Car Club.
Definitely the MG Car Club. We marshal the pits.
So clearly the H1 class is your favorite.
Absolutely. Especially the MGs in it.
Lovely stuff. MG Car Club. What magnificent guys. And to all the marshals and the pit lane marshals, the track marshals and the officials who make this stuff happen, thank you very much. Let's go and have a look at some of the cars as we go up and down here. Johan de Bruin, I've got to penchant for porkers now. Orange Porsche 911, absolutely magnificent. Being orange, of course, it has to be called Oris. And Johan is going to come and explain a little bit.
Morning.
Morning, Johan. So tell us about Oris.
Oros is a car with a long history. She was originally built many years ago for, I think it was Frans Pretorius, that got Tim Abbott and Anton Dekker to build a 911R replica as they were built in Germany. And except for the engine, obviously, you couldn't get a
Yeah, they like hen's teeth.
yeah, and probably as expensive as this whole row of cars. Yeah. So Oris has had a long history. She's travelled through quite a few hands, but won quite a few races, and just lovely having him.
And the sound is just absolutely magnificent. Flat six. How many horsepowers have you got under your right foot up the hill, Johan?
Oh my goodness, now I can't remember. I'm trying to get everything together and get dressed and get sponsor stickers on. So,
well, odor cure, of course, there's no smell. If you've got any stinky stuff, you're the guy who fixes it. Get your overalls on, get your head into gear, and go and have fun on the hill.
Thanks, we'll talk again later. Thanks.
Thanks, Johan. The variation of cars, and as we go down the pits, generally going to be a little bit older. Shelby is one of the, iconic. I'm almost lost for words. This car was built by Peter Lindenberg, I'm told, and it's the coupe. James Temple's going to be driving it. V8, lots of stuff, fiberglass bodies, and for those who, here's in the background here, again, a Cobra replica. So there's the coupe. Essentially, they took one of these things, put a roof on it, so it could go down the Lamar Straight a whole lot faster. And while Ari's just turned here, some of the iconic South African cars, Cortina Piranha, John T. Needham driving this one. V6, first of the Piranha cars, absolutely magnificent. Jeffrey Mortimer, one of the finest rally racing team manager drivers in the world, 86 years old. Welcome back to Simola.
Thank you, Colin.
How's the steering wheel going to be this year?
No problem at all. I left it at home. It's safer there.
Absolutely. So you teamed up with George Fisher,
Yes.
two absolute, complete legends. You just here for fun
That's right. Huh?
and to win.
Well, of course.
Jeff, it's so good to see you again. An icon. An icon. There's so much to say about Jeff. A rally driver, a car preparer, a damn fine man, and a wine connoisseur. We have to stop at the Alpha, because Alpha, it's blue, which is also an okay Alpha color. No, come, explain. Why blue? Why not red?
The original color was cobalt blue.
There we go.
So this is the new Julia's metallic cobalt blue. I bought it as a rescue. It was a bare shell, restored it over 2 or 3 years, and got a motor from Trevor Tuck. And then I decided on a rescue mod, and I went with the cobalt blue new generation color.
It's just a special car, isn't it?
It's unbelievable. Goes better than I ever expected. We drove here. We had problems. We're here. It's all part of the fun.
And now it's just a couple of runs up the hill and total joy.
Yep, all the way.
Thanks for chatting. Good luck.
Cool. Cheers.
Cobalt blue, step nose. You don't see these that often. So here we've got another Cobra, Lindenberg car, Clayton Kimber. Kind of very lacquer blue one. Oh, have a look at this. Because Jennifer, come. Young Jennifer Abbott in a 9146, am I right?
That is correct.
But it hasn't got the 2-litre motor, has it?
It does very slight upgrade.
One must always
To
upgrade.
2.2, but for the hill, you always got to get a bit more power.
Can never have enough power. Now, orange. It's just because it was there.
No, well, this is actually a very iconic color for this car because they raced them overseas in Europe. There were the 3 9146s in this orange color.
Thanks for educating me. I know very little about cars. All I know is that it's lovely.
Oh, it it is. I love this car so much to drive. It's so much fun.
Enjoy, have fun. We'll talk during the day.
Thank you.
Jennifer Abbott, 9146. I'm told that was a Volkswagen project, that Volkswagen and Porsche were going to do something together, and then, of course, Volkswagen decided, nah, not so lekker, so then not so nice, and then Porsche came along and did that. We spoke about the MG Club, who are up and down marshalling the pit lane. So here we have an MG BGT, try and say that after 19 castles. V8 Rover engine in it. Very, very nice, especially for Roger Pierce. And then my first car in 19 what was a Mini Cooper. But this is a proper Mini Cooper. Headley's car, it goes like, it's an S. It goes like smoke. Normally he drives it down from Joburg and then comes and races it up the hill and they drive back. But he cheated this year. They brought it on a trailer. It's not allowed. Mini Cooper. Oh man, Mickey Mouse wheels, but 600 odd kilograms. So the 75 horsepowers that a Cooper S had, it could handle it. And this green and, wow, the people who know will tell us exactly what that white is, but it's like cream and all the rest of it. So we've got some firemen here. Thank you for spending your day in being prepared. What, as a fireman, fire marshal in the pit, what are you looking for apart from fire?
The people mustn't smoke inside, and when they're putting the petrol in, we must be there. And yeah, look for danger.
What is it about fire? Because you guys do a very special job, and most of us we don't really like fire, but it's a wonderful living creature, isn't it?
Yeah, look, this is a different kind of fire. Right? The steel, metal, and then you get the petrol also and the oils stuff. So it's a different, and it's a high risk for fire.
Well, thank you very much for the service that you're doing today, and we appreciate it, and respect to the firemen.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Shout out to all the firemen who are busy doing horrible stuff at the moment. It's necessary. Thank you. And to all the emergency workers, big respect. I hope I never ever get to see you when you have to be there. Right. Those of you movie buffs might remember A Little Porker. Where is Barry Ingle? He's not here. So this is Barry's tribute to Jimmy Dean. It's got a 6-cylinder. The cool thing about this, one might think that being a rear-wheel drive Porker, that the engine overhangs the back axle, but no. They actually put the 6-cylinder, flat 6, originally with a 2-liter, in front of it. Absolutely iconic car. This is a replica, of course. The real thing is full of unobtainium, as rare as a rocking horse poo. We saw up there a Cobra, and then of course Carroll Shelby, his influence comes all the way down here to the Ford GT40, where you know the story. Ford got the hell in with Enzo, and because they wouldn't buy what, so they went to war, and this was the weapon. So they chose an English car with an American motor with some foreign drivers to go and beat the Italians. You've got to love that. But it just, the curves, it is absolutely sensational. And then of course 7 liters or more of Detroit's finest iron muscle, which needed to be modified a little. While we're here, Lotus, Colin Chapman, completely kind of opposite, because he believed, and just listen to the engines. Oh, you've got to smell the petrol, because it's lekker. It's absolutely beautiful.
Yeah.
So it's got a, tell us about the engine.
It's got a Coventry Climax, FWE 1216 cc.
1260, and because it's Colin Chapman's finest, he believed in adding lightness to make the car faster.
They won their class at Le Mans 6 years in a row. It's a 1300cc class. They were 3 times in the top 10, twice 8th.
It's crazy to think that these cars drove at Le Mans and both winners.
Yeah, this car won the Transvaal GT Championship with Ian Fraser-Jones driving it. It won its class in every race it entered. It won most of the races outright. It was the first GT to go under 2 minutes at Kyalami and held the GT lap record.
I'm schooled. Thank you and good luck. Brian Bruce's Jaguar, because Jaguar is absolutely fantastic. I love the story, apparently, with this tail for streamlining and to give it some directional stability. Body engineering. Love the SU carburetors with down the chokes there. You'll see that. We're going to try and get it when it runs. And then, of course, we've spoken about Ferrari, we've spoken about Carroll Shelby, and then we come to Ford's finest. No, don't run away. Come here, young man. Tell us. Come and tell us about Ford's finest. It's a Model A.
Yes, it's a 1931 Model A. It's the first time I'm driving up the hill, and I'll be behind the wheel. I'm really looking forward to it.
It's all nice and warm, ready to go?
Yeah, she started on the first turn of the ignition, so I'm really happy about that. I was a little bit worried, but yeah, I'm confident that she's going to run very well up the hill.
One of the things I find really cool is you're not the typical age of an old car driver, but to see the younger generation coming through and embracing cars that are not young. This is 1926?
Yeah, so this is a 91-year-old car, so it's more than double my age. I don't think I'll make it up the hill, but this, I really hope it will. And it's amazing to think that a 91-year-old car can still do this. And yeah, I mean, speaking to the youth, it's really important that that we appreciate these cars and preserve them for the future, because cars have developed so far in terms of technology, and you don't get cars like this anymore, and that's why we have to preserve them and look after them for generations. Yeah.
What's it feel like? You're quite exposed as a driver. You've got a massive steering wheel, and there you go up the hill. What's that like?
Yeah, so it's exhilarating. I've driven many cars in my career, and it's a very raw, visceral experience. You hear every noise. It's very mechanical, and you tend to bond with the car very quickly. That's just the nature of the car. I was telling one of my colleagues that I actually compared the experience to a Porsche 911 GT3, which is like right on the opposite end of the scale.
But from a visceral point.
Exactly. You sit in that car and you hear everything. When you're changing the gears, you hear things working around you. It's the same with this car. It's not as fast as I'm not saying that, but it's the same feeling.
That's the best comparison I've heard all day. A Ford Model A and a 911 GT3. Which one is better? Which one is more fun? So now we get down to some of the older cars. And let's just find out from the marshals, are we nearly ready to get going?
Should be. We're waiting for the go-ahead from Sparky, but 8:15 he said, so I'm moving up to the start line now.
And what is your job at the start line?
I call up the vehicles in sequence, and as you hear now my radio going, they're calling me.
Go for it. We want to hear as well.
I'm here, Bruce.
We can start bringing cars up.
Okay, thank you. I'm on to it.
There you go, straight from the MG Club marshals. Now, what we should do is start our journey up to the start line. Before car behind, and it's a truck, and we nearly... One of the things about pit lanes that one should be careful. It's a working pit lane, it's dangerous, it's full of cars, full of people, and as we go up here, we'll find... Got to see the engine. We spoke about that MG BGT. There is, do we call this America's finest Oldsmobile, or should we say Rover for the win, an aluminium block V8. Got to love Oldsmobile and the history of the American car. Let's go and walk up with, a Bentley. I know it's a Bentley because it's got a B on it. What is it?
That's a Derby Bentley.
Derby, why the Derby?
Just because that's the name they found for it.
Awesome, so you're going to be the first car up this hill. How's your sphincter doing?
Absolutely fine. I'm just excited to have the fastest lap on the track.
You'll be there.
Biggest claim, yeah.
Good luck, thanks.
So much.
The Derby, and right behind the Derby, it's Michelle. Are you ready to rock and roll with your Porsche just now?
I am totally and utterly ready to rock and roll with my Porsche. And I mean, look at these magnificent creatures. Oh my God, they are so...
It's the smallest car. It's got to be the cutest car.
The oldest car.
And the oldest. And if I'm not mistaken, your dad had this car.
No, my husband's father.
Your husband's father. It's close enough for us.
Yeah, it's been in the family for many years.
Enjoy it. Have fun. You are going to smoke the tires when you go off the line.
No, I'm not allowed to.
Come on. There you.
I'd love to.
Austin 7 Racing. Look at the size of that thing and the size of this. It's just engine, peoples, and transmission. It's light and this is what racing is all about. This is ingenuity. Forget the horsepowers. Make it light. Make it small. Make it fast. And we're nearly, very, very nearly ready to go. But we've got to have a look at the Aston Martin
Ulster.
Ulster. And why Ulster?
It raced in Ireland for the first time in Belfast. And that's why they called it. It actually won there a few times.
You spent a long time restoring this car with this paint job that is absolutely magnificent. It's not quite black, but it is beautiful.
Thank you. No, it's a color I chose because I didn't want it completely black, so it's got a bit of a blue tinge in it.
Good luck. Have fun.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
And then going back down here, another Austin 7. Special racing cars. Don't you just love the fact that they're so small, they're so light, and so much fun?
Yes, and so old. 70 years of racing today. My first hill climb, so it's a big day.
Are you nervous?
Yes.
Don't be, it's just a little bit.
Fun, but the car knows what to do.
Such a lovely car. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Again, I'm speechless. Cross-ply tires. Let's go right to the front because the action's about to start. And I think we've got from Sparkles, who has done he's opening the proceedings. So when you start this thing, it hasn't got a starter motor. So you crank it, and in order to keep the crank handle out of the way, lovely leather strap. The little touches, the pieces, it's just magnificent. Still waiting.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering about that little run that we had. It's what's going through your mind now, and in terms of your plan?
So it's quite interesting for me because this is my first hill climb. So I actually have no idea what to expect, and there's no car that I can watch going up either. So I'm just going to have to take this run and see how it feels the first time. First time we're also putting this car through its paces. So yeah, it's going to be a very, very interesting first ride.
There's a lot of firsts there.
A lot of firsts are happening. So
you're not the typical age of an old car driver or owner. What is it, the fascination to the younger generation to get involved in pre-war cars?
I think the big part is that it's just so raw. You know, you've literally got a raw engine to a gearbox, and that's it. There's no assistance whatsoever. And it's exciting because then, you know exactly what you can expect, and anything that breaks, you can fix it, and it makes it very simple at the same time. So
you've got to love it. Good luck. Wire wheels, drum brakes, and if you come around here, Ari, let's go and look at the springs. There's not the adjustable coils that we've got on the modern cars, leaf springs, friction dampers. It is totally magnificent. The air cooling on the drum brakes. Look, huge lights. This is the beginning of motoring. This is just fantastic. The way, little grease nipples. You don't see this sort of stuff on modern cars. And we're waiting in anticipation to get this going. Let's, as a complete and utter contrast, go forward from way back when to 1976. And in 1976, we have a Lola T460. This is Andre Bezuidenhout's weapon of choice for the fastest classic car up this hill today. It's got a 1600 BDA Ford engine, double overhead cams, 16 valves of absolute screaming engine, running off carburetors, and still got a distributor. Monocoque chassis, beautifully, beautifully built. I'm told, this is a Formula Atlantic car, I'm told that this was a development of a Formula 2 car in order to get it to handle while maintaining some of the straight line speed. The fabrication work with the steel against the aluminium, you just have to love the artistry of old cars. And one of the, you'll see the Glad wrap on top of the wheels. These tires are special Hillclimb Avons. They are super, super soft. If we just sneaky over the edge here, and you can put your fingernail in there, it still makes a mark. They are so soft that when they roll over the tar here, they pick up all the little stones. And you don't want these little stones embedded in the tires when you're going up the hill. But these things are made to give grip from the word go. And from the word go, it's getting closer and even more close as we go. Are we ready?
I reckon we are. We're just waiting for Sparky to lock a gate somewhere up near the parking area. But we're just waiting for Sparky now, and then we can set it going.
We got to find Sparky. Let's go and find Sparky, because we've had everybody talking about Sparky. Let's see. There he is. Sparky is probably one of the, well, he's a legend. A legendary motor technician, a mechanic, a race official. Sparky, why are we still waiting?
We're just waiting for some clearances of vehicles and opening up of the road, and we will get going.
So you, clerk of the course, you in charge of this whole thing. Basically, you like the main man, and a lot of responsibility on your shoulders.
Yes, we've got to make sure it's safe for all and for the competitors as well as spectators. So we're just waiting for clearances, and then we will start today.
You love this event, don't you?
Absolutely amazing, and I think it's great for South Africa, and it's one of the best hill climbs in the world.
Awesome. Thank you, Sparky. Good luck. So while we're here, let's just check out what we've got and stuffs. So this official start line is over there, down the back here. And once the cars get going on the rubber, they move forward this way towards turn 1 across these two lines. And embedded in here is like a loop. And for the scientists amongst you, you will talk about inductance and what and all that sort of stuff. There's a little transponder on the car, and as it goes across here, it starts the time. They zoom up the hill, and there's 1,969 meters of that way and 156 meters of this way, and there's a similar loop at the top, and that stops the watch. While we're here, Ari, we're going to look over there. And while they're going up the hill, there might be an incident with the car in front of them. So each of the marshalling posts has got one of these sets of robots or lights, and the red indicates that there's a red flag and best you stop. Because in the past, particularly on some of the faster cars, when they're waving a flag, it's been very difficult to see that there's a red flag. So now we've got big bright lights so that blind people like me can or hard of sight people like me can see it and know that there's something happened. And best you slow down and be prepared to stop And when that happens, then they'll clear the obstruction and all the rest of it. There we go. We've got no red light. That is an indication that something is going to happen. Because at the moment, what has happened has been a whole lot of nothing. But, sorry, we're breaking the beams. We've destroyed their timing. We'll come back here, and it's almost about time for Arnold and Sasha to do what they need to do, because this is the first car. This is the one that it's going to get going. And number 67, first run of the car, first run of the driver, first run of the day, and off he goes.
Thanks very much, Colin, as Stuart Blackbeard heads up the hill in that beautiful Bentley Derby, dating all the way back to 1935. I must say, you have to absolutely, Sash, enjoy and just, I almost want to say, let's not say a word and let's just watch this amble its way up there.
It is just wonderful to see, and I'm changing Colin's name to Contagious Colin, because, man, if you didn't get excited with that report going up and down the pit lane, look at this Bentley going. It's just wonderful to see these cars. And, listening a little bit earlier, you just have an idea that people love their vehicles and want to keep them around, because the world is changing when it comes to motor vehicles, and these cars are becoming rather rare and really scarce. Look at that. It's just beautiful. You can't believe that car is that old.
1935, and interestingly enough, this Bentley completed the Put-Foot Rally, which means that it travelled over 8,000 k's from Cape Town to Lake Malawi and back without a single incident. I mean, that's just miraculous stuff.
Wonderful stuff. So all of these cars pre-war, and they are in a category called H1. So it's a handicap system, and as explained a little bit earlier, they have a sort of target time that they want to get through. This is a little bit of a warm-up for all of them as well, but they want to try and get as close to that target time as possible to try and go a little bit further. But just beautiful to see these kind of cars, this caliber of car going up the Simola Hillclimb.
Number 66 is also on the road. That's Hannes Pickard with his Aston Martin from Ulster, as you heard a little earlier, 1934. That car dates to, again, you have to just go, these people and their cars are something special.
Wonderful. Margaret White in her first hill climb. There she goes. Just, wonderful to see just how magnificent these cars are. It's just, I'm in awe. This is an Austin 7, 1937, a 750cc engine. Her first time up there, dressed in period clothing as well, with that yellow helmet. Arnie, it doesn't get much better than this.
It is incredible to see. Gino Nolli in his Austin, also the Ulster 7, is making his way up the hill as well. He's just got the go-ahead. 1935, that car dates back to.
And I mean, they are going as fast as they can. Of course, they're not going to push it as crazy. But they're going as fast as they can in these cars. And it may look a little pedestrian to us on the screen. But man, you know how much fun they're having. Yeah. As they said earlier, the visceral feeling of driving these cars. Wonderful.
And there's a certain rawness about this, because you're out in the open. This is not, there's no protection. There's no nothing. No. You go as you go. What did they call them in the old days? Come as you please.
Exactly.
Come as you please.
Oh, we got the Riley of Patrick Gearing also making his way up here. 61 horsepower, 1935. I'm trying to sit there and do the maths. 1935 feels like it was just the other day, and now you go, well, hold on, it's close to 100 years.
I like the fact that they gave him race number 61, and that's how many horses he's got underneath the bonnet. Exactly. I like it.
Yeah, wonderful. He's a guy to watch, I think. I mean, he's an accomplished classic car racing driver as well. So Patrick definitely will be looking at the target time. At the moment, Stuart Blackbeard still is the fastest man at a 1 minute 38. And if you sit and think 1 minute 38, Arnie, the fastest car ever up here is 34.9 seconds. You can do it 4 times. Oh, Patrick Gearing actually going past one of the cars.
There we go. We got some passing maneuvers.
Never seen that at a hill climb.
Brian Esterhazen with his Alfa Romeo is also out on the road already. 1933 is where his car comes from. There's all the way back now to number 57. And here again, Rodney Green in the MG, 1946.
It's just so wonderful. You look at that car and you think maybe the aerodynamics are the wrong way round. It should be going in reverse.
You want to turn the car around?
Exactly, but it is just beautiful. Patrick Gearing now topping the time, a 1:14.
Hello.
Wow.
There you go.
That's quite something. And everybody having their go in this H1 category, pre-war. And we have to say pre-First or pre-Second World War. Yeah. The oldest is at 1926,
yeah.
Wow. Lucy Runnell's going to be going in that Austin. Rodney Green out on the track. Adam Schneier out on the track. Look at that Ford. It is beautiful. Very, very special. Colin had a long chat. This is first time going out in this category as well, up the hill climb, and explaining that the enjoyment of this car is as wonderful as driving a Porsche GT3.
Yeah. Bill Annette's in the seat, in the driving seat there, and this looks like it's going. This looks like it's going quite quickly because that's a big engine there.
Yeah. Listen, we got to admit that we're not entirely sure how to say his surname. Jero Lilake. I think we're going to go, but we will get clarification because there's nothing worse than somebody getting your name wrong, Patrick.
I know exactly how you feel, Mr. Marty. Yeah.
There we go. We've been down that road as well. So if you're just joining, thanks for joining us on our live stream across all of our platforms. Our wonderful race day team looking after us and putting us together. So good to be working with my good friend Arnie Geertz.
Yeah, likewise.
I know, it's wonderful. I saw him running as always. You should be doing the run up the hill climb.
I have run it. I have actually run it. It's very steep and it gets worse and worse. 150 from the bottom to the top is a lot of climbing. And I've I've actually run it all the way up and just trying to get a feel for the tarmac itself because it's bumpy. At times, it's quite bumpy, and that gets interesting for the faster cars.
Very, very much so as well. Just looking at our timesheets, Patrick Gearing, the fastest so far in his Riley. Brian Esterhazen, 10 seconds behind, and he's in the Alfa Romeo 8C Monza, of course, which is a replica. We must point that out. Brian Bruce now in the Jaguar D-Type, going up. Oh, that doesn't look like the Jaguar D-Type at the moment.
I think that's Callum Price.
Okay.
There you go. That's number 54. And I think, that's correct.
That's right. Sorry, I was...
No worries. 1946 is car number 54. That's the Austin Special. 1.6, 4 liters. I mean, it just... for 4 cylinders, it is amazing. It really, we keep on saying this, but it's astounding to see, and these vehicles are all in tip-top shape.
Yeah, they are. They're in wonderful condition. Roger Lewis has just gone second. He's only 1.7 seconds behind. He's in car number 56, which is the MG Special, 1.25 litre. There's the magnificent D-Type. Wow, what a car that is. One of the most iconic Jaguars ever made. Won Le Mans multiple times as well. Beautifully prepared. That blue color is very, very special. Oh, this should be something to watch. Hopefully we get a full stream of this wonderful D-Type.
Oh, look at him going into second gear there and then bumping that bum down into third gear and off she goes. The vehicle was built in 1953. I mean, do me a favor.
Incredible. Now we're getting
69 years old.
Yeah, now we're getting some of the more modern cars. The one thing also that we have to explain is don't forget, none of these cars have the opportunity to warm up the tires. And this is so critical on a track that is very green at the moment. There we go. They're going to try and lay down as much rubber as possible. But wow, that car can move all over the place.
Listen to that as it leaves here. I hope you can hear that in the background. That's Peter McPherson in the Ford GT40. It's a 1964 vehicle, and it belongs to Brian Bruce, who's here from Neisner. 302 cubic inch V8 Ford power unit. I mean, that is a serious piece of equipment.
You know, they don't make cars like that anymore. That's why you got to look after them. There's that D-Type. There is the Ford GT chasing him. Wonder if the D-Type will get there before the 4GT catches him.
It's going. It's going.
As you can see, they are being a little bit tentative. Arnie, they're not going to push it too much at the moment. They just want to get to the top, get a feeling of what the car's like, how it's performing. This is very, very tricky where that 4GT is going through at the moment. It really doesn't give you a true reflection. It looks pretty flat there, but they are climbing at a rapid rate.
Yeah, it looks to me like he's cut back here a little bit. I think that something has just gone off here a little. I think he's backed off.
It looks like he has. Fastest at the moment, Peter McPherson at 104, Brian Bruce at 107. Cars number 52 and 53. So that's the 4GT40. And of course the D-Type. Yep, the D-Type right up there. So, yeah, not much between them. Wonderful to see.
Top picture, Barry Ingle in the Porsche 550 Spider from 1955, 2.2 litre flat 6 Porsche motor. And it was a racing car produced by Porsche from 1953 until 56. There were only 90 of them built at the time.
Incredible. We've also got that wonderful Lotus that is out there of, Richard Clark. Which is just also incredible, a 1.2 litre, but they say it's slightly upgraded as well. They're going to try and get up the hill.
That looks like that's the fastest time that Mr. Clark has just put up there, 1.13.3 seconds. That's pretty rapid.
Yeah, the boys are going. That's for sure. It's just, it's just a field of activity. These are all warm-ups at the moment, so the times aren't that critical at the moment. Everyone's just getting a feel of the track. They're going to have 3 warm-up sessions, and then, of course, we go into the sort of elimination rounds.
Yeah. Here's in the top picture there, that Austin Cooper. That's Headley Whitehead, which I read the name doing my homework, and I thought you couldn't get a better name for a spy than Headley Whitehead. It's second only to James Bond, isn't it?
I think it is a wonderful name. There we go. In the Austin, car number 58, Andrea Krah is out there as well, also in the Austin. That is car number 47.
So we're into H2s now.
H2s now.
Which is the pre-1965 models. So just to give you an idea, there are 8 different categories here. H1 through to H8. H3 is pre-1985. H4 is pre-1970. Racing saloons, there's 2 categories there. Then H6 and 7 is pre-1990. Again, racing saloons, 4 cylinders. And then H8 at the end of the session for the first of the look-sees is pre-1977, which will be the single-seaters, the sports cars, and the GTs.
Wonderful to see the MGs out there as well. Christopher Champion in the MG, car number 45, MGB GT with a 3.8 litre engine. Look at that magnificent Jaguar MK2. Alexander Krah, 4.2 6-cylinder engine, twin cam. Beautiful. Oh, listen to it go. That is just... Looked like somebody was a little bit slow going up the hill.
A little puff of smoke there as well. He's getting everything out of that engine at the moment.
Yeah, give it a go. That MG looks really rapid.
It's rocketing.
Wow, and it looks really rapid. Barry Ingle, the fastest man out there on the Porsche. That was the 914. That was the 55. And he's sitting at 58 seconds. So first of the cars to break 1 minute at the moment.
Here is, I wrongly called his name just now, Bill Annetz in car number 44. This is the MG BGT, as Colin said. You try and say that after a few drinks.
Yeah. But this is now the small one, so this is the 1800, as opposed to the other one that's just gone up the hill, which is the 3.5 litre engine. So incredible that they made an engine fit in, 3.5 litre engine
in that little car.
Yeah.
But look at it, it's beautiful. Those lines are classic. You just have to say whoever came up with that in the late 40s, early 50s just had an eye for what looked really stunning. It's a sexy looking car. Talking sexy. Oh, here's another one. Number 42 is Clayton Kimber in the Ford Cobra. Man, 1965, 550 horsepowers in there. Is that enough for you?
I mean, that's unbelievable. 750 Newton meters of torque. And, I mean, that car, if you give it enough road, top speed over 300 kilometers an hour. Man, incredible, incredible. You know, going back to what you're saying, Arnold, about lines, I really hope that, you know, a lot of young people who watch these broadcasts over the next 3 days just get an appreciation of, you know, if they don't know much about classic cars, get an idea of styling from, you know, these eras, from the 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s. I mean, they just really are magnificent cars to see.
I guess for your and my sort of vintage, there's a romanticism about these vehicles. They've got those classic lines, and like I was joking earlier about the Spy era, the James Bond era, the Sean Connery era.
Yeah.
All of these cars would fit in there because they just looked so romantic. It was just that era, wasn't it?
Very much so. I mean, I couldn't fault anything on that. Wonderful. We've got one of the Alphas coming out. We've got Jennifer Abbott out on track as well. Which is wonderful to see. She prepared that car herself.
No.
Yes, I spoke to
Brilliant.
her yesterday,
Yeah.
and to her dad, Tim, and she's prepared that car herself.
Gorgeous.
Yeah, we've got Ashley Bowd, who is out on track as well, car number 39, which is one of the Alfa Romeos. Of course, it is the GT Junior 1967. 2-litre 4-cylinder, and there is that beautiful orange Porsche 914
also
going up
just
the hill.
Stunning looking. That Alpha, by the way, they call it the Scalino step nose, but I love how they described it. When they were asked, they said they have no idea of the horsepower or the weight or the top speed, and it doesn't matter to me. She says it's the sexiest car in the world.
You know, I can only say yes.
Of course you would. You are an Alpha nut, man.
Totally. Clayton Kimber at the moment, fastest person up the hill in 56.8 seconds. This is all warm-up stuff, so you know we're just giving you an idea of the sort of times as they go. 56 seconds is the fastest. 2 minutes 1 is the slowest, and that, of course, the pre-war cars, as one would expect.
So a little bit of a hold up there, because one of the vehicles on its way to the start line and having that transponder activated, I think has developed a little bit of a problem.
It looks like
Cobra
on the left,
yeah.
on the left, that has a bit of an issue. Wait and look at the Gulf colors of that beautiful Ford Escort. You know, the preparation, the amount of attention to detail, and just the passion that these owners have, Arnold, of putting these cars together. They spend hours, weeks, months polishing, making sure. It is so wonderful to see that people have this kind of passion for it. Looks like we're ready to go as well. Sparky giving the clear ahead. There we go. The Escort going to make its way up.
Hello. Good
Give
morning.
it a little bit of a spin. Liam Watts in the Ford Escort. 132 kilowatts pumping out of this little car. Wow, this thing's going to be pretty rapid getting up the hill.
So Liam has just said hello and good morning to everyone. Those who weren't awake at the start line now are.
They definitely are. It's also great that they've got that little bit of run up to where the transponder is, and he's as you can see, he's trying to get heat into those tires. 132 kilowatts in such a light body. You got to have your wits about you.
Look at the lines here. It's interesting to see where they go and where they pick the apexes and the entrance in and then out. And also, as Sasha was saying, there's some camber that runs the opposite way to what you expect it to be.
100%. You can see going very, very wide into the bridge, and then trying to get as tight as possible. As we're watching the top screen here, you can see bearing very, very much to the left, and then dig in the car, because now you want to get this sequence perfect, and you've got to have the right gearing.
Nicely
as
done.
well. Beautifully done. Hugging that apex on the inside. Great stuff.
Through the S's, and he's really picked some good. This may be one of those runs where you go, everyone else, have a look at this. This is the way to go.
That's the way to do it. Wonderful, wonderful to see. Oh, here we go. Some brute force in one of the Cobras.
That's Richard Hutton in the 1967 AC Cobra with the Chevrolet 6.2 litres in there. It's a Hummer.
You know, those cars are so difficult to control, Arnie. I've tried to get it right, and I just oversteer everywhere.
Really? Why does it do that?
Well, the back is just got all of the power, and you know, the engine is at the back as well, so all of the weight is at the back, and if you just put your foot down a little bit too hard, the back just catches you out. And I must be honest there, I'm just like somebody sawing against the steering wheel, trying to get it right. So somebody who can control those kind of cars has got so much praise from me. It's wonderful to see.
Jonathan Needham in the Ford Cortina Piranha is en route as well. There he goes, bottom screen, white with a blue racing stripe right down the middle. That too is a classic car, and one of the cars that, I mean, I think back, that immediately makes me think of the Gunston colours.
Correct.
With Basil van Rooyen.
Exactly.
You got to love it. It brings back so many memories.
Yeah, wonderful. I mean, and a 3.2 litre engine in there. We've got another one of the monster Shelby's that are coming out here. The Daytona Coupe 5.8 litre 8-cylinder 1965. These cars are just beautifully prepared as well. So yeah, expect these times to start tumbling down.
James Temple is just launched that off the line in your top picture as the Piranha comes through at the bottom picture. Just stunning looking. Look, there is a very good idea, because this is one of what I call... he's backed off a little as well. I think there may be a problem or two there too. Doesn't want to push too hard. But these lower slung cars, you got a very good idea of how bumpy that part of the track was there.
Very, very much so as well. And also, you don't have the heat in the tyres. It's still relatively cool out there. And with so much power, it's so easy to get it wrong. So at the moment, Gavin Rook in the Porsche, and that is the 911 from 1970, top of our time sheets. Just a couple of hundredths of a second faster than the AC Crover of Clayton Kimber at present. So, you know, great to see also the organisation. You know, you've got to talk about, I think it's all Ford Fairlane.
Here's Paige Lindenberg.
Yo! That is also a beast to try and control up here. Listen to that. Wow.
And let me tell you, Paige is not much bigger than about 5 feet odd, but she's got this thing dancing under her fingertips at the moment. What a sound that made when it left.
Just incredible, and also a beast to try and control as well. I mean, that is 460 horsepower. Look at it, let's be honest, not the most aerodynamically designed vehicle. I mean, it looks more like just a brick, you know, with a little bit of a roof on it. But she is a really an accomplished racing driver. So, and she's driven these plenty. So she loves that power. Look at her! Oh, wow! Oh, wow! Yo, she got it out of control. That was oversteer I was talking about.
There you go. That's exactly what happened.
She got some proper oversteer there, but she managed to catch it.
Paige calls that a block of flats. That's what she calls the car. She says it controls like a block of flats. Johan de Bruin in the Porsche 911R, 1968. Another beautiful sound.
Oh, magnificent. I love the fact that when Colin was chatting to me, he says, no, I don't know how much power is it.
Who cares? I think if he knew, he'd scare himself.
I think he knows, but look, that thing is just going.
That is flying.
Stuck to the floor. Beautiful to see that Porsche 911R.
Watch the bumps here. Yeah, you don't see it that much with a car that is that much higher. And that can only be 3 or 4 inches in the old language. That is higher. But it gives you a very different feel to what the lower cars are.
Well, I mean, I'm so glad you bring that up. You know, in the world of Formula One at the moment, we're having something called porpoising.
Yeah.
And, I mean, porpoising is not just something that you get in single-seater cars. It happens in any kind of road car, and it all comes down to road height. Oh, the wonderful Renault Dauphine. One of my favorite cars, Dave van der Walt. Man, this is just an epic, iconic car. 1.25 litre, 1968, and was a favorite worldwide as a sort of holiday car.
Designed by the Lion Matchbox Company.
Looks very much like it as well.
Here on the line, about to take off, is Kobus Brits in his Porsche 911R, 150 kilowatts. And it's a tribute to the car that set the world record at Monza in 1967. That's how it came about.
Wonderful. Not surprising that orange Porsche has gone to the top of the timesheets with a car that he doesn't really know what power's in it. So we've got Kobus, we've got Dave van der Walt in the Renault Dauphine, we've got Kobus Brits in the Porsche out there as well. Also those beautiful green and white colours, also iconic over the racing as well.
So please, again, as it was just pointed out to us in our ears as well at the same time, remember that these cars are all racing on a handicap system. So keep in mind that they've been given a certain time to either better or get to, because they've all got this handicap in these in the category H1 through to 8. And important that you see that this is their time as it stands on handicap.
Yeah, thanks for reminding me of that. I'm looking at the times that the actual cars are doing, but the time on your screen is, of course, as Arnie mentioned, to the handicap system.
Here is Charles Arton in the Datsun, the 240Z. I saw this driving in the streets of Neisner yesterday. Street-going car, as is, 100%.
And you know what's so amazing? The demand for these cars, these Japanese rear-wheel drive 240s, 270s, 280s, 300s, is incredible worldwide. They are in so much demand. We've got one of the Austins open wheel that is out there as well. So, yeah, just magic to see all of these cars.
This is Rian Barnard in the Ford Capri, another one of those cars that just brings back memories like there is no tomorrow. This car is a 1974 model.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful car. This one's got the 3-litre version. My mother used to have a Ford Capri, but the 1600.
Right.
Oh, unfortunately, this one doesn't seem to be wanting to play ball. This is also a little bit of a problem with classic cars. It won't take long to get that sorted out and fixed, but they can be... Unfortunately, we're a little bit temperamental.
Yes. Yeah. And well, it's like old cars are like old people. You know, they've got ways and things about them, isn't it?
Very, very much so. But the difference is you can go and tinker on it and fix it. Yeah. Not like today's cars. We have to plug in a laptop and then call some technician and say, okay, we changed some plug somewhere along the line.
Here's the man who's been victorious here a few times overall, Rui Campos in the Porsche 911 RSR, also 1974. Watch this car. This is going to be, I can guarantee, even though it's still look-see rounds, he's going to go quick.
Very, very quick. Wonderful guy as well. And also those Martini racing colours on the Porsche. You know, if you know anything about historic racing, you just look at that and go,
wow. Immediately when I see those colours, there's one name that pops into my head, Carlos Reutemann. Immediately. You know, it's so iconic.
Magic stuff to see. So we are into the Simola Hillclimb 2022. If you're just joining us,
got it a little out of shape there.
A little bit out of shape, but that's Rui. Rui will push.
He knows only one speed, full speed.
There we go.
That's all it is.
Don't need brakes, especially going up a hill.
Who needs brakes?
Magic to see.
Here
Sasha,
we go. Look. Don't look, Sash. Don't look.
This is Trevor Tuck in the Giulia. What a car this is. Very, very special. Immaculately prepared. 2-litre rally version, 2-litre, 185 horsepower. Let's see what young Trevor Tuck can do going up the hill.
Julia Caesar, he calls it.
He does. GC, it is only 875 kilograms.
My word.
With that kind of power. He's a multiple winner here at Simola as well, but not with this car. He was in previous cars. So, yeah, Trevor, very accomplished racing driver as well, and just an alpha nut. Total alpha nut.
Only second behind my go-kart, I think.
Yeah. Rui Campos now at the top of the timesheets. Wow, full 6 seconds ahead of the 240Z of that Datsun. Tuck making his way up the hill. As we go through the various categories, as Arnie mentioned, we've got eight different categories in Classic Car Friday today. Up the Simola Hillclimb. Getting a little bit out of shape there was Julius Caesar. Next up, coming up the road, Francis Cousins, coming up in the wonderful Fiat 131 Abarth. Oh, she's already on the track, and we've got the Porsche. I think this is Michelle.
Quite right, Michelle Handley Grobel. Quite right, Grobler. I beg your pardon.
And she's just a crazy, wonderful lady.
Oh, and it's again such a. I mean, the classic Porsche lovers will tell you this isn't really a Porsche, but I love this shape. Love it.
Beautiful car. So let's see what she can do. The 131 Abarth at the bottom of your screen going up there, and of course the Porsche going up the hill, the 944 version, 2.5 litre. Abarth have actually just taken that 131 and have turned their Abarth 500 and doing a special limited edition to that car as well, which is something special. RS2 2000.
That's Dan Zeely at the bottom of your screen in that little Ford Escort. He's got 100 kilowatts in there with a Ford Meteor engine, 5-speed close ratio gearbox, and the car is prepared by JVS in Pretoria. I see his main sponsor is I Want Fuel. I can imagine.
Listen, 100 kilowatts in that little Escort. Sure, that is super fast.
Scary.
Yeah. Rui. Yeah, sorry, carry on. Yeah,
no, Porsche going nicely. I did want to say to you just now, here's an interesting thing, and I think our viewers must just look out for this, especially with these vehicles and the more boxy ones, when they go into and out of the corners, how they use the weight of the car and make sure that with the steering, with a slight, just the smallest little maneuver, you do the weight of the car, which gets you through the corners. That's so important.
Exactly. You got to know where to load it. Going into those, especially those sort of S-bends, and making sure that you got the right gearing as well.
Ian Kilburn in car number 14. This is the Datsun GX Coupe. It's a 1972 model, and the original 1400cc was brought out to a 1500cc now. So he's got even more horses in there.
I mean, I just remember this of my youth growing up, and a couple of friends of mine had this shape.
I had exactly the same thing. A mate of mine had. I envied him that car like it was no tomorrow.
Oh, it was just so special, you know. Everybody else had these, you know, different kinds of European cars, and then all of a sudden you saw this Datsun going out there.
I had a Fiat 124 at the same time, and we used to stand next to each other at the traffic lights, and he always kicked my butt. Bjorn Karlitz, I'll never forget.
Seems to be a slight little delay in getting the next cars up, but I mean, we've had it's just amazing how quickly it goes. 41 cars already going up the hill at the Hillclimb. And as saying, the times don't mean much at the moment because it is just a warm-up and there aren't handicap times. But Rui Campos in his Porsche 911 RSR, he's the fastest man at 48.4 at the moment. A good 6 seconds faster than Chris Arton in the Datsun. But 41 cars already having made their way up. Also, because of the adjustments, quite incredible, Gino Nolli in the Austin is a full 1 minute 13 seconds slower. Wow,
that's lovely.
I mean, and that's what I think these kind of events are about. Is you're just trying to get the best out of what you've got, and you've got cars from 1926.
And the nice thing is they're competing in class, so you've got a fair amount of judgment against where you figured in it all and how it went with you. But as we keep saying to you, these are not qualifications yet. These are just practice runs. Talking about Roy Campos, of course, he finished 6th last year. In September with that Shelby Can-Am of his in a time of 41.6. So he knows his way up here. It's not Rui, and like we were saying, he only knows one way, and that's the quick way.
Exactly. They're just trying to get a feel for it as well. You know, he's a full 8 seconds off or 7 seconds off what he can. He knows what the car can do. So everyone just feeling their way, trying to get some rubber down on the track. And you know, it's so bizarre to sit there and think, well, you know, these cars are just driving, but they are leaving rubber all of the time, and that increases the grip.
They're also getting rid of a lot of. There's a problem somewhere on route now. I see they're holding everyone back. Someone has maybe perhaps. Here we go. We'll try and establish exactly what that is. But what also happens, of course, this is a normal road. During the daytime, this is a normal piece of road that everyone drives. So people go off the road and they get a little bit of dirt on it. They get some small pebbles and rocks on it. There's grass. It's a normal piece of tarmac. So for the next 3 days, come Sunday, most of the muck will be off, and then it's G for go.
Well, the only thing is we're expecting some serious rain tomorrow in Leicester,
which brings extra muck.
Exactly, and then it just nullifies everything. It seems as though one of the bollards was out. I thought maybe it was a transponder, but we've got our safety car and maintenance cars on the track as well. I wonder, Arnie, if during the week the residents who live here, once everyone has left here, they might sit there and say,
"Oh, no
let's
doubt,
have a go."
No doubt about. I've done it. Let's have a quick look here how fast one can go and try and cut corners when there's no oncoming traffic. No, I mean it's because you go. That would be great to see, and then you. And it's a taxing drive, eh?
It is.
It's a taxing drive.
It is incredibly technical. The first bit you're okay-ish, but thereafterwards. No. I say that, and I'm saying that with the greatest respect, because we're talking about cars that maybe don't have as much horsepower as what we're going to see tomorrow. Getting off that line with cold tires, a couple of years ago, just off the start line, and these cars are tailing all over. Man, it is tremendous courage to go and do this kind of racing.
The other thing, and we'll say that a few times for the next 3 days, the fact of the matter is, there you go, talking about tailing, that's a real fishtail. Oh, hello, one more. And he's giving that everything. He's laying down a little bit there. The other thing, of course, is there isn't a place to make a mistake here. You can't make a mistake here. There is no space to make a mistake.
Well, listen, we have seen in the years that a couple of people have had a couple of spills, and that's the nature of racing. We have to remember that this is racing, and racing is dangerous. So kudos to everybody who is just having the guts to go out there. Ladies and gents, some of them in cars with safety belts, some of them with open face.
Yep. Oh, there we go. There's that Lola. Oh, that car again. That sounds huge.
Beautiful. That single seater, we got Ian Kilburn in the Datsun, who is out there in car number 14, the GX Coupe, a 1500, 147 horsepower, is what he's propelling at the moment.
That looks. Oh, I beg your pardon. That is actually the McLaren. That's Chris Knezovic in the McLaren F5000. He's on his way as well.
Yeah, unfortunately we don't seem to have him on our timing screens. We've got Jeff Mortimer, 86 years old. 86 years old. Going up there in
This is the Porsche.
Yeah.
The 924.
It's just, wow. What a legend of South African motorsport over the years.
86, and there he is giving it stick. That on the line now is another one of South Africa's racing legends. This is George Forshire.
Yeah.
And this is the 1981 924.
It seems as though I think they've changed their numbers around between the two of them. George Forshire, we'll ask Colin Hasty. He's got an unbelievable stat about George Forshire and the Porsche 956 and the 962 at Le Mans. Yep. So we'll ask him when we chat to him in a short while. But also, true legend of South African motorsport.
Very little that he hasn't achieved in the sport over all the years. And here's Rian Barnard in that Ford Capri. They've now sorted out the problem. Remember, he was on the line a little earlier, but now he's ready to go.
Wow, there we go. That 3-litre, 6-cylinder, just magic stuff as well. So the H7s, just in terms of the category on H7, these are pre-1999 saloons greater than 4 cylinders.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
That's quite right.
Oh, this is fun.
There's the bumpy part. There you go.
Look at that.
There's a really good readout of how bumpy that can get. And the one thing that you don't want, and we've seen it with the Mercs in Formula One at the moment, there's just not enough downforce. And the moment that you lose that downforce, you lose speed.
100%. Look at this. That is the Robert Woke in the Lola, the FFT 2000 of 1600. That's all. But look how beautiful.
It's beautiful, gorgeous.
Wow, that's something very, very special.
And listen to it as well on top of it all.
Yeah.
So we've got Ian Schofield now in the March 77B, and the dad of Andrew. This again too, beautiful little car. Just gorgeous looking.
Yeah, and so beautifully prepared as well. Wow, listen to that.
God, to just admire it. You've got it. There's often times when I sit here and I say, don't say a word, just listen to the car.
Just let it come.
Let it speak.
Yeah, it's Robert Fluke's actually in the Porsche. Car number 9, even though I think on the top it says car number 4.
Yeah, you're quite right. I think you're absolutely spot on. So some of the cars only have the race number on their doors, and sometimes that can get a little bit confusing. If you've got your website open from the Simola Hillclimb, don't go with those numbers on the front of some of the cars. The race number is actually on door, left and right.
Yeah, also we have had the withdrawal of Franco Scribante in the Chevron and Petra Jenkins, so they might have changed the numbers along there.
Josh Dovey in the Chevron B20 F3. This is the Lotus TC. It's an X-Works F3 race car.
Oh, unbelievable. Look at that rear wing.
That's it was in the old days.
Yeah.
The days of Denny Hume and John Surtees and Dave Charlton, John Love.
Some peculiar designs. But they worked.
Yep.
They worked.
Well, it was the only thing that you had at the time. You know, we'll look at that and you go, how did they race like that? But that was the technology at the time. That's how they got the best downforce.
Totally.
It looks like a toy Tinker car. Oh, here we go. Okay.
Mr. Bez.
Yeah. The Advocate is about to hit the road. This is the Lola T460 Cosworth, 1976.
There we go, and he's just rolling himself into position. He wants to get heat into those tyres. Colin told us those tyres are super, super sticky. So here we go. I mean, he's just looking for grip everywhere. And I mean, this car is going to be incredibly fast.
He's brought it here for a reason. The reason is to win.
Yeah, 100%.
Looking for the classic Conqueror title.
Wonderful.
At the top of your picture, Richard Evans has rolled that beautiful Corvette. This, oh man, for me, this just signals the Grease days.
Yeah,
John Travolta and Olivia Newton-John.
Beautiful car. I must be honest, not the greatest fun to drive, but to look at. I mean, I would just drive this at 60.
It's hard to drive, is it?
Very difficult to drive. It's not wonderfully comfortable, but the lines are just so magnificent. He's got his roll cage on. He's ready to go. He's got 5.7 litre engine in there. This thing, you have to have incredible skill to keep this thing straight. It really is a difficult car to drive.
What a beautiful piece of machinery, though. It is breathtakingly beautiful.
Yeah, very, very special. I think this could be the end of the session. For us, this is going to be the last of the warm-up. So, I mean, so far 54 cars making their way up the hill, Arnie, and it's just wonderful to see everyone's got up there well.
Yep.
And their first runs, and now they're going to start pushing.
Sunlight is up.
Yes.
The sun has finally made its appearance. I think most of the clouds have drifted off and have been burnt off, and that's good news because from here on in it's just going to get warmer. The temperature on the tarmac will help, and the temperature in the tires will help.
Very, very much so. The last of our cars that are going up at the moment, and that I've got, whoop, there we go. I think he's just crossed the top.
I'm interested to see where Besaidnout ended up in the end. Can you find him there?
Bez finished third.
Okay.
6 seconds off the pace of Ian Schofield.
Right.
In the March. So Bez not really pushing it at the moment, but I think everyone just trying to feel what the track's actually doing.
Well, talk about that's the ideal setup to take you to Colin, who took a walk up the track to take a look at the intricacies of this route, almost 2,000 meters from the start line to the top.
King of the Hill from 2021, Andre Besaidnout, the overall record holder, Peter Zeely, the modified saloon and sports cars. Welcome to Simola 2022. I thought, as kings, you guys know this road. You both winners. There's 1976 meters going there and 156 odd going upwards. You've come through all your qualifying runs, your test runs, the warm-up on Sunday morning. You've made it through the top 10 final. It's now the most important 40-odd seconds of your life. You hear the cars rolled back. The crowd is here. The sun is shining. It's absolutely magnificent. What's going through your mind?
Well, Colin, firstly, to describe the experience, if you drive into an estate and you see all these speed bumps, and you navigate a normal saloon car and you're really not looking forward to it, but you have to get to your girlfriend's house or to home, but you have to do it as quick as possible. And you have a few cakes at the back of the seat that your wife asked you to bring home, and they must be perfect. Simola takes a lot out of you. I think we've got 12 runs until the Sunday, and the moment that you stand here and it's the last run, firstly, everything that you've run, the 11 runs, means absolutely nothing because you've only made it to the table. That's the first thing that one realizes. And you can either stuff it up, the car can break, or this is the last run to glory. And for me, the first thing that happens is I look at my steering wheel and I've got a little print there that says, be there at the end. So no matter what you do, if you're not at the end there, it's all been in vain. So I go quiet. And then the moment that the clutch drop, all hell breaks loose. And as Peter will explain to you, the acceleration in his car and my car is ferocious, but I will let him talk about that. So for me, I would line up on the left-hand side. I don't believe in trying to take the shortcut because it unbalances the car. It puts the car skew. When you drop the clutch, the one wheel wants to catch traction, and you'll see a hell of a lot of competitors actually veer off to the right-hand side here, and they have to catch the car. So I immediately start. I go in the middle of the line, and I'm giving the secrets away here for my fellow competitors, but I keep it in a straight line. And from there on, it's about carrying speed into corners and maintaining the pace without doing something crazy. So at the end of the day, hill climbs are extremely dangerous. We've got culverts, we've got trees, we don't have all the safety measures that one has got at a racetrack, and we're amateurs, we're not professionals. So you can get as close as what you can, but you can't go beyond that, because if you go beyond that, it ends in terrible tears and sometimes people getting hurt.
And you don't get a time, so the whole point of the exercise is missed.
That's the whole point. So giving that reference that I told you in the beginning, you're going over these speed bumps, you see every bump. You try and put into your mind, and I would have started 4 weeks ago, practicing again, thinking that corner's got that bump, and I hope it's still got the same bump. And I think about the cake on the back seat, and when I go through it, that the car's still balanced. So what you do is you try and become one, you go as fast as what you can, leave a little bit to it, and then ultimately, you say your prayers, you put your foot down and you become a motorsport man, and I see we're all dressed in red, except that I'm in black. So you hold on and you hope you don't get red mist.
I think if you think about the dangers all the time, you won't do this. So I tend to switch off in terms of dangers. If you ask me now, I realize there's a mountain on the one side and nothing on the other side, meaning going down. And that will scare you away. So I cut that off, and I only think about what I can do. So for me, corner 1, or some people refer to it as corner 2, is the tester, because there you feel the traction, you feel what your car is like. And once I'm through that, then I don't mind, because then I've got an idea of what's it like. So for me, that first test, or the test, is that first corner.
So we're trying to get to 2.1 seconds in the first 100 meters. The problem is cars with four-wheel traction, I think Peter is faster 0 to 100 than what we are. Why? Because he's got traction and we don't have traction control. So the car's so light, if we lose grip, you immediately go to 2.7, 2.8, 2.9 seconds. Practice has shown we can't really go faster than about 2.5 seconds. I think that's the fastest that I could go. So I'm aiming for something below 2.5. Turn 1 for us is an important benchmark, but it's not that important. You need to get through it, because if you stuff it up there, well, then the run is gone.
And you've got a long hill then, and then we come to turn. Shall we call it turn 2, which is the first quick left-hander under the bridge?
That's the one to me that makes the difference.
So Andre, you've come in here, you've dropped a gear, you're coming 250-ish up the bumps here through the bridge, and you want to get tight on the left somewhere over here.
Yeah, so this one to me, different to Peter on turn 1, this is the critical corner for us, because the speed that one carries through here is going to take you up the mountain, to the fastest part. So I'll be just on 250 kilometers an hour. As I say, we go from 6th gear to 5th at about 50 meters, 55 meters from the corner, and then hard braking, and the apex is on the inside here. Now the challenge is this year, you'll see that they've got some tires over there, so you cannot make a mistake with 6 inches. If you touch that, it'll end up in tears.
And also, as you're going in there, this area of the track's a little bit blind. You can't really see what's going on here.
Yeah, it's completely blind. And the reason why it's so critical is look at the stretch after this. So if we just go a little bit to the right. So over here, you think, Peter, you've done it. But once you get to this point and you look up, you see, my God, there's actually a left-hander and a right-hander. So it's not as if you come through a left-hand turn and go straight.
Yeah, that right-hand turn is actually in play.
You can't get too far onto the right-hand side of the road, because you've got to have full power through there without losing it.
Yeah, for me, my car, I remember we spoke the other day, is very neutral in its handling. Well, I like it being neutral. So my car pushes out here, and I must test it with my right foot, how far I can take it. If I take it too far, then I can't put my foot down early enough.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you low down, and you've got it going there.
There's beautiful footage of last year, which you'll pick up. Was it Martin van Zimmeren, I think, in the one Skyline? Remember, Martin went on the right hand, Wade van Zimmeren, on the right hand side, and the car went right, left, and everybody said, but he lost it on the straight. No, look at the turn. It's a left-hander, and then it's a right-hander. So it's far more tricky than one thinks. When people talk about, as you said, is turn 1 actually turn 1? No, there's actually 2 turns. It's 1 and 2. And when you get to this part, it's not only a straight, it's a left-hander and a right-hander.
Yeah, for me, I'm trying to get my foot down as soon as possible. I'd rather give up a little bit of the entry to get a proper exit.
I think the most important is the next left-hander. But let's go and have a look, and you can tell me why I'm right or wrong.
I think I only realize it now, how different our cars are. So for me, the first corner is definitely, because the sooner you can put your foot down for me, the better there, because you carry the speed up here.
Because you've got to build up a little bit of boost and get this thing fully wound up.
Yeah, I can't keep my foot flat. I've got to touch the brake there.
And with your Nicholson, you've just got instant go.
Yeah, there's no braking for us. There's not even a shifting down one gear. It's a normally aspirated car. You need to keep the rev counter up. We're touching 12,500 revs there, and then you just hook the inside, and the car will slowly go to the left-hand side of the road, and you're trying to keep it there and keep it planted.
We've come up here. We've got a right into the tight left, and Peter, you saying that one is the slowest corner. This next one that we're going to. But before we get there, what's the story coming up here?
I'm doing about 210 just before the corner, and if the car handles the same, I won't brake. I'll just sort of tap down.
That's through this right-hander here?
And I scrub speed through this corner, yes.
Mine is a little bit different because, firstly, it's a little bit blind. If you look downwards now, where we were underneath the bridge, you could see the track completely, but if you now look back, you'll see that it actually drops down. So I approach this, I think, just past 250, probably close to 260. And what I can't do is I can't run it in as fast as Peter here. So what I tend to do is I don't gear back, come off the gas, we don't brake, but you let the car run because you're going uphill with the downforce in any event. You know, there's quite a dramatic slowdown. It almost feels as if you're hitting the brakes. But my ideal line to go to here is if you look at the corner now, you try and be on the right-hand side, because as you'll see on the left when we go through it, that is the tricky corner for the last part. Once you get to this point, you know I'm there or thereabout, and there's one mistake that you can make, and that mistake is going too fast into the left-hander, because then you can't get on the gas. So I tend to be far on the right-hand side, rather compromise a little bit of entry speed here, because once I get to that point, I want to be flat out right to the end. Well, you know, this corner, colloquially, and excuse my language, but this corner is called ball breaker. So once you get to this point, it is the fastest part. It opens up. You then go absolutely flat out, and then you hang on. So there's no place for mistakes, and historically, you'll see that the biggest mistakes at this hill climb has happened from here onwards. I think when one leaves the starting grid there, and you floor it, my second thought is, I hope to get to here, to this point. And when you get here and you've done it there or thereabout, I think, Peter, you know, I'm in with a chance.
To me, this is the hill climb. Yes, a standing start and all that stuff, yes, all of it's important. All of it is nice. But to me, this is the important part, because you've got to be so smooth through here. And with my car, I can't go flat out. So I've got to feel it all the way through. And the work that I've done on my car last year, this year, is all done for this part of the track.
When you get to the last run, you're not here to come second. Yeah. You're absolutely here to win. So I think what I've learned now is if you reach the top and everybody looks at you like that in your class and everybody else goes like this, there's a message that came through. But there's no time at the top, and I think it's great. I don't think there should be a time, because if there's a time on top, the message gets through to the driver. So there's a little bit of anticipation. You hit the brakes when you get to the top here. It's only 100 meters that you've got, less than 100 meters to brake, because if you hit the crest and you haven't slowed down, you're going to crash. So you've got 50 meters to slow down immediately. And when you arrive in the parking lot, you look at people, and then you put two and two together and you hope for the best.
Move smart with class-leading tech and fuel efficiency in the new-gen Suzuki Celerio.
It's a tricky, untrustworthy snake of tarmac. 1,900 meters to the top of the Simola hill overlooking Knysna in the Western Cape. It's narrow, serpentine-like ascent, has nowhere to make a mistake, and yet these men and women, more than 130 of them, hurtle up it at breakneck pace in the most astonishing machines to win the honor of calling themselves the King of the Hill. Thank you for joining us and millions of motorsport fans around the globe as we bring you the 12th edition of the Simola Hillclimb. This is Classic Car Friday. Hold on to your Perth helmet. Here we go.
Right, first practice run's done. We have a bevy of drivers here. Ian Schofield, how did that run go?
Yeah, pretty good. A little bit cautious because going to the line, the throttle was sticking. So I was quite nervous going into turn one. But yeah, everything was okay. It's just the throttle is catching on the bodywork, so we're just busy fixing that now.
You got a nice spirited takeoff and good grip. Laid a bit of rubber down.
Yeah, that was a bit scary being such a good start. It might get worse from there onwards. Normally you make a bad start and build up. So yeah, I've got to try to keep repeating those, which could be tricky.
Well,
I'm surprised myself.
Well, good luck. Let's talk to Rui Campos here. Rui, your Martini Porsche, absolutely magnificent. How was that first run?
The guys, I think, made a mistake. They put tyre warmers on Hillclimb tire. The tyres don't need tyre warmers, you know. So we were slip sliding away a little bit. So I think we got 2 seconds in the bag still.
But it's first run. There's lots more runs to go, and it's always nice to get that first run over, get the little butterflies a little bit settled, and then have a full-on go.
100%, Colin. You know, just arriving up there reminds you of last year. You know, last year was only September. You know, so it's quite. Last year we managed to look. The track's going to rubber in.
Yeah.
Obviously, by the end of the day, on the last runs, we should be pushing the limits. I'm hoping for the low 46. I don't know what the others are going to be able to do, but I'm hoping to be in the top 10, and then the top 10 shoot out, and then it doesn't matter.
Well, good luck, eh?
Thank you. Thanks.
Great entertainment. Let's talk to Andre Bezuidenhout, who's sitting here. Andre, you had a couple of issues. What happened to the wing?
Yeah, look, it was just a very unfortunate event. I finished the first run. We came down the mountain, and just after we turned around, Richard Evans, who's pitted next to me with a Corvette, just drove into the back of my car. Broke the wing, the steering wheel is skew, so the whole back of the car is skew. And it's one thing to lose the wing, you can run it without a wing. But when the safety of the car and the integrity of the car is compromised, the engineers are looking at it at the moment, but I think we've got severe damage, and I think we're effectively out.
Never nice to hear that, and you're going to put in an incident report, which you have to do after any sort of thing that happens. And do you think the guys, when will you know if you can fix it?
Well, they're working on it. They're going to try and do whatever they can. Motorsporters, if there are incidents, you have to report them. The stewards have to look at it. I don't think it could never be intentional. I mean, I know Richard for years. He would never drive into a car on purpose. He must have looked somewhere else, and it just is what it is. It's just terrible in the beginning of the weekend that this is happening.
Not nice to talk to you at a time like this, but thank you for taking the time out. Respect and good luck.
Thank you so much.
Always not nice seeing cars that are bent and sorted, but Steve Humble will sort it out. Stevie, you can fix it?
I'll fix anything.
Yeah, I know you can, because you're a man of means. How badly bent is it?
It's tweaked the engine plate across, which fits between the gearbox and the engine. It's ripped a high tensile stud out of the gearbox casing. The rear wing is destroyed. The rear wing post is destroyed. Andre immediately reported that the steering wheel was skewed when he came back down the hill.
Suspension not pointing where it should go.
Something's gone out on the back, so we have to take it to bits. We can repair the gearbox casing. The wing is the real unfortunate thing. I mean, this car's got a lot of history. Won the championship, former Atlantic Championship with Tim in the car years ago. The rear wing's an original item. It's now, we'll have to see if we can get it reskinned and put back to original.
Well, good luck. Let's hope you get the car running, because we need to see this in the top 10 shootout.
I don't know that we'll be making it, to be honest. There's an element of safety as well. These cars were built to have aerodynamics both front and rear, and without the rear on there to balance the front, it's not somewhere where you want to get it wrong and experiment with something that did stick going up the hill, and then no, it's not.
Thanks for talking to us, Steve Humble. Not nice to hear that, but drama all up and down. Josh Dovey.
Hello, Colin.
First run in your Chevron B20. How was it?
It was fine. I mean, as you know, we've just had it in the country for a couple of weeks now. So the brief for this run was don't, keep it on the black stuff and let's just get a feel for it. There's tons of grip out there. I was very happy with the car and the motor, struggling a little bit with the gearbox still.
That was going to be my question, because when we first saw you, it's got an interesting shifting bits.
First, like a 911 used to have. So when you're in second, you think you're in third, and it's not so bad on a hill climb. Yeah. But I pulled fifth instead of third after the start.
No, that's not so nice.
And then you're sort of all over the place. But I'm very happy with the first run.
And at the start, it's not nice to start your first run. Oh,
yeah, no, I knew what I'd done straight away. Obviously, there's just no pull at all. But no, it's lovely out there. There's more grip than I thought there'd be.
Good stuff, but you got a whole lot more runs. Have a go.
Yes, gonna really try and figure out the gearbox and get it going up the hill.
Awesome, thanks Josh, good luck.
Colin. Cheers, thanks.
Let's go and have another look down here. Ian Schofield's March. Just come and have a look how beautiful this car is. March 77B, a Formula Atlantic car, the gold in Benson and Hedges, a tribute to Nels Niemand. But just look at the fabrication. It is a piece of magnificent. Most important part from a historical point of view is the chassis plate. Interesting way they do the ducts, where they pick up the air from underneath the nose and then put it into the brakes. We're about to start the second run of the cars, but I wanted to have a very brief talk. So back to our Austin 7s. And they're going to start the runs again. Big smiles. Just watch the pedal. Mechanical brake, handbrake, and as she takes her foot off the brake, you see all the stuff move. It is absolutely magnificent. And the first cars have started up, going up the hill, so we've got to go back. Margaret, this is absolutely magnificent. How did your first run go?
Nicely. The up was way better than the down.
Always is, isn't it?
Yeah, it was good.
Are you having fun yet?
This one, very much so.
That smile just says it all.
It's good.
Original condition, and it's been in your family this way all along.
Well, it was my dad's. He raced it in 1956. It was sold to Bob Acton, and he and his family have had it until recently, and it's back with us again.
Awesome. Have fun.
And it's a sister car to the one up front.
Sister car to the one up front. And off they... Oh, man. Right, guys. In the box, the hot box. They're not in the box yet. Cool fact here. As this Austin comes towards us, check out the camber of the front wheels. They sort of positive camber, but that's how they ran them in the day. And it's super quick. Let's see if we can have a quick chat here. Your second run coming up, what are you looking for to change from the first one?
Stepping my max revs from 4.5 up to 5,000.
5,000 RPM, and how old is the car?
1935 Frankenwagen, so there's various parts, but the basic chassis is 35. The block is 24, for instance.
1935, it's older than even I am. Before we go there, we have to see the magnificence of an Alpha 8C replica that you have built. The spirit that you drove off that line is magnificent. Are you going to give it full beans again?
Depending on the tires, maybe. We'll see.
Have a go.
Okay, perfect.
8C Alpha, 6 cylinders of magnificence in aluminium. And to the box, we know that we've got some Alpha fans. So Sasha, admire and take this car up the hill. Take it away, guys.
All right, thank you, Cole. It's great to be back here. That is a beautiful replica Alfa Romeo 8C. Something very, very special. I mean, no paintwork, Arnie. Raw as can be. Got that beautiful twin cam engine in there, that 4-speed box. Wow.
How often do you get one guy on television who pats an old lady on the bum and then says, "Hey, Sasha, admire"? Especially a lady that old.
I tell you, nowadays, in today's world, you could get into
into serious trouble. Serious trouble. But the Milano didn't worry at all. It's quite happy. Milano. It's just this. Everything about this just talks raw power.
Yeah, it just does. I mean, it's just a wonderful designed car. It has got such an incredible history as well, and unbelievably progressive for its time. You know, from this kind of vehicle, from this 8C, so many other car companies looked at what Alfa Romeo were doing, and from there sat and developed their own cars.
I'm amazed. We spoke about safety earlier on. Imagine having to race that thing like that. There's no safety precautions whatsoever.
And also, I mean, as much as these all of our drivers here are going to go as quick as they can, these drivers in those days were doing that lap after lap after lap with no safety. We seem to have a stuck car.
Someone who's had maybe a little off, or that it just got itself stuck and that the engine is
a little old.
No, I just have visions of those races when they took off their goggles. They just mud and oil everywhere. The only part that's white was when they took the goggles off, the rings around their eyes.
And now you're driving with this massive steering wheel, and you're getting oil on your visor or your glasses, and now you've got to try and wipe them off. It's just quite remarkable.
Messy.
What they did. Yeah. But the wonderful thing is, you know, the first ever race in that is recorded was when the second car was built. That was it. First car was built, second car was built, must go and race.
You bring yours, I bring mine. Exactly. Let's see who goes fastest.
That is the nature of sapiens, I suppose.
Yeah. That's just us. Competition.
Yeah. There we go. There's that wonderful lady driving up the hill, but it seems as though action is sort of stopped at present. We do have a car that's broken down. Look at that beautiful view of Knysna. It's just extraordinary. A beautiful day here today. We are expecting serious rain tomorrow, which will make things even more tasty. But look at that view. I'm glad we've got back to that picture. I mean, it's just something so special. Wonderful to be, and also to have spectators, Arnie. I mean, you were here 6-8 months ago, and prior to that with COVID.
2 years of nothing.
Of nothing.
Almost
so
2 years, yeah.
It's just wonderful. Also, the road is still in great condition.
It's good, Nick.
Yeah, which is something very, very special, because these things, unfortunately, can go into ill repair, but the place is actually looking fantastic. Great to have Suzuki on board with us.
Yeah, all of the sponsors, actually, we're grateful for every one of them.
Yeah, which is really, really special. Because I mean, an event like this is a big event. We've got all our vendors up there. You can go and get coffee and whatever you want.
You make a good point, actually. If you are an enthusiast and you are in the area, Mossel Bay, whatever it is, Oudtshoorn just up the road, George, come. There's lots to see, lots to eat and drink, and lots of fun to be had as well at the same time.
And also just to see these cars.
Yeah.
It's not often that you have the opportunity to see. And we're talking about, today's Classic Car Friday. But I mean, tomorrow you got King of the Hill. Yeah. Just to see Scribante's Nissan. Yeah. With this ridiculous Mad Max front wing or whatever. I mean, you've got to come and see these cars, because it's something special. And as they fire up, you smell the fuel. You can, the tires are burning. It energizes me to another level.
No, I hear you. And it makes your adrenaline flow when you see it and experience it. We saw that beautiful shot of, as Colin, I think, is... Yeah, let's hear, Colin, if Colin can hear me, Colin, I think maybe you should chat to the lady that you've lined up there again, because we'd love to hear what she says after her first run. Cole, all yours.
There are many cars that we can carry on chatting to, but we've got Rod Green in a magnificent MG. Just talking to the official while they clear that broken down car. Can we interrupt? No. Tell us about the magnificence of this MG, Rod.
Well, it's a Les Miller special built from an MG TC. It was the second car he built post-war. First one was called Jasper. This is called Spider. It's been raced pretty well continually, and it was very successful in the 50s. Gus McLeod bought it from Les Miller, and then Phil Howie, who's well known to a lot of people, started racing it in historics in 73. And he raced it quite extensively, and after that, Hainstead raced it for another 30 years. So this is my first event in this car, having done some work on it, hoping to get a bit more power, but at the moment we're oiling plugs, so let's see how we go.
Okay, so oiling plugs. Tell us what it is and how you're going to solve it.
Well, we got fresh set of plugs in, and I think it was just idling. The start line, it doesn't like that really, so I think just to get your foot flat early on is the best way.
So you Revmore Engineering fixes most things?
Yeah, that's about it. Let's hope so anyway.
Now, Phil Howie, for the more modern people, father of Robert Howie, famous builder of over 80 cars that have run at Dakar.
Absolutely. Rob Howie is just a great guy, as was his dad, Phil. So Phil is Rob Howie's father, and also started the historic racing car register in, I think it was 1974. And Phil Howie was one of the founder members, and funnily enough, the historic racing car register badge is Spider, from the front, number 7. So it's a quite iconic car, this really.
Well, Rod, enjoy it. It's beautiful preparation on it. Give it full beans.
Thank you, I shall.
One of the other guys we spoke to earlier was Gino Lalaika, who had his very first run up the hill. And how was it?
It was exhilarating. I didn't take it too fast. I've still got a lot of work to do, a lot of shaving to do. And yeah, I'm hoping to take at least 10 seconds off my next run.
Now, earlier you compared this car to a Porsche 911 GT3. I think it is the most magnificent comparison ever. Visceral, manual gearboxes, magnificent feedback, and needing full driver input.
Yes, yeah, for sure. I mean, you hear every noise in this car, and it forces you to kind of connect with the car a little bit more. And yeah, it really is a visceral experience. You feel all the vibrations, you hear the engine. It's, you know, there's no hiding here.
Tell us about the helmet, because I'm looking at that helmet and I'm thinking that this could be in some Japanese car.
Yeah, it probably could be. I just thought it looked cool. It's actually my colleague's helmet, and he was kind enough to borrow it to me.
No better reason than to have a helmet because it looks cool. Love the work. Right, let's go down here. Another MG special. Looking for torque with the longer trumpets. So now we wait. And waiting sucks, doesn't it? How's Hedgehog?
On the first run, there's something missing. 4.5, I wasn't getting my time. But the clock says I did a 1:15, which is not unrespectable.
What is your target time?
Mine's 1:10, 70.
Yeah. But it's first run, it's time to get there.
It's time to iron out the bugs. I hope I found the bugs. It might have been something very stupid. You were looking at the carburetors.
Yeah.
I'll show you what it might have been.
So he's going to show us what it might have been in the carburetors.
It's very easy to see, but this front carb is the only one with a choke mechanism on it. And when I looked, the split pin that holds the pin in was upside down and was stopping the choke going back up. So the front carb could have been flooding.
And would have been way rich. And of course, the British industry's finest 4 cylinders doesn't like unbalanced mixtures.
Or 1250 cc's of it. Yeah, but you know, this is an amazing little car. It's been super reliable. It's competed here many times, and it's never embarrassed itself.
I think half the fun, as somebody who just looks on the outside, is the spirit, the love, the care, the relationship that this class you guys have with the car.
You know, on the first running, I was a total novice. And Rodney and a few others, they were the ones that, come on, Rodney, you know, you got to get involved with the Hillclimb. Dave and Di, you know well. You know, they're all part of the spirit of the Peri Madhouse. You know, it's just a mad fun group. And
you got 14 cars in the pre-war class. It's got to be the biggest that's ever been here.
Well, but it's 14 people. It's 14 people with crazy spirit to do it. I mean, on my second running, I thought, now I'm going to get clever. So we took these little 1.5-inch carburetors off with 1.25. I put new manifold, 1.5 carbs on, and I stormed up the hill. And it was missing when I got to the top of the hill. Came down, it was still missing. And
We've got to go. We're going to come back and listen to the rest of the story. The tale about Ron Hollis. Okay, very quickly, tell us about Ron Hollis, because the cars are going up the hill, and you've got to get going.
Yeah.
Is it a short story or a long story?
It'll be a longer story.
It'll be a longer story. The spirit of the hill, Ron Hollis. We will listen to it. So as we go up the hill, Ford's finest, with modern tires and a helmet that throws back to Pearl Harbor. And talking about throwing back, I'm going to throw back to the box. And deep inside the box are Arnie and Sasha as they take the cars up the hill. I look forward to hearing the tale of Ron Hollis, the long story.
Wasn't that just wonderful? I mean, listening to Bill chatting about it, figuring out what was wrong with the cars. He used the word spirit. And just amazing. There is this incredible spirit. Now, as we've got these 14 cars in the one category that works on a handicap system, pre-war cars, beautiful to watch. Magic as the action continues. These are all warm-up sessions, just if you're only tuning in now for the first time. Warm-up sessions, everyone having a run, all of our 8 categories for Classic Car Friday, going on this warm-up and then another warm-up, and then of course the serious action starts, Arnie.
Yeah, so 3 practice runs. We're in practice run number 2, then 3 qualies, and then top 3 in each class go through to the class finals, and there are 8 classes, and then the top 10 go to the shootout for the King of the Hill, and there's no class distinctions in that top 10 shootout. So then it's every man for himself, and whoever goes fastest goes fastest. There's no handicap then. But at this point, we heard the handicap there. Interesting to hear that the one driver that Cole spoke to was 5 seconds off his handicap time. So that's not bad. That's pretty close, especially with the first run.
100%. And also just giving that car's got great reliability. There's that magic Alfa Romeo 8C replica going up. Wow, that's something very, very special in our H1 category pre-war cars. On your timing screen, those are the timing screens. You might see them change because of handicap, but we've got the other timing screens here on our sheets as well. Patrick Gearing's just done a 112 in his car number 61, which is the Riley. And I was talking to him yesterday, Arnie, because you and I off there were sitting and looking at these cars, and we were talking about the tires. Now, where do you get these tires from?
That's one of the first things that struck me. So give me the insight.
So I asked Patrick, I said, but Patrick, where do you get these tires? I mean, because, you know, when you're doing these kind of runs, you want new rubber. In the UK, he says, listen, you're bringing me from the UK. Unfortunately, at 20 to 1, they do cost a little bit of cash. But, you know, these cars aren't cheap in any case. And he says there is a whole industry just for pre-vintage. So, I mean, there are just manufacturers and the original manufacturers who make the tires, you know, for these period cars. And that's magic, you know, magic. I mean, besides the Ford with the modern tires.
Now, I do wonder, I mean, obviously, I think it's almost speaks for itself, but it would be interesting to feel if you drove the old tires. Impossible, obviously, but the tires that it originally would have come out with compared to the rubber that you've got today, that you can make those replica tires with, the difference in road holding, for instance, in just the compound of rubber that we now have available to us.
Yeah, I think it would be extraordinary. I mean, it would be incomparable.
Yeah.
And thankfully, that, you know, progress of the world over the last 100-odd years allows these cars to have a lot more grip than they did in those days. Yeah. Weird to see that Ford with modern kind of wheels on it. But, I think he's going to go for a good one. Giro Lalaika. And now we know how to say his name.
Yes, we do, too.
Thanks, Cole.
Thanks, Colin. He sorted that out for us. We did go and ask, how do you say the surname? And it's Lalaika. So now we do know, and we want to make sure that we do everyone proud with his surname. So the classic cars, this is category number H1. So these are all the pre-war vehicles, and I think you've got to admire the fact that these folks are out there piling it on the way that they do. It is magnificent.
Well, there we go. There's Bill, who gave us the whole story. Let's hope he doesn't have any flooding in one of his carburetors. But I mean, it just is beautiful, that MB GT. Which maybe we'll have after 3 this afternoon. Nice little G&T.
I think that's a good idea. Yes, I think so, old lad.
I think it would be lovely, especially with some of the pre-war cars
and
as
a
well.
cucumber sandwich or two.
Well, there we go. I'll go for a salami one.
You Italians are all the same.
Well, I mean, cucumber on a sandwich doesn't really work. I don't know who came up with that.
Yeah, who
came up with that?
Who would have thought that in the first place? If you're going to put it anywhere, put it in the G&T.
Well, listen, I mean, they also have mushy peas.
Yes.
I tell you, Bill is hauling that car. He was incredibly wide going into the left hand over there. So, he said he was going to go for it. He was, as you say, 5 seconds off his target time. Look at that. Close to the bollards.
Tight.
I love the way his head's turning as well. It's just magic to see.
Giving it horns. Just by the way, and lots of people would have wondered already about these. So what we call the policemen are those orange painted They sponge, and you use them noodles in the pool.
Correct.
So if you hit them, that negates your run. The run is off. If you hit them, your run does not count.
Does not count.
So just so you know, but they are sponged, so the cars don't actually get damaged if you smoke one of those. But the fact of the matter is, the run is then negated. Just so that you know.
Yeah, very much so. And it's got like a spring down the middle of it. That's how they secure it into the ground as well. But you're not allowed to run into the bollards.
So there's 15 cars out there already in the second of the practice runs for today. And times, I am convinced, have dropped overall.
Yeah, very much
no
so.
doubt about it, the warmer conditions, now that the sun has burnt off those sets of fleece clouds that was hanging over the Simola Hill, that's gone, and I think that's made for faster driving conditions. Tarmac would also be warming up.
Oh, very much so. Brian Bruce in the Jaguar. We've got Richard Clark in the Lotus out there as well at present. And so far, Brian Bruce, there we go, in the Jaguar D-Type, a 1 minute and 4 second. Now we get into the next class of cars, which will be H2.
This is pre-1965.
Yeah, car number 52, which is one of the Fords. Peter McPherson in the GT40, 425 horsepower in that car. Nearly a 4.9 litre, only 998 kilos.
Peter is a retired pilot, 40 years now, and he lives in George. He moved on from Joburg 3 years ago, and he says as an amateur race driver and classic car hands-on enthusiast, he just loves this.
Okay.
Actually, I love this even better. He says his main aim on Classic Friday is not to scratch Brian's beautiful car.
Yes, it's always a bit of a problem when you're driving somebody else's car.
Not to scratch it, yeah.
Oh, the wonderful 550 Spider, 1955 2.2 flat 6. Listen to it as they're going up the hill. Yeah, and there's some serious speed coming in there. A little bit of roll going into the right-hander. And there it's quite off camber. You don't realize how much camber you actually have to get the load right of the car. But watching the bottom screen there of that 550 Spider, what an iconic design. Unfortunately, the car that we all remember James Dean for.
Yep, of course. He expired in that vehicle, unfortunately. 47 is Andrea Kryer in the Austin Cooper. This car is nicknamed Mrs. Stiggy. And they competed in 2016 and 2019 here, fourth in her class in 2019. So got the experience here. She knows the deal.
Yeah, car number 47. Yeah, there we go. In her little Austin Cooper, 70 horsepower.
It's got an upgraded engine, and it delivers about 70 horsepower and torque of about 75 pounds per feet of and 5,900 RPMs, and it only weighs 650 kilograms. You could tuck this under your arm and go shopping with it.
Very much so. And in today's modern SUVs, you can put it in the boot.
The cubbyhole.
Yeah, the cubbyhole. As well. This is where we are seeing a little bit of the bumps on the road. Let's see if we can get it highlighted by the Mini.
Not bad.
Not bad at all. Yeah, looking pretty good. Pretty good. So there you can see on your timing screen, McPherson, the fastest in the Ford GT at present.
That is Headley Whitehead, our spy, and this car, the Austin Cooper, has a long diff. How would you know? 3.1 ratio as opposed to the standard ratio of 3.44.
Do you want me to explain that to you?
No, it's okay.
I can tell you, I have no idea what that means. No idea.
That really helps me a lot. No, the car is already so minute. Long diff? Oh, okay.
Long diff. If it's Alice diff, maybe, but long diff, yeah, maybe it works that way as well.
Lovely.
These are all just warm-ups, of course, for everybody, and the timings that you're seeing on your screens are the genuine times, so there's no handicap timings now. From now on, whereas the previous session it was more of a target time, so that's what it looks like at present.
This is the aptly named Chris Champion in the MG BGT 3.5 litres V8 1973. And I love what he says. He says the Hillclimb is a great opportunity to meet like-minded people and to test your car and yourself against your last achievements and against some of the best out there. That's exactly what we were saying earlier.
100%. I mean, that's what this is all about. Getting your cars prepared and seeing if your mate beat you last year, see if you can come back and beat them this year.
He's going some beautiful lines here. Look at how he used the weight of the vehicle, and he's getting that feedback from the car, and he's making it sing. That is a lovely run.
Yeah, beautiful. We've got Jennifer Abbott in her 914, a car that she prepared herself, which is just wonderful to know as well. And the daughter of Tim Abbott, who I've never met a man who knows as much about Porsche as Tim Abbott.
Mr. A knows them inside and
every single one of them.
I used to go to his showroom just to look, see how it was car porn, and it was just, you start talking to him and you can't stop. You can't stop.
It's so wonderful to come across people like that who have just so much knowledge and passion about their specific interest.
This car was only available as a Targa Top 2-seat roadster powered by either a flat 4 or a flat 6 engine, but it was originally produced with a 2-litre flat 6.
Yeah, this one's slightly upgraded to a 2.2. You're going up the hill, you want just a little bit. However, it does fit within the rules. We must specify that it does fit within the rules of what the Hillclimb requires.
And they are incredibly strict about this. I had a lovely chat with Francois Jordan yesterday, who is the master man here.
Yeah.
That's power.
Power's just kicked out. Load shedding. Telling you.
Shut up. I hope it's not. Surely they would have
10 o'clock.
that. You are joking.
But they've got generators.
Yeah.
Load shedding.
Our apologies about losing perhaps picture and some sound there at the very same time, but we do continue, and right now it's second category H2, and this is pre-1965, and we'll also move into H3, the pre-85s at the very same time. Some lovely runs and some quicker runs now. We're seeing more and more consistently faster times, and car number 42 looks like it's clocked the fastest time there at the moment. That happens to be, if we get that list open for you, Clayton Kimber in the Cobra, and a top speed of 302 k's an hour that car is capable of. Obviously won't reach that here, but a time of 54.398 seconds.
Yeah, okay, well, at least we've got timing on that screen there. Yeah, we unfortunately live in a place where the power goes out. Although the Minister of Transport was very, very buoyant about the amount of electricity charging stations they're going to be putting on around the country for the future of electric vehicles. Well,
yeah,
really?
I think he should be the Minister of Fisheries if he's buoyant, because they need buoyancy. But right now, I'm not sure that whole thing is, pardon the pun, going to float.
Yeah,
I give up.
We give up. No. We give up. Okay, so let's have a look what's going on. There's one of the Fords, Cortinas going up. We've got one of the Cobras going up as well. These are just the warm-up runs for our second Classic Car Friday. The 8 categories that we have, biggest field that we've had at the Simola Hillclimb. You know, and Arnold said it earlier, if you are within the area, you know, Plettenberg Bay, Mossel Bay, George, Oudtshoorn, Sedgefield, come along, because there's so much to do, so much fun to be had. And then, of course, also seeing these just these magnificent cars.
There's Ms. Lindenberg on her block of flats.
Let's see if she can keep it straight this time, because her first run was a little hairy.
I think she got it out of shape because she was batting like a bat out of hell off that line. Here we go. She's got that going nicely. Look at that, almost no bounce on that vehicle, and that tells you something about how heavy that thing is.
Very much so. That thing's not going to move out of the way too easily. One of the Porsches, just listen to that. Beautiful sound.
Oh, man. I keep on wanting to say you've just got to love it. Johan de Bruin with his 911R 1968. Oh, he's lost it.
Oh, no, he got it. Whoa, that was a bit hairy. He's held on to that.
How?
I think
how?
his heart's doing a couple more beats per minute.
So is mine, and I'm not even in the car.
The magnificent Renault Dauphine making its way up the hill of Simola.
It's a lovely little car as well, isn't it? It's got something cheeky about it.
Yeah,
you know, it's like it draws a line in the sand and says, "Come, have a go,
come and play,
have a go,
come and play."
That's Dave van der Merwe, and that's that Gordini 1968. Here's another beaut, Cobus Brits in the 150 kilowatt Porsche 911R. And this was road legal. It's a road legal car that he races on special events like the Hillclimb.
Yeah, very, very special car as well. Having a little bit of issue with our live timing, but at least we have it on the screen. And as you can see, fastest 52.2 at the moment. Car number 32, Johan de Bruin, in that Porsche 911R.
Beautiful lines through these. Look at how always let that go just a little wide, perhaps. Although the S's there force you to actually have to work the car in and out again.
Very much so. And if you don't get your gearing right there, Arnie, that messes up your whole that whole section, and that is probably the most critical section of this climb.
He's catching one of the slower cars in front of him too at the very same time. There it is, just over the brow of the hill, and he's done. So there you go. Fastest time, Johan de Bruin settles it at 52.242. So 200ths of a second between him and car number 33, James Temple. But you know what they say, Sash, it's all about the timing.
All exactly. Watch out for Rui Campos. Yeah. Here we go. He had a very, very quick first run, and I'm sure now he's got a little bit more confidence. He's got a little bit more heat on the circuit as well. Hopefully get those tyres up to temperature. And I expect a pretty decent run from Rui.
Look at that. He took that in right. Kept it as long as he could and then went on the inside and ducked to try and get it as quickly as he could through the apex of that corner.
Here we go. The Ferrari 348. Not a car that you would expect to see on a hill climb. Enzo Kuhn Well, I tell you, if you want anybody to drive a car for you, you just give it to Enzo Kuhn, because this man has got extraordinary ability.
Campos goes top of the class, 48.2. That's quick. That's really quick. You could tell from the way the run looked. Yeah, you've got to take your hat and just doff it to Enzo. There isn't a vehicle made that he hasn't made sing yet, is it?
It's quite extraordinary, the talent of Enzo Kuhn. Here we got the Datsun 240Z of Charles Arton, also 200 kilowatts being pumped out of that. Those rear wheels, I tell you, really going to be spinning. I'm suitably impressed by seeing that Ferrari 348, but I think it's actually a lot more to do with Enzo than the car itself.
No, I hear you. Look, imagine driving that and it's not yours, and you think, well, maybe I must just tiptoe a little bit here, just a bit.
You know, Arnie, I have over the years been a little bit fortunate where people have said, listen, we'd like you to, drive, and I enjoy myself tremendously, but there is such a fear, because I would never be able to live with myself if I stuck it into a wall.
If you walk into the Ferrari dealership in Santon, what's that going to set you back? Give me a ballpark.
Well, something 348 nowadays, you must probably at a 1.2, 1.3. Oh my word! That 240Z was sideways. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Close.
That was close.
Close.
Somebody says, hey, listen, here's $1 million car. Just go up the hill. No, thank you very much.
No, I'd love to drive it, but I want to drive it where it's nice and open and quiet, and you don't have, where there's no space to lose it.
Yeah, true. Actually, I think there was a Capri. Okay, here comes Trevor Tuck in his Alfa Romeo. Top of our timing sheets is car number 24.
That's Rui. Yeah, Rui is top of the class. So this car, by the way, I love this stat. It's won 2 Legend of the 9-Hour Championships and the overall winner of the 2011 Springbok Series and 2017 Simola H6 winner. I mean, that's quite a pedigree.
That's some prestigious trophy wear in your car. There's the 131 Abarth. Trevor Tuck definitely giving it a lot more this time around. I tell you, car looking pretty decent. Quite rare to see 2 Italian cars on the track at the same time.
There you go, and almost the same stable. Almost. Almost. Francis Cousins in that 131. The 100 kilowatt, 150 Newton meters, and says here that he can get it up to 180 k's an hour. That is impressive for that car. When was that? Was launched in South Africa, 1970. It may have been the Actually, no, I lie. 76, somewhere around there. Yep. So it is a magnificent car. One of the iconic Fiats, actually, for me.
Oh, yeah. Beautiful. Mirafiore.
And it improved the road holding. My dad sold them. And my dad said for him at the time, one of the best cars as far as road holding was concerned at the time.
The only problem with that car was that the spark plugs were at the bottom of the car. So if it rained and you went through a puddle,
gone.
The car just stopped because it got full of water. Well designed.
Yeah. The Italians really thought deeply about that one.
Yeah, but the engine will look so good this way. We turn it around. Oh, wonderful.
Serve a pizza with the cheese down, guys.
Yeah. There we go. Michelle Hamley Krobler. She's in that immaculately presented 944. Out on track, we got one of the escorts seem to be picking up a bit of speed as well. The 120 Datsun coming out here.
Ian Kilburn, and it's also competed in H6 and before. Here at Simola with the 4 cylinders, it says that they are ready to rock and roll with this one. He races it in historic racing in Mid-Val, which is really fantastic.
Just trying to get our timing, but Rui Campos still, good 4 seconds ahead of anybody else, but I think everybody improving by about 2 or 3 seconds on average.
At the very least. I must tell you what, Ian is throwing this Datsun of his around at a rate of knots. Look at him.
And that's going.
He's going nicely.
Wow, that is incredibly wide.
As tight as a duck's you-know-what on a cold winter's morning. That was really tight. He's taking beautiful lines here. You've got to love that.
Oh, that single-seater is going out. Yeah, there we go. We're going to have some full course yellow, as one would say. But no, not looking great at the moment. I'm just trying to pick up which number that is. I didn't see it.
I think this is this not a Lola? We missed the number there, and there's just so many cars in this lineup, you don't know all of them by sight. And in fact, I don't think this car had a run.
Is it Robert Walk? It could be Robert Walk.
It could be.
Yeah, because he didn't have a run in the first time around, so there's definitely an issue for that car. We just, because of the power issues that we had just now, we just...
Our timing system has... he's going to try and roll this all the way down. He didn't go that far up the hill, so maybe what he can do is roll it back down. Yeah, the breakdown truck has come for him, so they're going to haul that up there, and then they'll take it from there.
Any racing driver's worst nightmare, the flatbed.
Yeah.
Although maybe, roll it down. Get out the car, roll it down.
I wonder if there isn't, in the past, there have been restrictions about bringing it back this way, because they like for you to go up to the top. Oh, no, here we go. Here we go. He's doing this.
This actually gives us a great idea of how steep this...
very much so. Good point. This is Chris Knezovic in McLaren. He did have a run, I beg your pardon. So he did have a run in that in the first of the look-see runs. This is the Chevrolet 5000 5-litre engine, and it has... Hold on to your horses, 500 horsepower in there.
And that thing is as light as a feather. Beautiful big wheels on it, just unfortunately seems to have some kind of technical issues. Hopefully they'll be able to push it back. It's one of those things where you're not allowed to drive, traditionally on a racing circuit. You're not allowed to drive the wrong way round. Against. However, he is rolling backwards and the car's not forwards. Does it make sense?
Yeah, I understand. You've got that all backwards.
We're just going to make our own rules up. We're just going to make sorry, Sparky, we're making our own rules up.
This is the very same man who half an hour ago said rules are rules, Arnie.
Yes, but he's rolling backwards. I'm sure he is.
So interesting about this car, there's a whole lot of stats here. I won't throw it all at you at the same time, but it is the original McLaren MT10B chassis number 17. How's that?
Okay.
Originally raced and owned by John McNichol and led to believe that of the 22 of the original McLaren cars built, there are only 16 left worldwide, and this is one of them. I mean it's an honor to look at the thing.
It honestly is, without a doubt. And also to have the bravery, the courage to take one of only 16 left in the world and actually go and, put it through its paces. That's what I admire so much as well, Arnold, is the fact that people go out there and use their cars. We have so many of these wonderful cars that are just sitting in storage. Somebody's got them and they're beautiful to go and look at, and you go, but they were made to go racing. Do something with them. It just kills me sometimes,
It's like buying a racehorse and leaving it in the stable.
Yeah, I mean, what's the point?
No, I hear you. Look, this is you mentioned the fact that it's got this big engine in it, but it only weighs 630 kilograms. So imagine how fast this thing can go.
Yeah, so, without a doubt. Oh, here's Sparky.
Lovely.
Okay. Hello, Sparky. How are you, sir?
Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning. Nice to have you with us.
Is this illegal? Rolling the car backwards.
No, it's not under the conditions of a hill climb.
Yes. Well done, Sasha.
There we go.
You were right.
There we go.
Sparky, just give us an idea of how things are going out there. You are the man who's charged with setting the vehicles off and making sure that the course is safe at all times.
And scrutineering.
Yeah.
Well, scrutineering is obviously made up of two different objectives. One is safety compliance of vehicles, and secondly, one is eligibility of vehicles.
Yes.
That was carried out yesterday, and for the event on Saturday and Sunday will be carried out today. As for the course out there, we do have incidents, and we stop it and we keep it as safe as possible at all times. Safety is our first priority when it comes to events.
With hill climbs, how difficult is it to actually control the safety? Because this is a different type of requirement as to circuit racing, for instance, which I assume is slightly more controllable.
Yes, it's pretty much a little different in a way where we have one car at a time, and I believe it's quite well. We can control it a lot easier because there's only one or two vehicles on course at the time. But again, we cannot let vehicles go out or let someone else go up when there's oil spillages, etc.
Yeah, 100%. And of course, especially on Classic Car Friday, you can get those as incidents. When it comes to the marshalling and the logistics in the pits itself, because you've got maybe 20 pits, but you've got 60, 70 odd cars, it's an incredible job that your marshals are actually doing to make sure that the right cars go out at the right time.
Yes, they do. They do a fantastic job out there, and people forget without the marshals we don't go racing, so they are a large part of an event, and I believe they're all well educated and well trained in what they have to do. So yes, they do a fantastic job.
They have a good boss.
A strict boss. So the marshals are all from the MG Club, and obviously we extend our grateful thanks to them. Sparky, I also wanted to hear from you. You've got to get tough at times with people. Is that part of your makeup? Is it part of your personality, or do you do it grudgingly? How do you handle that?
It's part of what we do. In every sport, you have an umpire or a referee, and in motorsport, you have a clerk of the course, and we have our stewards. It is quite simple. There's rules, and you apply the rule. The rule is the rule. We're working out a rule, and that's it. It's not our own decisions. The rules are written by the Federation, being Motorsport South Africa, and organisers, and those are what we have to apply.
Talk to us a little bit, and I know that you would be really up on this. When is it the ideal time, temperature-wise, to race your fastest here with the conditions and everything else?
Well, if I put my team manager's cap on, we would monitor all day. I would, in the morning, it's always nice for cold for the engines, but there's not the grip. So one has to, as a team manager or as the drivers, decide when it is best. I would say about 11, 12 o'clock, depending on the weather, when it's ideal time.
Well, there we go. 11, 12 o'clock. That's when we're going to get into the quali rounds. Action's back on the circuit. Sparky, continue with the fabulous work that you're doing. It's great to be here again. And yeah, let's hope it carries on as it's already started.
Thanks very much. And thank you guys for helping us make it what it is.
We really appreciate you and your whole crew. Thanks. Keep up the good work. So Sparky is the clerk of the course. He's the man. You'll see him up there. He's a short man with a big will, and I can tell you he enforces it.
Yeah, that's for sure. You don't want to get on the wrong side of him. But I think what's also very, very important, and we did speak a little bit about it earlier, is the rules are the rules. And
except when you make them up.
Yeah. Well, we got away with that one. Yes, I make up my own rules, but I won't go and ask Sparky to change his rules.
That's for sure.
But you have to respect the rules, and he's got a tough job as well, because people go, you go, no, sorry, the regulation states this, and that's where you have to be.
Cannot have a fuel injector on a pre-war car. Okay, sorry, it's not going to happen.
It just doesn't work, yeah, or a diffuser.
Here's Josh Dovey in the Chevron, the B20 F3. This is a magnificent looking car, the Works F3 race car. Listen to that. And away they go. Here's one where you may get a very good look now, because this is one of the very low cars. There's virtually no clearance on this. And when we cut to our next shot for him, here's the bumpy part of the course. So this is going into turn number 5. Not bad at all. Not bad.
Not bad at all.
Downforce is working on that vehicle.
Very much so. And you got to rely on that grip. It is getting a little bit warmer, and then now you have that. You got to have the belief in the car. To put your foot down and know that grip is going to work, because these cars theoretically only work at high speeds. They don't work going slowly because of the downforce. They need that downforce, and the only way to get that downforce is by going fast. A single-seater car with wings is pretty useless with going slowly.
This is so funny. You've now made my mind go to running, believe it or not. And here's the story. Here's the comparison. You love this. There's new carbon racing flats. So a racing flat is a very light shoe, but there's carbon in the sole, which keeps your foot in a better strike position to roll over and have less time on the road, therefore or on the track, and therefore run faster. I've found with 2 pairs of shoes that I've had like that they are heck of uncomfortable when I'm jogging. But when I'm doing track work and when I'm racing, they feel like $1 million. Ditto.
No way.
Ditto. It's exactly
Really?
it's exactly the same thing. It's not the same principle aerodynamically, but the principle is that it's purpose made to operate at a certain speed. That's it. Klar. That's the end of the story. I love that. When you spoke
That's
about
very
that
clever.
now, I thought to myself, that's exactly what's happened with running shoe technology. So the stuff that happens here actually plays a role in those sorts of things.
You gotta love technology.
Yeah. No,
you gotta love technology. Seems to be a little bit of a delay at the moment. I wonder if Colin can hear us, and maybe he can give us an idea of why there's a little bit. Okay, so we haven't got Colin at the moment. You see, it's a little bit of technical gremlins in terms of electricity power, but it seems to be a little bit of a delay, unless that's the full run.
I don't think so. I don't think we've seen everyone. We'll find out in a second. However, what I can tell you in the meantime is that, we're just classic cards so far. But throwing it forward to tomorrow, so the 4-time King of the Hill champ Andre Besaidnout is obviously the man to beat because he's the record holder here in that 2007 Gould GR55 of his. But then there's Robbie Volk, who has got this car has not been here, the 89 Pullbeam MP58. And then Andrew Schofield in the 2003 Formula Renault V6. That will headline the show tomorrow and Sunday.
Oh, without a doubt.
Sure.
Yeah, it should do that. King of the Hill tomorrow. There's some brute power that's going out. Today, though, on the single-seater front, Arnold, it's amazing how many issues we had. Chris Knežević got a problem. We heard that Andre Besaidnout had multiple issues with his car. Robert Walk, we haven't even seen go out in his Lola. So that's very much open for grabs because they would be the ones that you would theoretically think, as we go into this afternoon, once we finish qualifying and you go for that King of the Hill for today, the single-seaters are the ones that should actually be at the top.
But they haven't.
And all of a sudden it opens up for everybody else. They might sit and saying, geez, I may have a chance to get into this top 10. Because unlike a saloon car where you've worked on, these single-seater cars are incredibly finicky. Very finicky. And you know what? The slight little error, all of a sudden, as we saw with Chris Knežević having to roll the car back, might be a small issue, might be a big issue, but more complicated to rectify than a road-going car.
I'd like to hear your thoughts on this. Is it beneficial for you to race today and then tomorrow and Sunday? So in other words, the more runs you have, the better, or is there a fatigue factor?
It's a very, very good point. Because one would sit there and say, but come on, it's only like 2 kilometers and you're doing it one. The mental capacity, and also you cannot afford to make one mistake because hundredths of a second count here, thousands of a second count.
And if you're spending, let's argue 40 seconds, let's just take the arbitrary figure, 40 seconds in that car, that's like 4 hours packed into 40 seconds because you are working very hard mentally and you're working very hard physically.
100%. And as I say, you cannot afford to make any error because that thousandth of a second can kick you out. The difference is racing Friday, Saturday and Sunday, or Friday and Saturday, for example. 1 minute you're in a 1965, saloon car, and then tomorrow you're in a 800 horsepower Nissan GTR, for example. The dynamics are completely different. Your line going through corners is also going to be completely different. But any track time is very, very important. So pretty essential.
So I think that does confirm for us, if the cars have come down the hill, that means that the run has been completed. Everyone who wanted to have a second look-see feel, there goes young Miss Lindenberg. She's brung the block of flats back home again, all in one piece, despite wanting to get it out of shape the way she did. And that's our shot high up. By the way, you'll notice that this is called the Simola Hill, but the finish is right next to the Simola Golf Estate. And there across the road is one more of the very popular estates. So many of Gauteng's finest have moved on here because of the lifestyle.
And if you like golf, also a good place to be. So we're just trying to find out if Courageous Colin is with us in the pit lane. to have a little bit of a chat to tell us his thoughts on that session. Cole, what did you make of that? Couple of little incidents. Single-seaters seem to be having a bit of a problem.
You know what? It's motor racing and stuff happens. The poo does generally make contact with the fan every now and then. But one of the guys that we wanted to talk to, the question that was raised, Johan, you running today, oops, Daisy, the tank, the barge, injured me. I've got hit by the barge. By Paige Lindenberg, deliberately assaulted me. Oh, man. Oh, woman, you can't take them anywhere, and you can't live with them and without them. And just hold on, Johan, we're going to come to you now, because here, the famous George Foucher, we're coming to talk to him now as well, because Georgie, interesting facts coming up with George. 17 years old, he goes to Le Mans in a Porsche 956. Crazy stuff. But, Johan de Bruin, you're running today in your Porsche, and you're running tomorrow in a quite different car, your BMW, with huge turbocharged horsepowers. The question earlier was, is it beneficial to run today and tomorrow, even if you're running in such wildly different cars?
Colin, there's definitely an advantage. And, you know, coming here, going up the first time this morning, you actually forget how to run this hill. I mean, I haven't done it for more than a year. There's no practice times. So you go up your first run and everything feels a bit strange still. So definitely, I think there's an advantage. Just getting to learn the track again, just getting in the feel of things, you know, where the S's are, just generally, yeah. So I think it's definitely an advantage.
Even though there's only 8 corners and it's 1,969 meters.
Yeah, even so. I mean, if you had time to go and practice like any other track in the country, then obviously there would have been an advantage. It wouldn't have been such an advantage. But no, this definitely helps.
Right, there we've got our answer to the question. Thank you, Johan de Bruin. The answer to the question is definitely run both days. I wanted to talk to Georgie Foucher, who's driving with Jeff Mortimer in the same team, both in Porsches. And George has just come back from his second run. And we're going to try and talk to him. He's debriefing the team that have done so much work to try and get famous people around. He's looking for a cap. Guys, sort him out with a cap there. So, Porsche 924 with a turbo. It's not quite a turbo Porsche turbo cup car, what. But it's Paige. I'm injured. You drove into me.
It wasn't on though. It couldn't have been that bad.
Well, if it was on, I would have heard it. Now, to take a block of flats up here is not easy.
No, I had a nice little wiggle this morning in my first run. So yeah, it's not an easy car, but I love it. So
the guys were saying that they have no idea how you managed to save that.
Yeah, it was. I had a nice slide. But it was still quite cold, so I maybe shouldn't have pushed it so much. But yeah, it seems good now that it's warming up, so it'll be a good day.
Awesome. Have fun.
Thank you.
Right, have we got George Foucher? Because at 17 years old, he goes to Le Mans. Young kid who learned to drive on tractors. And the tractor viciously assaulted him. You'll see the marks on his face. But you know all of that story. We're just waiting for him to get a cap so that he can come and call. Let me just hurry him up. Georgie! He's coming now. So he hasn't driven a car for 17 years. And he comes here and he goes up. And we're running sort of a whole lot of time behind schedule, but we're going to come back to George because the cars are almost ready to go again. And it's the H1 class, pre-war motor cars. The war, 1939. George Foucher, very quickly.
Yes, sir.
You've had 2 runs. You haven't raced or driven a car competitively in 17 years. What does it like?
The second run is getting a bit scary. It's a bit twitchy, but I still don't know where the corners are going. So
but there's only 8 of them, George. Come on, focus.
Yeah, but you know, at my age, you can only think of one at a time. Eh?
I want to talk about your age. I want to go back about 45 years to when you're 17 years old. As a little kid, you put your bum in a Porsche 956 at Le Mans. What an experience for anybody, let alone a 17-year-old boy from Pretoria.
All right, that was a while ago, but you know, those days, I think the brain factor was a lot less than what it is now. The ball factor then was like huge. Now there's nothing. You know, the brains are saying don't take too many chances.
But George, you've got a record or an achievement. You've done more laps than just about anybody else racing at Le Mans.
I've done over 100 hours of personal time at Le Mans. So lap-wise, I don't know how many laps that is, but
100 hours, and every one of them enjoyable?
Some pretty scary. I mean, at night in the wet, doing 400 kilos an hour, that gets scary. And you know, everyone's barbecuing. So, and what happens at Le Mans is you've got the trees and the rain, so, and the wind doesn't anticipate the smoke. So you've got all these factors. Wind, you've got smoke, you've got rain. Yeah, it gets hectic.
And though we've heard stories about being able to smell the brine.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Fortunately, I don't eat on race days, so that didn't really affect me. But you can, definitely.
George, this is not 24 hours, it's 50-odd seconds. But it's still that competitive nature comes out and you want to go quicker.
I mean, that's put the helmet on, that happens to any race driver.
George, you're a superstar. We've admired your racing. You've entertained us over many, many years in many, many different facets. Thanks for chatting to us, and all the very best for the rest of the day. We're going to come back and chat again later.
Cool.
George Fischer, what a legend. But let's go here. Let's go back to Margie, is it? Have I got it right? Have I got it right? It's Margie. I got something right. I'm learning about these historic things. The Margie, now that it's a little bit quieter and you're a little bit more relaxed, tell us more about your Austin special. Ernest,
the Austin 7, 1937 chassis, sister car to the green car in front. My dad owned and raced it in the 1950s, and after that it was with Bob Acton for about 45 years, and we got him back last year. So it's been a two-car family. The Smiths know the car very well as well, so it's been kind of kept in the family for 70 years.
And how much fun is it to drive a piece of history as well as a pretty cool racing car?
It's absolutely incredible. It's like, there are no frills. It is what it is, real, raw driving. I love it.
But it's not just about the driving of the car and a piece of mechanical art. There's a whole lot of emotion and craziness that goes into it as well.
There is that, yeah. I've got my dad's racing scarf on my right arm, giving me a bit of luck today as well. And I've got my pit crew with me, so we're racing as 310, which is 70 years. So I'm happy to be campaigning, Ernest. Even if we're the last car up the hill, it feels absolutely awesome.
Now
it feels a lot faster than you'd think when you're behind the wheel of this little car.
Now, when your dad would have raced with his scarf, he would have had it over his face to protect from all the grit and the dirt.
I would guess so. I don't know.
Why don't you do that for us and just recreate the scarf around the neck and the craziness of...
Run.
Promise?
Next run.
Margie, thank you so much. Much speed up the hill, and I think that is O'Reilly at the front. But whatever it is, it's really lacquer. And to the box, we have many people. Ignition. The gear lever in the middle. That's how you start it. Handbrake. Come on. Check the gear lever in the middle. Check that. I don't know if we've progressed. I don't know if we've gone forward. All I know that the cars are going up the hill. So we'll progress to Arnie and to Sasha in their box to talk us through it.
Thanks, Colin. Yeah, it's an interesting question, isn't it? Have we progressed?
You know what? If this is what progress is, I think we're doing an outstanding job.
We're okay.
Margaret is just amazing. I mean, to drive that first time, you know, the car's back in the family. They've just got her back. She's going up the hill for the first time. That gearbox in the middle between her legs. She's got to steer. It's just remarkable.
It's astounding. It really is. It's the kind of stuff you'd read about in Winnie the Pooh, I swear. You know, it's
exactly. Oh, look at that shot. That shot
Unreal.
was just amazing. The car coming up with the background of Neisner as we have our H1 category. These are pre-war cars.
Check these two front wheels, Sash. They stand at a degree of about 80 out on. They're not at 90 degrees. It's about 79 in the shade.
It's just magic. All of these pre-war cars coming out here. The biggest field we've had in this category ever at Simola. And, you know, the likes of the Rileys, the Austins, Bentleys. It's just beautiful to see these cars out on the roads of Simola. There is Margaret in that Austin, just having so much fun.
The car is actually called Ernest, and it's a 1937 Austin Special. Documented known conditions of the competition history, since at least 1952. So that's remarkable. It's aluminium bodied, and Ernest is small and light with a 750cc engine.
Just wonderful. wonderful. Okay, seems to be, we got timings that are coming up on the screen, which is great for all of us. This is the final practice run for Classic Car Friday today at Simola. After this, there's going to be a little bit of a break, and then, of course, we're going to get into qualifying 1, 2, and 3 for the various categories. And then, of course, this afternoon, we are going to have the shootout. There will be 24 cars that will go into the shootout, and then, of course, the Classic Conqueror will be the top 10.
So this is car 65, Lucy Runnels in Austin 7, and that's the oldest car here, 1926. Will you have it?
Unbelievable. I mean, that's 94 years, 96 years. 96 years.
Absolutely astounding. Patrick Gearing, and this is the TT Sprite, the Riley, and that's a 1,496cc four-cylinder twin cab, named after the Tourist Trophy race in which it was particularly successful.
Yeah, and he's been going incredibly well. I think his previous time was a 1:12, so let's see if he can improve on that. He was very quick in that Riley.
So Runnels ends up with a time of 1.493. Not a bad run at all. You can obviously look at that. There's a very aggressive line and throwing the weight around in that little car.
Yeah, there we go. That is Patrick Gearing. There we go. Also in his period racing suit. As well as his helmet, which is also just adds to the drama and the finesse of how beautiful it is to watch these cars. Here's the Alfa Romeo 8C. There we go, 1:11. So he has improved by at least a second on his previous time. Let's just listen to this Alfa 8C. Beautiful sound. Beautiful sound.
It's like someone who sings bass in a rock and roll band. It hits the bottom notes.
Just that's a shanana.
There you go.
Oh, we're going. There we go. Giving our age away here.
No, but it just makes you think of that, doesn't it? That sounds fantastic.
Very special. We've got our timings up there. At the moment, and quite remarkable, Arnold, if you look at some of the comparison of the times, 20 odd seconds between some of these cars, close to 30 seconds on others. So these cars in their day each had a sort of period where they were the quickest, and then eventually, as progress came along, bigger, better cars, more powerful engines came.
And that answers Colin's question.
Yeah, there we go. And I'm glad he asked George Bashir about the question about Le Mans, because earlier on in the broadcast I was saying we've got some very interesting information about George Bashir. 100 hours. That's quite a lot of hours to race at Le Mans.
And I wonder Colin did mention it. It's an interesting contrast where you have to race for. You don't race the full 24 hours. Obviously, because you change. But it's 24 hours of concentration. You can't take your mind off. You've got to be there all the time. But here, you've got like a 40 or a 50-second fling at it. And this is the other end of that. This is like saying, I'm going to run Comrades, and then I'm going to run the 100.
Yeah.
You know? That's the comparison. This is a very different, sharp edge concentration.
Exactly 100%. You can be going down the Mulsanne straight and tear off a visor and sit there and breathe for a couple of seconds. Here, you actually don't breathe. You are flat out, full concentration all of the time, hitting every single apex. And the concentration is completely different for that specific 50 odd seconds.
Well, it's a little bit like, again, comparing it to athletics to the 100, which they say these days happens so fast for the top men that they don't actually breathe. They may take a little bit of oxygen comes in and out, but there's very little actual breathing that truly happens for the 9.876, 9.64 seconds that Usain Bolt uses. You know, it's frightening.
Unbelievable. And they're getting so even quicker.
Yeah, and the same for here. 34 seconds for Andre Besaidnout last year, and you can't blink twice in 34 seconds, man. That is like this, 195 k's an hour average speed. Just blindingly fast.
And, you know, as you watch this track, and it progresses, and the more you watch it and you see the different kinds of camera angles, there are corners over here where you are going relative pedestrian pace because of the nature of the circuit, and yet you've got an average speed of close to 200 k's an hour. You are going.
No, you are going. And that's why the pinpoint concentration is so utterly vital, because as we keep saying, you can't blink. You can't for 1 second let it slip, because you have to be there, all hands on deck, and you've got to have it all the faculties have got to be working together. Car 54, Callum Price in the Austin Special from 1946. Also a beautiful Ulster. These are all the pre-war cars, so we're racing in category H1. I shouldn't say racing, this is still the practice runs, but they're now getting C for serious, because from here on in to qualify, you've got to be quick. Here, this car. Actually, here's another one of those where we're just going to be quiet and listen to this thing go. There may be a slight hold up here. Yep, there it is. Flags out at the moment. Not any yellows to talk about.
I think that D-Type could catch the last of the pre-war cars. They're going, just make sure he's got enough room. A so beautifully designed car. Oh, it's magnificent.
There we go.
The wheels, look at the way that it lifts up in the front. Look at that. I mean, imagine driving on the roads and you see this thing coming at you. Oh, you just get out of the way.
That comes in a wave, doesn't it?
Oh, it's a beautiful car. So H1s are all finished, and car 57, Rodney Green in the MGTC Spider from 1946, just a 1.4 litre engine. He's at the top at the moment. Richard Clark in the Lotus, the Coventry Climax engine from 1962, taking off as well. So this is the H2 category that is going out at present. H2, of course, pre-1965 road cars. All of these cars were on the road in pre-1965. Having unfortunately with our other live timing at the moment, Arnold, having a couple of issues, so we're going to have to rely on what we are seeing on the monitor,
which is the live timing. It's just that we've got another monitor here just to let you into the vagaries of live streaming and television, as Peter McPherson leaves the line in that beautiful sounding GT40 of his 1965, 425 horsepower. And Peter says he's better known for his Handstock Jägermeister replica BMW 635 CSI that he built from a wreck, and he brings it out from time to time. Now, for me, I'm sorry, you're going to hate me. We're on opposite sides of the scale here, but my dad sold BMWs for 40 years, so I'm a true BMW fan. And that 635 to me is it's the ultimate wet dream for me, that car. It is off the scale.
Unbelievable. And you know, in South Africa, we only had the 635, because in Europe they had the 628 and that's
I think there was even a
635.
645 in Europe as well.
That 635 CSI. Listen, I'm a closet BMW fan.
I'm glad to hear that.
Absolutely.
I like you even more now.
Love BMW, specifically because I have a strange fascination with Suzanne Clutton, who is the daughter of the Quant family. And I find her rather appealing.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay, I shan't ask why. We'll just leave it at that.
No, but I actually love BMWs. I really always have.
Something special about them.
Yeah.
I'm actually quite sorry that our dear friend from BMW at Kailani isn't here, who is a man who's also obviously raced very well here over all the years. His name escapes me now for a second. I wish I could remember.
Oh, I wish I could
Graham
remember.
Nathan.
Oh,
There
yes,
it is.
he was here, but one of his cars, unfortunately, has been ruled out.
Ah, okay.
Yes.
So he's one more man that I would have loved to have seen here today, because he finished 7th, I think, 3 years ago. And Graham is also one of those real characters of racing in South Africa.
Yeah, no. He's moseying around. We've got the two minis out on circuit as well. These cars also I love to watch these minis when they go and do some circuit racing against these huge Ford Fairlanes. And you see these little minis through the corners and how brilliant they are. And then these Fairlanes come flying past them with, 400 horsepower, and then the minis catch them again. Beautiful to race. So watch out for the minis up this hill, especially in the qualifying.
Chris Champion in the MG VGT, those beautiful, look at those green racing colours, the British green, and I think one name and one name alone, Graham Hill.
It's just
iconic.
synonymous. Yeah, just synonymous with Graham Hill. Looking at the NG, we got that NK2 Jaguar out on track as well. So these are the H2 categories at the moment of 56. Oh, there was a bit of sand kicked up there.
He was going a little bit sideways there. I hope he is okay. That looked like he may have lost that at the very last moment of quarter.
Yeah, it seems though he's okay. Jennifer Abbott out there in her 914.
Here we go. Red flag. Something happened there.
Yeah, you saw it. Well seen.
Yeah, he looked like he had gone sideways. He folded that camera in the wrong direction there for a second or two.
Oh, Marshall's
there we go.
running.
Look at that. There we go. He's gone off there.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's drama there. I could see that going the wrong direction. He went.
And it's so easy, Arnold, to just get it wrong. Very unfortunate. This is the nature of motor racing, but so easy to get it wrong. You can see the tire marks from him braking, just completely losing control of the car.
That got away from him quite badly. He got that completely sideways, and I mean, he was the wrong way around on the tarmac at once.
Yeah, hit that gravel, and that completely kicked the car out, and he just didn't manage to catch the oversteer.
Let's just hope that he didn't catch any of the big trees. These are all saplings on the side here, but just 3 or 4 yards further in, as far as what he's gone in, there are some bigger trees. I hope and pray to God that he hasn't collected anything serious there. Marshals are there immediately, and that's always important. Red flag came out straight away, and let's just hope they bending over that car there and looking at the inside. Let's just hope he's okay.
All right, let's see if Collins maybe got a little bit of an update, because he's in pit lane, and I'm sure the marshals are talking to each other. Cole, have you got any news on the situation? Collins he's not with us at present. Jaguar going past, red flag over there, and I assume we'll get a recovery vehicle. The main thing is hopefully that he's okay. That's what we are looking for at the moment. We will. Okay, so we can see that the recovery vehicles are there. The safety car is there. Colin, you're in the pits. Have you got any update as to what might have happened?
Car 45, he went off the road. The news that we have from the officials is driver's okay, and they will now proceed with the recovery process. So they'll send a flatbed and they'll sort some stuff out, and there'll be a little bit of a delay on the track action. So we decided that we will try and go and have a go up and down the pit lane. So we've got Clayton Kimber here. Clayton, it's never nice to get your focused and then have to chill out for a bit while they recover a car.
No, I think it's not nicer for the guy that came off for sure, but I hope he's okay. But we'll just settle down. I think the guys here are very good with recovery, safety. We'll settle down, calm the nerves, and get going again. Got to get this.
It almost sounds like you're talking to yourself, settle down and calm the nerves.
Absolutely.
Clayton, tell us about the car.
Man, it's a Daytona Coupe. It's got a 427 stroker motor in, 550 horsepower, about 750 newton meters of torque, so lights up the rear wheels too quickly, so you've got to be really careful on the throttle. Done a 56 second first time out, 54 second time out, trying to get that down to about a 52. I think that should be a good time. But, the car's settled nicely. It's behaving nicely. It's the first time on the hill with this car. I was here with the Cobra last year, but with the rule changes, that engine didn't qualify, so I brought my Daytona, which is period correct in every way.
And it's a beautiful car, we don't see enough of these. And just explain a little bit about the Daytona. This was a car that was built for the endurance races in America and Le Mans to get the aerodynamics in it.
That's exactly right. So it was based on an old 289. And Pete Brock and the guys got together and put this body on a 289 Cobra. They only ever built 6 originals. And it was unfortunately in between the time of the GT40 coming online and Carroll Shelby's race thing. So it was FIA International Champ this, and then the GT40 took over and took it. But I mean, the aerodynamics in this car make a hell of a difference. This particular car was timed at Uppington Speed Week at 302 k's an hour.
302 kilometers an hour. That's kind of quick.
No, that's hauling, eh? So, and it's purely aerodynamics, and with a cam tail on the back keeps the back down, So when you get to that sort of speed, I mean, planes take off at lower speeds than that, right? So you got to keep it on the ground. Up the hill here, we're probably reaching about 200 up at the bridge. Bit nervous there, but I was watching your video with Pete and Andre Besaidnout on thing and listening to what they were saying about how they approached it and taking a bit of advice.
It was quite interesting listening to them with completely different approaches and thinking of different corners as being more important for them.
Yeah, I mean, they're in totally different cars, right? And so it was, for me, it was really interesting. Your questioning is lekker, and their responses in their differences, was lekker. And I'm in a different class again. So listening to them, understanding what they're looking for, it's learning, So I'm not a professional racer. We just do club events,
But you're here to have fun, and it looks like you're having enormous fun.
No, this is such good fun. It should be illegal, I tell you. It's good.
Talking about differences of the cars, you mentioned the 550 odd horsepowers, which is a fair whack of grunt and not a lot of grip. So it's also running older type suspension. So it's way different.
Yes, it is. And so the launch, is really important, and that's what I'm focusing on now, is to get, I'm not getting off the line fast enough, so I think we're losing, half a second here, between here and turn 1, So I've been asking old James, he's driving the race Daytona, it's got the Goodyear Eagle tires on, and he's doing a 52, and I've asked for him some advice, and I think I'm just going to take it slower on the start here, and then be able to get on the gas. Because if you light it up, you're losing time, right? You're not moving forward.
But it's really cool as a spectator. There's just smoke and the thundering power, and off you go. It's marvelous as a spectator. But sometimes the spectacle doesn't always bring the speed.
No, so I think there's a balance, right? You want to make it fun for everybody. You want to have fun, and you want to do well. So it's a fine line. And Pete Lindenberg, he's giving us advice, and he's like grandpa, and so he's very strict, you do this, So he's teaching us, don't you want to be at the finish. That's what it's all about. You want to.
And there's a whole lot more runs to come during the day, and part of the success. Someone I know always says that a successful day's racing is when you can drive the car onto the trailer.
That's right. I mean, you've got to finish to be in it, right? And so you don't want to drop clutches. You don't want to grate gears. I mean, I've seen a couple of cars break down now, but they're old cars, so they take a lot of strain. But you've got to be here at the finish, and that's it. So you've got to lead up to it. Practice 1, 2, 3, then quali 1, 2, 3.
And then if you get into the class finals and then the top 10 shootout.
Well, that's it. I mean, it'd be lovely to go away with a trophy again.
Oh, it's so exciting to, we sit here and the weather's changing and it's quiet and almost calm. But when the MG goes ahead of you, you've got less than a minute before all hell breaks loose.
Yeah.
And we live and love it.
It's great.
Clayton, thanks for chatting. Good luck.
Okay, cheers, eh?
Wait. Oh. Okay, I'm going to try and have a look down to the screen. We're going to show a car going off the road. Here's beautiful Gulf colours over there. Oh, porkers. They're somehow nice. We've got a screen up here. So if we start, you can roll that little bit of the pictures. There we go. He's through the right-hander and he's run it a little bit wide. Yesterday there's off-camber there. So he's got it onto the off-camber, a little bit slippery, and, well, he's basically a passenger from here, hey? Because trying to recover the thing. There's the camber that Andre and Peter Zeely were talking about yesterday. Gets it a little bit sideways, and the cool thing about that picture is if you just look in the background, you can see the elevation. And I mean, that's how high we are from the sea. It's 150 odd meters from the top. So, right at the edge there's very little grip, and the driver's, I don't know. We'll talk to him when he gets back, but in my opinion, he got it a little bit off the road, off camber. So we were just talking about Peter Lindenberg earlier. We were talking to Clayton, Peter, in his Cobra, and he was saying that you were giving them advice. What sort of advice are you giving them?
Quite a bit. So we actually prepped that car for him, and he raced here last year in his Cobra. That I was just trying to give him pointers, what to do, where to do it, because this is easy to do, but it's not easy to do fast. Yeah. There's a big difference,
So tell us the pointers that you were giving him, if I was to do it, what would you say to me through the start and up the hill?
Okay, the first thing that I always say to people here is don't drive up the hill, walk up the hill once, just so you get an idea, because what upsets a car, and it, is you go slightly off. If there's an edge, you're in trouble. And so you need to kind of have the perfect racing line, but take into account what can upset the car. And I think that's what happened with Chris now. I think the left rear got onto the dirt. And
that area was also an off-camber corner there.
Look, most corners go off-camber.
So now you go off there, you get compromised in this corner, but it's not so much about this corner, but it puts the car in a position for the next one, and that's where the poo hits the fan.
And if you look at what happened there, the guy, he came out the turn, and the car went this way, and then it went that way more, and you're done. Because you can't just lift off, because if you lift off, you're going south, you lift off, you're going to go up the mountain on the left. And it's about not getting the tires over the edge. And it's like, maybe it's a 0.1 of a second that you lose by not doing it, but the risk factor drops 50% if you don't get it on the edge.
And so much of racing is about risk and reward.
And you want to be here for the end of the day. Yeah. You don't score points when you're in the bushes.
Yeah, I mean,
you got to understand that this is tricky, it's difficult, it's not the kind of place you can come and practice or anything like that. This is, you arrive on the day and deliver. And I think the big thing is, like for a guy like Clayton, it is to build up your confidence over the course of the day until you get to those last 2 or 3 runs where you really got to nail it if you want to win.
But it's not only Clayton. You talk to Regardt and Franco, and I mean in the really, and Andre in the really quick cars, you've got 10 runs to get there and deliver.
And
the last run.
It's always easier to deliver when you know what you're dealing with. On the second run or third run of the day, you know the car it's still cold, it's still slippery, there's still lots of dust, etc., etc., etc. And the conditions change through the day.
Peter, thank you so much for chatting, and you've got to be very proud of Paige in the block of flats.
Yeah, the smallest person in the biggest car.
It's quite hilarious, isn't it?
It is. It is.
Well done, and thanks for chatting to us.
Pleasure. Have a good day, guys.
You too. We want to find Enzo Kuhn, who is in the Ferrari, but it looks like I'm lost in terms of where he is. Jennifer Abbott, Porsche 914/6. So here's Enzo's car, and there's Enzo. The tallest racing driver and navigator. They're about to start moving again. So Enzo, this has to be really quick. They're coming for you. Oh, love that. Love your Simola cap.
Got to look good, yeah.
So Enzo, you had wise words early when it was cold. Your brain was cold. The tires were cold. What did you do?
I stayed in bed. I had a late coffee. And I waited for the sun to heat up my tarmac, but I'm here now, and let me tell you, it's still slippy. All of the drivers are complaining about how slippy the road is, and it gets better through the day, because as the cars go up, they put rubber down, and so you got to lift your confidence with the amount of rubber and go faster. Keep telling yourself that.
Now, before you go, yesterday was a huge day in one of your rivals' days. Hergen Fekken. We missed your birthday to wish you happy birthday. So from Enzo and I today, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday dear Hergen, happy birthday to you. Thank you very much. Right, we got action now. The wreckage has been cleared, the cars have been started, and they're going off. So off we shall go to the box and listen to Sasha and Arnie and the cars.
Colin, I am worried about you. Your psychologist let you out without the real medication. I don't know how he let you go, but here we are. We're stuck with you. Thanks, Cole. Brilliant. Very glad to hear that Mr. Champion is okay.
Most
really
important.
Pleased about that.
Most important, we don't know the condition of the vehicle, but the main thing is that he's okay. And yes, Hergen Fekken, who I'm sure must have had an interesting school life with that surname.
Oh, boy,
celebrated his birthday the other day. So also one of Rally's iconic racing drivers of South Africa. Into the final part of warm-up 2, we have had one incident so far, the MG GT. And
there you go.
I haven't even had a drink.
How many have you had?
Whoa, look at that thing, tail swiping. Very interesting anecdotes, Arnie, from various drivers. Peter Lindenberg giving us a lot of insights. Enzo Kuhn saying it's still very slippy out there. So the guys are trying to get the rubber down because qualifying is coming up in a short while.
Well, the interesting thing is I thought that Peter Lindenberg's interview was so insightful, because here's the thing, and I often see it I had the great honor of driving my family back from holiday last Monday from here, funnily enough, home.
Okay.
And I just see so many drivers out on the public roads who are not thinking about what am I going to do when it goes wrong.
Next.
And this is, you actually can't drive in the second now. In this second. You've got to drive in the third or the fourth or the fifth second from now, which is fascinating. I think I've said this before on the commentary here in previous years. The big airliners that you see now, a lot of the aircraft have their speedometer in the future, 4 or 5 seconds, 10 seconds ahead, whatever it is. So the pilot knows what to deal with then. He's not dealing with what's happening now. And that's the big difference here. You've got to throw forward to where am I going when it goes wrong.
You know, spot on. If you listen to George Fischer earlier as well, you know, and they were, that Escort is on the edge. Just looking at our live pictures there. But George Fischer early on, you know, he said facetiously, well, he can't even remember one corner. He knows that every single corner, and what, you know, just going on what Peter Lindenberg says is, you know, you've got to get yourself set up for the next. the next set of engagements that are going to come your way. Oh, I tell you,
that was right on the limit.
It was right on the limit.
There was dust
Not once,
everywhere.
twice. So guys are pushing it. They're really starting to heat things up because they know that they want to do the best they can coming into the qualifying to get into that top 10.
Because this is it now. You're down to the last of the look-sees. You need to really try and see exactly which line suits you and your car, what the gearing is, and where do you want to hit which gear, and make sure that you got it flying. So the interesting thing about that is what Peter also said was you can't come up here and come and race it during the rest of the year.
Exactly.
And you arrive cold here and you're going up the first time and you're really feeling your way around. It's not like a circuit where you will pop down on Wednesday and do 40 laps kind of thing. It's not like that.
Exactly. That's the beauty of hill climbs. We're seeing Jennifer Abbott out on track. She was, and the MK2. Look at the way that load is going onto the right-hand side of the Jaguar. These two were out on track when we had the incident.
That's quite right.
So they're going out for their last little runs as well. Fastest at the moment, the Porsche 911, category H3, Gavin Rook, the 1972.7. Look, one of the Cobras coming out. So we've got some of the big guns, Arnie, that are still going to come out this morning. Rui Campos so far seems to have been the quickest up the hill during these warm-up sessions. Not that the times mean anything, but you still have to look at times because you know what you can do and you know where you need to find some time.
Ms. Abbott looking really good. Love some of the lines she's taken there. Let's see where she slots in here overall. Can't see her as of yet.
Yeah, the other live timing unfortunately just seems to...
We're a little behind on the live timing at the moment, but we'll give you that time in a second or two. But as you were saying, Mr. Rook at 53.373 seconds, and that was in car number 37. Car 37 is indeed a beautiful Porsche 911. That's Gavin's car, and he says, how's this? He's competed in all but 2 of the Simola events. That's impressive. So he knows his way up here, and that must be a big score for you.
For sure. You know, the one thing about driving around racetracks or up circuits is even if you've only just been there once, you just somehow inherently it just sticks with you as well. Oh, we've got somebody who's even quicker at the moment, James Temple in the Daytona. Shelby, 5.8 litre. Top of the timesheets into the 50s.
Knocking on the door of breaking 50.
That is going. So guys are really beginning to feel a lot more confident in the circuit and of course in themselves as well as their cars.
Bottom of your screen, car number 34. That's in the hands of Justin Needham. That's the Shelby Ford Cobra. And a beautiful car. It is remarkable how lovely that thing looks. There is young Paige. She's off with a block of flats again.
Do you think she's got maybe some cushions, as you can see over the dashboard? And to get her, with the greatest respect, I love you, Paige. You are just divine. You're one of the most wonderful ladies. I mean, I wouldn't go in that car for all the money here today.
Although
you got to be brave.
I must just remarkable. My old man had one of those when he dated my mom, and the old man said it was the hardest thing ever to take out a girl to the drive-in because the car was so large that you couldn't put your arm around her. She was on the other side of the world.
Yeah, no, that's huge. Massive commitment. Also seeing that orange Porsche out there. Oh, Paige is giving it the beans at the moment.
Yeah, look at it.
Just wonderful. Ford Fairlane. Just, very, very special car as well. James Temple, the fastest man at the moment.
So look at that, Paige in there at 54.8. That's impressive.
That's going
very quick. She handled that, but boy, oh boy, here's someone who may have run into a spot of bother.
Dauphine looks very, very slow at the moment. I hope it even gets up the hill. No,
Dave van der Merwe has pulled the plug on it. Yeah, that's not lacquer. Something has happened there that is, he's taken it off.
That's terminal. Well, at this stage, hopefully hopefully it can get back to its pits, get itself recovered. I must say, a little earlier in both the other runs, the car was smoking quite a bit.
Yeah.
So, you just don't know if it's...
yeah, and you're not talking about smoking, you're talking about the other smoking.
Talking about the other smoking at the moment. Okay, so let's have a look at our leaderboard at the moment. Johanna Brain in the Porsche, 50.2. That's going. And just 4/10 behind, James Temple in the Shelby, Gavin Rook also in the Porsche up there, Liam Watts, Paige Lindenberg. Oh, that's astonishing time in that car.
That is a great run. So overall, again, let's just mention to you, this is not qualifying yet. This is just the practice runs, but that was the third practice run. And Paige Lindenberg right up there in 6th place at the moment, but she was aggressive with her lines and she really threw it around. But she had the car listening to her. That first run, the car wasn't listening.
Yeah, and also, that first run with all that power, the track's very green, it's very cold.
Slippy. Yeah, no.
Just to hold on to it.
Yeah, respect. No, respect.
Total respect.
That is actually like a flyweight boxing champion wrestling against the world's best sumo wrestler. Honestly.
Yeah, something like that. We got about 20 cars left to still do their run. Looks the Dauphine's going to get towed off the track. Hopefully they can get it fixed up for quali. Because that's the one thing, whether you have an incident where, as we saw, one of the cars going off, or a little bit of a breakdown, you really just hope that they can get it sorted out, because that's, I think, the cruelest mistress of racing, Arnold, is the preparation you do, and the next minute you get onto the line, you do your warm-up lap, and the car just doesn't go.
Yeah.
And you cannot explain it.
That is such a lovely line, the cruelest mistress. I like that.
It is just desperation personified. So let's hope that they can get that little Dauphine back to the pits and set up.
But again, that's just sport in general. Yes. You run out at a rugby match, and within the first 60 seconds, you pull a hammy. No, that's 3 months,
I mean, listen, how many comrades have you done? 30? 11 comrades.
And anything goes.
Well, I was just going to say.
I bailed 3. There were 3 where I pulled the plug, where I just knew I'm in trouble.
Just not happening, yeah.
And then you spent 5-6 months working for
training to get there.
It's the same thing. That's the beauty of sport, I think, in the end, maybe, is that you can go, okay, I screwed this up royally, but my next time, I know not to do this again. And it's the same with the preparation of cars, I guess. And it gives you an opportunity to correct it. And I think that's the beauty.
Well, there we go. But it is also that cruelness of you watch a 100-meter sprint and the guys have gone through all of the heats. They get to the line. Bang!
False start.
Whatever. And you cancel, disqualify.
No.
Or your hammy goes. It's you feel desperate, but agreed. Although that's the humanity of it.
Yeah.
That's the realism.
Think about the Olympic Games. Some people take 4 years to work towards it. You have to qualify to make your national team. Only 10,000 people in the whole... It's a bit like this. Only 10,000 people in the whole world make it. There's only 140-odd drivers who make it to here. This is as prestigious as it comes with hill climbing. It is one of the best in the world. And then all of a sudden, cheers, you're gone because a cylinder blew. It's horrifying.
It is.
Same thing. I think what is beautiful about that as well at the same time is it proves how resilient you are when you can come back. And that's what sport also is. It's supposed to test your resilience,
and those comebacks. You talk of those comeback stories, people who have gone through various different challenges.
Yeah.
And then they come back into something as well. So
gotta love it.
Yeah. And it's the same with motor racing. You can be as prepared, and the next minute all of a sudden, I don't know, the ignition doesn't turn on because there's a loose wire somewhere.
A split pin that was put in the wrong way around, as we heard earlier today.
In the car,
Seriously.
So these things do happen. But so far, we've had a fantastic morning. The weather is glorious here in
Although, I hate to tell you, when we were out just now, it was clouding over from the sea, from the south. So that's not always a good sign here. But I do believe Colin is out there, and Colin is going to take us downstairs. I hope he's got Chris Champion with him lined up somewhere along the line, because I'd love to hear what happened with him. But Colin has never let anything slip down here at the Simola Hillclimb. Cole.
Oni, I haven't got Chris Champion. I've got another champion. And talking about things that blew and magic comebacks, Team Old Dog. So
Nathan,
the greatest old dog in the world, Peter K. Eddy. You had a little pipe blow this morning.
Yeah, Colin, I had a lovely run. I went 3 meters and then I was engulfed in a cloud of white steam. One of the pipes burst on the water system, and I had to be pushed back into the pits. But we've managed to source another pipe, and of course Graham is really good. He's sourced it. He found the pipe. He put it on. He's run it. There's no damage to the engine. On idle, it's 4.5, 4.6. So the oil pressure is perfect. The engine's fine. The water's not leaking. You saw he just came and checked now. So hopefully I'll have my first run up the hill, and I'll be very happy to do that. Yeah.
So you're starting a little bit on the back foot, but you here, A, for the experience, and B, to have the most magnificent amount of fun, Peter.
That's exactly it, Colin. After all these years and having probably about 50 or plus drivers through my hands, Graham built this car for me, as you know, and they did a wonderful job, and Alec built the engine. So I've got a lovely car here. As you can see from the livery, it's all very different. A lot of people say to me, I've got two 2002s, but I've just taken, I think, 5 of my championship winning colours, and that's what this car's got on it. So it's got 1981, it's got 1993, it's got 2000 with Record, it's got 1997 with Anthony Taylor. So there's a lot of history that I've put into this car, and it's really given me a lot of pleasure. And the guys that have all helped me, Henny van Linde did the cams, and as you know, I was the first person to put Sheldon van der Linde in a rear-wheel drive car, and I got shut out by my good friend Henny, and he said, you can't do it, he's going to crash. And I said, no, he won't crash the car. I was 15 years old, and I put him in there, and he raced in the BMW race, and he came great. He had a great run.
Look at him now. He's the man who's launched many careers. Peter K. Eddy, Old Dog. We just got to get the mirror right. But so the real action has started. Little MG midget going up the hill. You always have to have a midget in a show. Talking about an anti-midget, the tallest guy in our production team, Sasha Martinengo, in the box.
Am I really the tallest?
I don't know.
I don't think I think Henk and Fritz are taller.
No, but it's because Colin looks up to everyone, you know.
Oh, that's true.
And he looks up to you greatly, obviously.
Oh, you know, he's such a mensch. He's such a mensch. Wonderful to hear Peter K. Eddy there. I mean, what he has done and been responsible. Here he goes in his first run. They managed to get the car sorted out. But also, a man, just a stalwart of South African motorsport. Yes, enjoyed his time as being a little bit of a racer, but helped so many youngsters go there and fulfill their dreams and become really, really accomplished racing drivers.
He said he's had more than 50 drivers.
50 drivers.
That's incredible. No, it's amazing.
That's really, really, really special. Yeah, just really, really wonderful to see that he's out there as well. There's one of the MGs going up there. This is the final runs of free practice. Here goes Enzo Kuhn in that Ferrari 348. Said it was pretty slippy a little bit earlier on, but the car looks immaculate.
It is 1989 model. You would never say so. That looks like it came out the box just yesterday. Yeah, there was a little bit of a twitch. I think he's trying to make use of the conditions now, which have improved since his last run. And he didn't do the first of the practice runs. You remember he said he slept in and had a late coffee. But the coffee's working now.
Yeah, it definitely is. And I was saying to you off air, Arnie, I remember watching Enzo Kuhn for the first time at a rally one year. He has Rui Campos. And just his car control, his ability to handle and just so smooth. I was like astounded at how good Enzo Kuhn is as a racing driver.
When you said smooth now, he was so smooth through that. Just a little twitch, the weight goes this way, little twitch this way, weight goes the other way, and he's through the corner. That was stunning. As you said it, you could see it in action. Campos now, the man who had the fastest time in the second of the practice runs, and he is going to give it horns here. I have no doubt about that. And at the top of your screen, Charles Aston in the Datsun. That's that beautiful 240Z. It's a beautiful looking car as well. Looks like a good Campos in that martini colors of the Porsche. A little bit of sideways there too.
Yeah, Rui definitely pushing. I think he did a 48. Was it a 48 earlier?
Yep.
So let's see what he can do as he gets up to the top of the hill. As timings don't really matter, but you always, there we go. He does a 47. So going faster all of the time.
Yep.
So track is definitely rubbering in. He's getting much more confident. And even though those cars sit in the pits on for quite a while, they still retain some kind of heat. There's rotation into the tire itself. So, those cars are getting well prepped. That Datsun 240Z. Also a bit nervous there.
Yeah.
Also big an oversteer moment there, but well caught.
Yeah, he gave that everything he possibly could as well at the same time. So, that's Aston, and he goes into fourth spot at the stage, just over 51 seconds. I missed Enzo. Oh, there's Enzo. Enzo has ended up in sixth place at the moment with a 53.3. So what was interesting for me, you talk about that, and Enzo was saying you get more confidence as the track changes, and you keep telling yourself that.
Yeah, there we go.
So there's a lot of brainwashing going on out there as well, and no one else's, just your own. Here's Trevor Tuck again, and Julia Caesar.
Yeah, let's see what he can do. He's been in the sort of late 50s time-wise, so I'm sure he'll give it a lot more on this run. Get himself prepped up for the quali, as we see that it's one of the Caprice Fords that is there. Tucked down on the screen. We've only got a few more cars left in the session, and then of course we will get into official qualifying. Here is the Abarth of Francie Cousins, the 131 Mirafiori, multiple rally winner in Europe as well. Beautifully spec 2-litre rally version car, makes its way. A little bit jittery off the line there.
Lost a second or two there immediately. Didn't get off it with all power going. Julia Caesar is going particularly well. Also throwing this one around. Look at it. Bottom of your screen. And again, isn't it funny? We got the two Italian cars going again at the same time.
Yeah.
Just for interest's sake, just want to draw your attention, folks, to what's happening in that left-hand column. Paige Lindenberg is still there in the top 10 with that massive big car of hers, which she threw around mercilessly, and there she still is in the top 10.
Yeah, wonderful to see Michelle Hambley-Grobler. Just watching a little earlier, it looks like Trevor Tuck backed right off at towards the end, so not entirely sure if he's got some kind of issue. That 944, I tell you, if you come here to Neisner, just come and look at Michelle's car and just look how immaculate. I mean, that car is concourse going up the hills.
Concourse is a nice word.
Yeah, just beautiful. It really, really is so well prepared.
I love what she says in her description that she sent to the organizers. She said, this is now the Porsche, is road going. You can get flowers and wine and take it to the track.
That's Michelle.
But don't have the wine inside the car. Okay?
Yeah, unless you're the passenger. Okay. She is just one of the most eccentric, lovely ladies you could ever meet, and also incredibly tall, Michelle. Great to see her here. I think it's her third running or fourth running of Simola. So great to see her. I think we're into the final couple of cars, right. Arnie. Here we go. We've got Ian Kilburn. He's going out in the Datsun, and last couple of cars for the warm-up, and then the serious business begins.
So Ian says he's got a top speed in this vehicle of 165 k's an hour, 768 kilograms, all steel original body, and Pirelli super soft 13-inch tires. He is the man who loves racing in the classic cars in mid-vol. So he's got lots of experience, and he loves doing this.
Yeah, that's just very special. You know, and Midvaal, in terms of the circuit, is incredibly tight. Incredibly tight. So you don't need anything more. You know, 160 odd kilometers an hour. Yo, he got properly wide going into that right-hander, Ian Kilburn. Campos still the fastest by a good 3 seconds over anybody else, so he'll be very comfortable with the way that he's run. We've still got the single-seaters to come out. Yep. They seem to have, although they came, they've still got to do their final runs. The 2 Porsches coming up here, we got Mortimer and Fischer. And this is going to be a very competitive category, the H6 category.
So the H6 is just, for those of you, if you perhaps just joined us a little late, hello and welcome. Good to have your company. Hope you're going to stay with us throughout for the next 2.5 now almost days as we bring you the 12th edition of the Simola Hillclimb. 8 categories competing in Classic Car Friday, and H6s, as Sash was saying, is pre-1990 with the racing saloons, the 4 cylinders, and fascinating to watch this. I'm Arnold Getz, together with racing aficionado and a confirmed Alfa Romeo addict, Sasha Martinengo. He is working on it, I promise, he's working on it.
I take tablets for it.
To get worse.
To get worse. 100%. Yeah. And it's just so great to be back at Simola and just any form of racing. It is definitely, I mean, born with it, so just love it, you know. Just sometimes you get the bug. I wish I was going up the hill, but it's actually fun to watch it as well, Arnold. You know,
I think really just to be involved.
Yes, exactly.
I look forward to this. This is year 4 for me, and I am always, when the phone call comes about 6 months ahead of time, I'm thrilled. I'm absolutely thrilled. I feel like I want to pack my bags already. You know, I can't wait.
Very, very special to be here. And as we mentioned, if you're in the surrounding areas, get you. Tomorrow, they are anticipating, but you never know in this part of the country in terms of what the weather is going to do. But they're anticipating some rain tomorrow, which makes it even more hairy, but also a tremendous amount of fun as well. I remember rain about 4 years ago here, or 3 years ago, and it was fantastic fun. I think this is for sure.
That's for sure, you're right. 1981 924 Porsche, of course, one of the legends. If you weren't here for the interview that our man in the pits, Colin Hastie, had with him, he raced at Le Mans at the tender age of 17. My voice hadn't even broken when I was 17, man.
That was 37 years ago.
Frightening.
And you know, in those days, Le Mans, you were going down Mulsanne Straight, 400 kilometers an hour in a Porsche 956. You 17 years old.
But
unbelievable.
See, the lovely thing about that is your I almost said it completely. Your brain is overridden with the testosterone that you've got. Totally, there is no brain there.
There's no brain.
You just go. Jeff Morter in the second of the Porsche 924s, and he's 86 years old, man.
And listen, he's such a legend. He's such a wonderful man to have a chat to as well. And it just, you know, it's like, I'm going to do this forever.
Yeah,
that's it. End of story. Some of the big guns that are coming out now. I'm trying to think of which.
Robert Flukes.
Oh yes,
in the 917. And he calls this car Bobby Flukesy. 502 horsepower with 542 Newton meters. I mean, that is scary.
Just mad. Completely mad. Beautifully looking car as well. So aerodynamic. I don't think he's giving it the full beans as yet, but he should be right up there.
Watch the bumpy part of the track here with these low slung cars. You'll get a much better. And that was very smooth.
That was actually very smooth over there. Yeah, Ian Schofield in that beautiful.
This is the March.
The March. There we go. I mean, also those colours are just very, very iconic as well.
So this is the Benson and Hedges, the cigarette brand of those days. The incredible things for racing and also for cricket, and it's so nice to see those again. You know,
I don't even think they make them anymore. I think they've changed names.
It's gone.
I think they changed names, but I mean, it's synonymous with with keeping motorsport and cricket alive in the 80s and 90s.
Those Benson and Hedges series matches, the one-day matches, were incredible.
They were.
Okay, someone's lost it somewhere because the flatbed is out again. I wonder if they're going to allow him to complete this one here. It looks like the red flags have still not come out. Yeah, they're going to let him go.
I think this might be the last car. There
possibly.
we go.
So none of the other single-seaters. Yeah.
No Bezaden note.
This is the only single seater we've seen. Yep.
Yeah. Chris Knezovic we saw rolling back.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Okay. That's weird for me. Okay, we missed something somewhere along the line. Now this, believe it or not, was Jody Schechter's car way back when he raced in Formula V's. I mean, have you ever?
And it's probably one of the few cars that Jody hasn't got in his arsenal, because he owns most of his cars that he raced.
Yeah. I saw a television program on him, and that Tyrrell that he won the World Championship in, my heart went soft, man. It was just such a great time for motor racing in South Africa.
Just
great to see.
Incredible, yeah. Jody, a wonderful, wonderful man. Formula V. Okay, so we got a couple of the singles. Josh Dovey in the Chevron. This is a 1600 with a Lotus engine as well, with a very, very high wing, pushing the car down as far as possible. And there we go, Schofield, now the top of the timesheets.
Almost 4 seconds worth. That's a biggie.
Yeah,
it's a biggie. He's worked that to perfection. This Chevron is a Works F3 race car in its day. Let's see if he can chase that time from Schofield. 43.585 is what Schofield has now got on the timing sheet.
Yeah, it's everyone is beginning to push the limit. Just that little bit.
Oh, it's blown.
Oh, the engine's gone.
Oh, engine's blown. Oh, no.
Oh, man, you got to... Okay, now, this is also very, very important, because this is the final of the warm-up runs. And... as much as we could just see smoke, there is definitely liquid that would have fallen onto the track. We had Sparky here a little earlier. They're definitely going to have to inspect. And the problem is now, only for the guys who go out in Quali 1, you just don't know if there's a little bit of oil. But I'm sure that the marshals will definitely have a very long look at everything on the track.
You're absolutely right. So, funny enough, we had exactly that type of incident just a little closer to the start line 2 or 3 years ago, where a car blew and there was oil. And they didn't get all of it, unfortunately. They didn't see all of it, which happens. And that led to a massive off 2 turns further up the road with one of the next cars. So here, caution has to be taken at all costs, unfortunately.
There are many times where, earlier we were talking about rules, and, people sit there and get in touch with me and say, Sasha, these rules are ridiculous. And then you get the 2-wheel brigade against the 4-wheel brigade. And there's always this great banter, and some of it is justified, and some of it is just nonsense. But you get, I can't believe they're not racing because, somebody went off and look how long it's taking, etc., etc. Safety is the most important. We're watching this again. It just looks as though that engine's unfortunately had its day. The problem is going up the whole hill, spewing bits of oil. We can't see from these pictures, but there's definitely stuff that is landing up on the circuit. But going back, you get the 2- and 4-wheel brigade, and they go, I can't believe it. They're not racing in these conditions, or they're not doing this and whatever. And you go, no, guys, just stop there. Safety is paramount, because we become desensitized. We all sit there and watch the stuff, and we go, man, that's just so... We're looking at it as a form of reality TV. It is not reality TV. It is the most dangerous sport in the world, whether it's on 2 wheels or 4 wheels, whether it's going up on a hill on your road, or whether it's going around a circuit with a whole bunch of other cars. Any mistake can lead to serious implications. And don't ever forget that when you get delays, be respectful and mindful that there is a lot that is needed in order to make sure that the safing is fair and safe for everybody.
Something has gone wrong somewhere, because I think that they sent the cars down from the top already, and the marshals are saying, no, we're not letting you drive with the oil all the way down to the other side as well. You've got to stop and turn it around, guys and girls. You've got to go back the other way. Just for interest's sake, as we take a look at that, have you ever thought that you'd see a traffic jam in Knysna? But there's one. On the right-hand side of your camera shot that you see there is that is where I think one of the last transponders is situated for watching the cars go by, and there's 1 or 2 more further up the hill. But guests from overseas anywhere, make a plan to come to Knysna. And South Africa in general, but Knysna should be on your list because it is a stunning part of the world. Now, the town itself is built on the northern shore of a large warm water estuary, which is what you see over there. That's the Knysna Lagoon, and that's fed by the Knysna River. And then the estuary opens to the ocean after passing between two large headlands, and they're known as the heads. That would be just out of our shot on the left-hand side, probably in line with that Suzuki banner that you see almost in the middle of your picture. And it's become famous due to the loss of many boats and fishermen that have perished there over all the years. But a beautiful, beautiful part of the world. Excuse me. There's almost no sport that you can't find here. But some of the most spectacular stuff, did some of this with my family last year. Yeah. They have a zip line about 5 or 6 k's out of Knysna, out of the town itself. The first one is 300 meters over the gorge. The next zip line back is 400 meters. And the last one is 500 meters. And it is 150 meters down. You've got to have some big ones to put it to go up there. My little 6-year-old said, "Yeah, Dad, I'd like to go." So you're on your own. Okay, cheers. Have a good ride.
Have fun.
But that's what you
amazing.
get here. Treetop sailing. Just the most stunning stuff that you can do in and around this town that people don't often know about.
100%. I mean, you got the Tsitsikamma forest.
Oh,
it's just
again,
so special.
So just up the road, you mentioned the Tsitsikamma forest. You can go for walks there, and the guides take you virtually right up to wild elephants. Virtually, you can't stroke them, but it's as close as that.
Wonderful.
Just spectacular. And for overseas viewers, it's one place that you need to put on your list if you come to South Africa, because it takes your breath away.
It is very, very special. And also, the family that used to own the right-hand head, the Smith family.
Yes.
We all know in South Africa, well, many of us would know, William Smith, who was the maths professor on our televisions for all of the years. But his father was the man who discovered the coelacanth.
Yeah. So J.L.B. Smith is
that
his
him?
name. Yeah. Now
Okay.
here, now if you knew that, I was actually going to try and put you on the spot with this question.
It's the only thing I ever learnt at school.
So the question was going to be, what is an ichthyologist? That's
the
what he was.
coelacanth.
No, he was an ichthyologist is a person who studies the biology of fish.
Okay.
An ichthyologist. Okay, it sounds like someone has a serious itch problem.
Something, yes.
But that was
something you need a prescription for.
Yeah, exactly. and 1 or 2 sets of cream. Nonetheless, an ichthyologist he was, and like you say, discovered the koala. But he did some incredible work here for many, many years. And that part of the world, they tell me now that you take a boat over there.
Yes.
And they ride you up with the 4x4, and then you take a walk on that part of the heads. And the walk apparently is absolutely spectacular. The views are out of the world. You know, it really is.
And also the wonderful thing at night, the left-hand head is where it's developed, and you've got homes, etc. But the right hand is a protected nature reserve, and it's just like pitch black. There's like one house or something. It really is a beautiful, beautiful. And some of the golf courses, you've got Simola over here, you've got Pazula.
Well, and then just up the road, if you saddle up the car, look, it's a beautiful drive on top of it all. But then if you make your way back to George, there's Fan Court and the 2 golf courses there. And then, of course, the Gary Player layout, the links where they had the President's Cup in 2001.
Correct.
Now, for a golfer, this is heaven. You could play 6, 7, 8, 9 championship rounds here back to back and never be bored.
The one thing, though, if you're driving from George to Knysna or from Knysna to George, is you don't particularly want a very fast car.
Nah.
And the reason is there's a speed camera in about every 50 meters.
Every time you blink, there's one. In fact, you should actually go by horseback because it's far easier because you're not going to get a ticket, okay?
Something like that. But it is a spectacular drive. And we're very privileged to be here.
Yeah.
We have finished, can you believe it, the 3 practice rounds for our Classic Car Friday. And at the moment, even just looking at the times, but looking at some of the incidents, we've had one incident, which was a nasty incident. One of the cars went off. But in terms of the single-seaters, I'm a little bit concerned that, the likes of Andre Bezuidenhout, Robert Walk, we haven't seen go out at all.
At all.
got a couple of issues, and this might open up the door for H6, H7, and H8 cars to maybe get into that shootout.
Yeah, very interesting. And it is, if I think back on my 4 years of commentary here so far, often the single-seaters have given more drama in general, especially off the line, funnily enough. It's interesting because they've got to get them so ready to rev from the word go with those big banger engines that often they push them so hard, even before they go off the line, that they, like, as we saw with that blown engine. So, yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, and also, they've got very, very light clutches, light flywheels, and which are made to just go, and then from there, crash boxes, etc. So the longer they sit there on the line, the more you try and rev them, those clutches can go. So they're difficult. They're race cars. So quite. Well, I won't say. Yeah, I'd say worrying. A little bit worrying, the likes of Andre Bezuidenhout, with a car that should really, really be top today. But hopefully they're working on it now. I'm sure that Colin's been walking around the pits checking everything out there as well. But H8, H6, H5, I think we're done with the H1s for today. Those are the pre-war cars. It was just wonderful to see them going up the hill.
That was my question for you now, because you lined that up so beautifully for me. So with the single-seaters, and I know that these are not state-of-the-art. We're not talking Formula One or whatever the case may be. They are a step down from that. But at the very same time, one of the drivers of the pre-war cars said the nice thing about these are they simple. If something breaks, you can sort it out within a few minutes because it's really basic. With these ones, and particularly the single-seaters, you need a doctor's degree to sort out some of this stuff.
No, 100%. Even though these cars are, 70s, 80s, the technology that was being developed over there, the questioned lightness, the smallness of the engine, the compact nature of these engines, the gearboxes, the clutches. Something goes wrong. It's not as though you can just go down to Midas and say, hello, I need, a flywheel for my Lola 1976. Sorry, sir, not in stock today.
Not today.
We'll get it in about 6 months when they remanufacture it for you.
When they've engineered it for you.
Yeah, but the wonderful thing is the attention to detail of all of these cars so far. And unfortunately, the nature of racing. It's the same as you go running. You got a brand new pair of trainers on, and as you take off in your comrades, all of a sudden the heel comes off. Yeah. It just happens. So there must be furious activity in the pits now for those cars that seem to have slight little gremlins. Everyone will be trying to get them right for the qualifying runs. And this is when the serious stuff starts.
Where the rubber hits the road, so to speak. So let's just go through the rest of Classic Car Friday for you quickly. So we've had our 3 practice runs. Most of the cars have been out there. 1 or 2 of them have not even made an appearance. Robbie Volk, for instance, for starters. And then the next 3 would be qualifying runs where you then want to set the fastest times. Top 3 then from each one of those runs in the categories go through to the class finals. And then the top 10 go into that shootout for the King of the Hill, and there is then no class distinction. So it's gloves off, everyone for himself.
Yeah, that's what it's about. I mean, if you've got a 100 horsepower, a Datsun up against a single seater 400 horsepower, and you make it into that top 10,
bring it.
You just sit there and say kudos to you. It just shows you've really, really done a fantastic job.
I'm quite interested to hear if Colin will give us a wrap-up just before we take a little bit of a break and we set ourselves up for the qualifying runs. Is Colin available to chat to us? Let's hear from our production crew. Colin Heisty, are you there? Okay. Colin is closed off at the moment. In the meantime, we'll wait for him just to power it up. Right, Colin is ready now. I love how quickly he works. Colin, talk to us from the pits, my boy. What's the latest?
Arnie, there's a whole lot of nothing happening at the moment because we're waiting. And the cool part about waiting is that the anticipation. So let's just, after the practice runs, I've got the latest and greatest, the results over here. The top 10 shootout is for the 10 fastest Oaks who are out there today. And it's quite interesting because if you look at around about the 51, 52 second mark, you've got Quibus Brits in 8th. Go 2 seconds further down and you get to Paige Lindenberg and Trevor Tuck in 16th position. So there's 7 or 8 cars all the way around there who caused trouble. So, hold on, what did you do, Josh Doty?
The car grounded and the water pipe clamp got ground off.
But you managed to find third gear off the line. Congratulations.
I think, yeah, I did at last.
Magnificent.
All I got to do is do it in official practice.
So you've got to put some water in it, better inside the engine than outside the engine.
And we're good to go.
Awesome.
It wasn't oil.
Yeah. Thank God for that. Right, well done, Josh Jovi. It was only water. We're going to have some spectacular stuff that comes down here that goes... Oh, and Arnie...
Yes, Colin.
We
I'm
did get
to you.
Robbie Walk out. We missed him mostly in the Schecter Lola. That's the actual chassis, I have it confirmed. They had a clutch problem. So they had to go into the Motor Spares shop here and get a Fiat Uno clutch, master cylinder, to take the guts out of it, to put into Jody Schecter's Formula Ford so that Robbie could go up. And he ended up, I think it was in 6th or 7th position. He was 6th on a 52nd. So still at the moment, Ian is ahead of Roy Campos. Then Josh Dovey 3rd, Johan de Bruin. So it's actually looking quite interesting. The Bezuidenhout car, let's have a look here, is sadly out. We saw that he got the Corvette, drove into the back of him coming down the hill after everything, and it's twisted the back of the chassis, so it's skewed, and it got broken. And the wing also got broken, and this is a piece that came from period time and all the rest of it. So that's not so lacquer.
So we want to know from you, Cole, do you think that actually qualifies as a racing incident?
No, because the racing was over. It was a coming down the hill. I'm not looking where I'm going. Oops, sorry, bang incident. And I'm sorry to put it so harshly. But that's kind of what happened. You have to be vigilant and alert, because if you aren't alert, then things will get to you. And
Colin,
yes.
do you think Richard Evans is aware that Mr. Bezuidenhout is one of the most profound and revered advocates in South Africa,
who specializes in medical cases? I'm led to believe. I'm told. My sources tell me that Andre has a pain in his neck, and that he's actually gone to a medical facility close by. Really? And they will investigate his shoulder and neck. I'm sure it is... he seemed to be okay. I've spoken to him twice after he got out of the car, so we don't know what his true condition is. But he's just gone for a checkup, they tell me. And we hope that he'll be good and strong to fight for the overall in the King of the Hill on Saturday and Sunday. So, Robbie,
Carl, before you move on, I'm really very interested to talk with you about, you mentioned Paige Lindenberg there in the 10th place. That, with that big piece of machinery, is a remarkable showing, and we haven't even got to qualifying yet.
Ani, you know, I think it is quite remarkable because, A, she's not a giant. She's an anti-giant in that she's shortish, and the car is ginormous. But I think we can get there and see under the bonnet of this car, which is, it's a large bonnet, because this thing, you could actually land a helicopter on the boot and a small jet on the bonnet. It is so big. It is a ginormous piece of car. But underneath there's some of Ford's finest horsepowers. Many thousands of cc's or hundreds of cubic inches, they tell us. So here we go. Here's Paige Lindenberg's boat. And there's massive. 4 IDA Weebers. These are just works of art. And the fuel lines, the reason you have to have such big fuel lines is because it sucks so much fuel, because it sucks so much air. And there's many bangs per second that are happening here to make all the horsepowers to make this thing go. So it's large, it's heavy, and that's made up for by tons of grunt under the bonnet. So it's that is why it's so quick. The other really good performance right behind her was Johan de Bruin in the Odacure car.
2nd overall at this stage, Cole?
Yeah, and it's kind of mixed up a little bit because we're missing Franco Scribanti in the Chevron, and we're missing Peter Jenkins in the Chevron because rules. And because officials and at racing, just like any other sport, there's officials that need to official. Because if an official isn't officialing, then they're kind of not doing their job. And here we go. She can drive a stroller. She can drive a boat. No, come. Is it yours?
It's my nephew.
So you can drive a stroller, you can drive a boat. Which one's more fun?
The boat.
How many horsepower is under the bonnet there?
Oh, I don't know. Dad, how much horsepower is the feeling? 460.
I'm disappointed. Peter, hold on a minute. That should be at least 600 of Windsor's finest horsepowers.
It only needs 470 because the driver's so good.
Classic answer,
Oh,
Peter.
Brilliant. Very good. You're quite sharp in your old age, eh?
Yeah, not so much of the old, a bit of the age.
Peter, how old are you now?
66.
You're still young, but you've retired from active competition.
Yeah.
Why?
It was enough, Colin, to be honest. 43 years, and, you know, I think that it's like, for me, it was my actual working career. I raced as a professional in boats, cars for a heck of a long time, and it was just enough. And
So basically you're saying you can only eat so many sweeties?
Yeah, that's it. And if you're diabetic, you got to call a limit.
Peter, we respect what you've done. We should call you Jesus Lazarus, because you came back from the dead. Peter Lindenberg, you've done a lot right. Let's go to the current driver page. The guys were saying it's quite remarkable the speed that you've got going in this thing, and from 8th position to I think you 15th. It's quite close.
Yeah, not bad at all. The car's doing well. We've already had 3 practice runs now. The first run I had a fun slapper in the back. But yeah, it's improving every time. It was really slippery this morning. The mist and ice has been crazy, so it's been quite moist on the track. Tires are obviously cold, and it's not a light car, as you know. So just stop it and turn it. The weight distribution is massive. So if you don't have, the handling right on the car, it can be a handful. But yeah, hopefully we'll come down even more. We've done 54s now. We've only done 3 runs, so hopefully we'll come down a bit more and have some fun with the boys.
What time are you looking for? What would make you really happy?
Sure, if I can drop to 52s, 53s, I'll be really happy. I think the best we've done here is 55s, so we're already better than what we were last year. So we'll see what we can do without pushing it too far over the limit.
Good luck. Eh?
Thank you so much.
Right, so there's the Windsors. We were talking about Old Dog, Peter K. Eddy, and some of the careers that he launched. One of the other careers that got launched many years ago was Jeff Goddard. Jeff, come and stand next to Old Dog's car here.
Yes, Peter's car.
Was it the World Hot Rod Champion, or was it the Luton Hot Rod Championships that you won?
No, so my background, definitely a real grassroots start for me. Oval track, built my own car. Right in the beginning, I did everything with a hand drilled the car, bolted it together, and then took it to a blacksmith to get it welded. So right from the beginning, I've been definitely working on my own cars. Thereafter, over the course of 5 or 6 years, I came to the top level of oval racing in UK. I managed to win the English Championship, 1969, and then the 2 World Championships, 71 and 72. That allowed me to come to South Africa, and I raced typically at Mahem and Petersburg at the time.
Mahem's a wonderful place, centre of the world motorsport.
I raced there 72, 73, 74, those years, both in my super stock, which was my world championship car, but I also drove the hot rods the other direction, as everybody knows. It's such a great thing for me to see how they've revived Mayhem. So, and I think my best lap time was 15 seconds.
Pretty quick for an old man.
Oh, then I was 27 years old. And
I'm
older than that now, yes.
And let's talk about Peter K. Eddy and the careers that he started. And, you mentioned that he's had 50 drivers through his hands. And what a remarkable team that he started. And and has built in the drivers that he supported. Magnificent man.
Yeah, so I have to say, without Peter's initial support for me personally, I had an opportunity to, working at BMW in the development area, there was a 323 that had no commercial value, but it represented what we were marketing at the time, and I got permission from the hierarchy to run the car in Group N. And then I looked at the in that year it was a 6 hour in Cape Town, 86, yeah. And I thought, now I've got the car, I know I can do it. I had the backing from Firestone Tyres, but I need a good guy to run with me, and I need some budget and proper management. And then I phoned Peter one morning, and he said, okay, myself and Robbie Smith are coming to your house this evening. They came over, we had a few beers and a chat, and Pete said, okay, tell me what you want. We're coming, we're going to do it. And then
you and Robbie ran that car.
And then we ran and we won.
Yeah, I tell you, the Sheldon van der Linde, Kelvin van der Linde, the Richard Rutz, Stevie Wyndham. These are all guys that have come through the old dog team.
Indeed, yeah. And when I stopped driving, when I would stop driving in the dealer team, Pete said to me, you're actually not driving, you're going to do another season with me, which we did with Firestone, a deal with Firestone in the Fleetwood 8 in those days. Yeah. Had a lot
Bruce Harry apparently helping with the development of tyres out of the Brits plant.
He was indeed, yes. So he was the real chemist. He understood what you need to do to a tyre to get that little advantage.
I think it was Donnie Blackie Swartz in the production department, who's also a little bit of rocket scientist there.
Yeah, they always talked about carbon black and a little bit of powder this way, a little powder that way, and there was another half a second.
Yeah, qualifying tyre formula from Formula One days back in the day. Jeff Goddard, now you're involved as on the technical side and at Simola Hillclimb, because you've retired here to the wonderful Western Cape.
Yeah. So I've retired down here in 2006, and Ian Shrewsbury, the manager of the Speed Festival, he saw me one day at the yacht club, and he said, "Oh, I see you're permanent here. Why don't you join us at the Hillclimb?" So I had a look at it the first year. Yeah, I've been involved with every event since its inception. It was a chance for me to give back to motorsport, but I'm giving back a tremendous lot of effort and all the stuff in the background, and then the communication with the competitors. Long before the event, I have long chats with guys about what their car could be, what they need to come with to comply. So it's an ongoing process. I'm already busy with the regulations for 2023.
We've got to interrupt you, because much as we'd like to carry on talking, qualifying has started, the first runs. Okay. The cars are going up your hill. Jeff, we thank you for all your involvement. We thank you for the entertainment that you've given us in racing. And because you're quite a nice guy. Thank you.
Well, I thank you for all that. Thank you for the lovely compliments, and keep up the passion.
And on that, shall we call it the box, the hot box? Passionate people. That is Arnie and Sasha. Talk the cars up the hill. Cheers.
Thanks, Scott. And Mr. Goddard certainly is a legend as well. And it's so nice to see that he's flying back again.
Yeah, just wonderful, wonderful man. I had a nice chat with him yesterday as well. This is Quali 1. We do have all of the cars. H1, Stuart Blackbeard in the Bentley. He's on his way up. It is the Bentley Derby. It's a 2-litre 6-cylinder 1935. These are pre-war cars, and well, now it's these cars were handicapped a little bit earlier. We don't anticipate any of these cars, let's be honest, to make it into the top 24, but it's just wonderful to see them go up this hill one more time.
Yeah, and that's not really the point for them. I think it's the competition in their class. That's the first thing. And then the second thing, the thrill of taking one of these absolute real classics up the hill and just having a fine time in them.
100, yeah, I mean, that echoing that sentiment. We've got car number 65, Lucy Runnels in the Austin 7, 750cc. I can't wait to see Margaret White. I wonder if she's going to take the advice from Colin to put her father's scarf maybe around her neck. We'll see what she does.
Have it flapping in the wind like a World War I pilot.
Yeah, these are the H1 cars. The cars I think to watch here are Patrick Geary in the Riley and Brian Esterhazen in the Alfa Romeo, most probably one of the MGs, to see who works out in the top three of this category.
So there we go. You've got your first qualifying times, and now they're under the 1:30 mark, so under 90 seconds, and that I think is the fastest we've had so far for both those drivers so far today, which means that we're going in the right direction.
Yeah, it is wonderful. The track is definitely rubbering itself in. The temperatures are much higher in terms of the track surface. Tyres are pretty well run in, so you're getting a lot more grip. And also, of course, the confidence of each of the drivers, Arnie, after their practice runs, getting through there and saying, well, you know what, this is my chance now. I'm going to give it the full beans.
And don't forget, Clerk of the course, Sparky, came and spoke with us earlier and said now, round about now, is the best time to be out there on the road. So around about 12 o'clock, 12 to 1, when it's the hottest part of the day and when you can probably expect the most out of your vehicle and out of the conditions at the very same time.
So at the moment, a 1:28.9 is the quickest. Hannes Pickard is the fastest of this qualifying group. We've got 3 sets of qualifying, and from there, of course, then we get the top 24 cars and eventually the top 10 shootout later on this afternoon.
So these are all pre-war cars, and that's pre-First World War, mind you. And the oldest one of the whole lot dates all the way back to 1926, which is absolutely remarkable. It's fantastic to see. And that is, in fact, Lucy Runnels' Austin 7. That was manufactured in 1926.
Incredible.
Have you ever?
Incredible. I heard something behind me that didn't sound like a pre-war car. It sounded like something pretty fast. You can see a little bit of smoke coming out of the Riley from Patrick Gearing. He should come into our shot. It's the blue car. Yeah, there we go. But he was very quick. I think he did a 1:12 early on. Look at that.
Hello.
Man, he's giving it the full beans. It's wonderful to see. All right, nobody beaten the 1:28 so far as I can see on my screens, but everybody just having a tremendous amount of fun.
Still remains. Oh, that is lovely to see.
Oh, look at Patrick Gearing, a 1:07.
Wow.
That is 5 seconds faster than what he did in his last qualifying run.
So that must be faster than his handicap. Sure.
It's got to be. It's got to be. So let's see what the Alfa Romeo can do. But that is an outstanding lap from Patrick Gearing.
That really is absolutely outstanding. So 1 minute and 7.5 seconds, almost exactly on the noggin. Very impressive indeed.
Yeah, wonderful to see qualifying one from these 3 qualifyings. We get the top 24. It'll be the top 3 of each of the categories that go into that top 24 shootout. So these cars can well go into that top 24 shootout. I think H6, H7 and H8 are going to be incredibly competitive as they come out a little later.
I would agree. So H8 is pre-1977. That would be the single-seaters, the sports and the GT cars. And just to run through these for you again, the categories H1 and H2, pre-war H1 and pre-1965 H2, pre-85 H3, H4 is pre-70 Racing Saloon 4 cylinders, and H6 is pre-90 Racing Saloon 4 cylinders and 6 cylinders.
Yeah, there we go. Patrick Gearing, a good 8 seconds faster than the Alfa Romeo in that Riley. So Patrick, definitely the man to catch in the H1 category.
Yeah, he's really done well here, and a very dominant first qualifying round.
Unbelievable from the H1s. Jero Laleka. Laleka, we got it. He's out there at the moment. That's in that Ford. The Ford should be pretty quick. There it is, the bottom of your screen with number 44 on the front, although it's got a different number on the side. So forgive me if I sometimes get the numbers wrong, because it's their fault.
So just to let you know, some of these cars, obviously that was probably the original number that was on it in the old days, and they've kept it like that, and I think that's got charm of all of its own. But the race number is on the doors, or right on, if there are no doors, which some of these don't have, it's smack bang right in the middle of the bonnet.
Yeah, there we go. Wrapping up H1, we've got all of the cars. So out of this, okay, Roger Lewis with a 111 in the MG. So he seems to be second fastest. Patrick Gearing first or quickest. And Brian Esterhazen third at the moment. The one thing I do have to ask, here we go. There's the D-type going out. That is the H2 category. The one thing, Arnold, that I'm not... Do they take the combined times from each of the qualifying sessions? Do you know? No. So there's just going to be 3 qualifying sessions.
Yeah, and the fastest, whoever's fastest out of the 3, then that's it.
No. Okay, so Q1 could be H1 and H2 and H3, and then, okay, there we go. Totally. So it's not going to, they're not going to do 3 runs.
No.
They're just going to do 1 run.
No, they do the 3 qualifying runs, but you're trying to get as fast, and the fastest one out of the whole lot
out of the whole lot.
through.
Okay, so there's nothing combined.
No.
All right,
No.
thank you for clarifying that with me.
No, it's that I think is part of the beauty of it. It's a once-off.
Once-off.
So
Go
if you
for
get
it.
the fastest one in qual 3 and you knock out 2 other people, oh, great, well done. We're proud of you.
There we go. Brian Bruce, he's in category H2. He's the fastest so far in the Jaguar D-Type of 103. At present, we've got that Ford GT going up the hill right now. Peter McPherson in that. He was very quick earlier on. I think he broke into the 57s a little earlier in qualifying. But now's where it counts. You might go slower, but it doesn't matter. It's a question of just getting into that top 3.
Got to make your presence felt here, and to be a class winner, you've got to get into the top 3. There's no other way to do it, and it is everything on the line here now for the next few runs. So qualifying has now started, and must say, McPherson, very aggressive, good lines, but under control, very controlled.
Very much so. And also the thing about this is you might even take this as like a practice run, because you've got 3 chances. You do have 3 chances, so you don't want to bin it. That's the one thing you don't want to do, is bin it.
Absolutely. And you one more look-see here is not going to hurt, because you've got 2 more flings at it, and you've got to try and save something, I figure, for the last run.
There we go. The Porsche 550, very, very wide, but pushing it to the limit. McPherson into the 57s, so 56s. So looking very, very strong. The Mini's going to go out now in tandem. Just beautiful to see these small little cars around this track, and they're just so nimble. Car number 49. Is it Peter Engel?
Yep, it is. He's
Barry
gone
Engel,
55.
And that's the Porsche 550. That is wonderful.
Andrea Krah in car number 47 is out now. That's the top of your screen, and right behind her, Hedley Whitehead in another one of the Austin Cooper S's. And this is a 1964 version, 1.2 litres, and it's a 4-cylinder BMC A-series motor. It can get it up to 7,000 revs per minute, and this is the car with a long diff, remember?
Ah, yes, it's got the long the 3.1 compared to the 3.4.
Yeah, the long
Yes, it's got a long diff. It's longer than the whole of the Mini. It is brilliant to see these cars going out. This is Quali 1 if you're just tuning in. Simola Hillclimb 2022 with myself, Sasha Martininga, and my very good friend Arnold Getz. We're having so much fun. Thanks for tuning in on our various platforms. We've got a full commitment of people here. It seems as though the load shedding, I think, is finished for today. It did create a bit of havoc with us a little earlier, but we fought against it.
There is Chris Champion, who went off. He's got that car sorted.
Wow.
Look at the dent, and there he goes. My, that is interesting. He had a big off, and there he is racing. Yeah, I've got to say, me too.
Well done. Well, fortunately, not a lot of damage besides a dent. The main thing is there's no structural damage to the chassis, and also just having the bravery to go out there again. And this he might just take as a bit of a practice run to make sure that the car's okay. But great to see him out there again.
You think he's fitted knobblies this time for the off-road?
I think he might just have a little bit of a lift. Speaking of the Krahls, here is that was the Krahls. Now we're getting the Jaguar. This is Alexander in the MK2. I would just like to drive that through the streets of Knysna.
Yeah, absolutely waving
at everybody. Yeah, everybody just gawking at it as well.
Alex Krah and that Jaguar Mark II. 4.2 litres. It's a 1965 model. My dad had one. I remember the rosewood in the front. It is spectacularly beautiful in the front. Spectacular.
It just reminds me of that movie With Nail and I, with the South African actor Richard E. Grant.
Yes.
Here is Jennifer Abbott in the 914-stroke 6.2 litre car that she has prepared herself, perhaps with a little bit of help from her dad.
Daughter of Mr. Abbott himself,
Porsche.
Mr. Porsche. Yeah.
Mr. Porsche.
That's exactly what I was going to say,
There
Mr.
we go.
Porsche himself.
Yeah, he's just remarkable, and his daughter just is so passionate as well, loves everything about these cars. She's been incredibly gifted in the sense of the passion of her father.
So Barry Ingle is still the man who holds top spot at this stage with that Porsche 550 Spider of his. It was one of the first 90 Porsche 550s built, and he has clocked a sub 56 here up the hill.
There we go. These are category H2 that we are running. This Jennifer Abbott, she's in H3 category. So we're going to see what their times are like. We are looking at the 3 qualifying runs. The top 3 from each of the categories go into this afternoon's class final.
The man behind the wheel here of car 42. This is such a beautifully turned out car as well. Clayton Kimber. This is the Cobra, the AC Cobra Ford engine. And oh man, that thing,
7 litres, 8-cylinder, and you could see actually just short geared to get over the line. Otherwise, you would a wheel spun over the transponder line. So I think actually getting more traction out of second gear than in first gear. So
which tells you something about that gearbox and the ratio.
There we go, and just tells you that car will spin on anything. Yeah. So definitely going for it as fast as possible. We're going to see some crazy times, I think, as the day progresses, as these qualifying sessions. That MG looks very, very slow. Going up the hill, we've got one of the Alpha Juniors going up there, car number 39.
That's Liam Watts. I beg your pardon, that's Ashley Board. Beg your pardon.
Ashley Board,
Alpha?
Yeah. Yeah, there we go. We got the Ford going up there. Oh, that's serious. Oh, the Gulf colours of that Escort.
That's Liam Watts.
There we go.
Listen to that thing. It's like a jet engine. 747 coming into land.
Amazing stuff. Clayton Kimber in the Cobra so far the fastest at 52. Woo! Times are tumbling.
Everyone looks like they're going faster now because it's that time. It's D-Day. It's Sikkertyd.
You got 3 runs, and if you don't make it there, it's put it on the train and go home.
Sayonara.
And thanks for playing.
See you next year.
Yeah, thanks for playing. Clayton Kimber fastest at the moment at 52.6.
Here's Gavin Rook again, who went fast in the last of the practice runs, and he says he'll return every year without doubt. He's only ever missed 2 Simola hill climbs in all the time. So this is a decade for him of racing here.
Wonderful to see. So 52.2, this is the H3 category that we are watching at the moment. That Escort just looks beautiful.
So pre-1985 cars, all of these in this category. in the H3s.
Yeah, I think this is Richard Hutton in the AC Cobra, the 6.2 litre 8-cylinder. It is a handful to control that car. Is it just me? He doesn't look... No, I think he's going for it. He's going for that. Porsche looks amazing in the bottom of our screen.
Did go a little slow there at first, but he looked like he was trying to line it up kind of thing.
Maybe, or maybe just getting his eye in. Yeah, he's not pushing it.
Nah. Something may have just gone off. Maybe there's an oil pressure problem or whatever the case may be, but it just doesn't look quite right.
He's not going right.
James Temple now with the Shelby Daytona Coupe. Oh, that thing is beautiful. It looks like at the back like a fighter plane design, doesn't it?
Beautiful presented car as well. That aluminium or fiberglass actual bonnet prepared by the Lindenbergs as well. So I mean, this thing's going to be very, very quick. Let's just see what Richard Hutton does. Well, he did a 59.9. But one would expect a lot more from that car. So I agree. A little bit of an issue with Richard Hutton's Cobra at the moment.
Hard to believe that Daytona was built in 1965. That doesn't look right at all. That looks like it was built in the 80s or the 90s. You know,
incredible. You know,
so
you look
far
at
ahead.
that Daytona. You look at the Ferrari 250 GTO. Yeah. Unbelievable. This, I just love. I've always loved the Cortina. There's a Cortina Piranha. It's a 6-cylinder, flat 6, but a 3.3 litre engine. How did they fit that into that bonnet? I have no idea.
That it's a Cortina on steroids.
Oh, James Temple, a 49.3.
Oh, there you go.
That is all of a sudden Rui Campos is going, what?
What? Yeah.
Yeah, that is going. That is a fabulous time from James Temple in the Shelby.
Justin Needham on the road now in his Shelby Cobra. 8.8 litres in this baby. Hey?
That's,
No, come now.
Pretty staunch. Yeah. All right, we're into H5s at the moment. So James Temple in the H5. Jonathan Needham and Justin Needham out there, both in the Fords. So cars number 35 and 34. So let's see what they get. Paige Liebenberg getting it sideways off the line. Wow, she's had fun in this Ford Fairlane. Just watch this car go up this hill.
So who's going to win this time, the car or Paige? Because she lost the first round, but she won the second and the third rounds. I'm not quite on knockout, but let's see what happens because this thing is just so ready to want to take over itself.
It is a beast to handle, but she just loves driving this car. So here's where there we go, a little leaning in, but she's okay.
She's got it on a string now. She looks like she's got it handling very, very nicely.
Watch out for this, Jonathan. Johan de Bruyn in the 911R 2.8 flat 6. This car's been rapid up this hill. What does he call it? Oros.
Yeah,
is it Oros?
Yeah,
it is Oros.
Right. This dates to 1968, but he's had this going the right way right from the word go. Because obviously he and the car have a very good understanding of each other right now.
53 seconds for Paige Liebenberg. That's what she wanted. She said if she can get to the 53s,
she'd be happy.
Wow, that is an astonishing time in that Ford Fairlane.
Kobus Brits goes off the line with his 1967 Porsche 911R, a tribute to the car that set the world record at Monza in 1967. What sort of a tribute can he pay today here in qualifying round number 1 on Classic Car Friday?
These cars are really going. Johan de Bruyn, a 49. That's who's sitting at the moment. And then we have in the 53s, Paige Liebenberg is right up there. There we go, in 4th position.
Peter K. Eddy off the line.
Yes, sir. There we go. It's only his second run of the day because they had a water pump issue a little bit earlier. So let's see what Peter K. can do in that beautiful 2002.
And the magician Graham Nathan, who prepared this car, went down somewhere, found a water pipe somehow cut it, put it on, and off we go. We're ready.
Listen, how funny was it a little bit earlier where I said you can't go to Midas and get something for your Lola, and he did.
Yeah. You never know, hey?
Yeah, just commentator's curse.
Yeah, you just never know. Let's see how Peter goes here. He looks like he's got that nicely under. Oh no, has he slowed down again? Or not? Am I right? Let's see.
No, he's going.
He's going.
Okay. He's going.
That shot from behind looked like he'd just taken his foot off a little.
Oh, it's so deceptive looking at these cameras. You know, you just really don't know what the guys are doing. I tell you, to go flat out in a car that is open you got to have some big kahunas.
No, I agree with you, especially here. And if you looked at that off from Chris Champion, he got bashed. He obviously went sideways left into a smallish tree, but it was sapling size. If he'd gone another 10 yards, trouble.
Yeah, trouble would have been in trouble. Here comes Rui Campos, the bottom of your screen. He's the guy. He must be looking at those times going a 49.2.
Look at the brain. He's got it down to 49.2.
Yo, there we go. The brain is right there. Sure, these times are unbelievable. The brain, Temple, and they're both in the same category. So I mean, H5 is just unbelievably competitive. H7 is Rui Campos, so we should expect him to be a little bit quicker. Enzo Kuhn in the Ferrari should be pretty interesting. He did a 53 last time, so let's see what he can do. Campos, I think, was in the 48s.
That's right. So Campos,
he's just done a 47.
There you go.
There we go. Campos has just done a 47.3. Let's see what Enzo Kuhn can do. Here's the Datsun, the 240Z.
That's Charles Ayrton, and that's the 240Z, as we were saying. That goes all the way back. Again, a car that was designed so long ahead of its time, 1972 for Pete's sake.
Incredible. I mean, that design is just...
it's 50 years old.
It's flawless. Flawless.
And you've got to say the Japanese got that right, and it's actually just maintained how stunning it was at the time, and it still is.
Yeah, very much. As I mentioned earlier, just so sought after. Car number 22, one of the Ford Capris. Great to see. Enzo Kuhn, 52.7. It's going to be very tight for him in Class H7. So he's a good 5 seconds off Rui Campos.
Cars galore everywhere in Classic Car Friday, and the Nissan, the Datsun goes across the line. One's so tempted to say Nissan these days because it did change its name, of course.
And it's dead again, I hate to tell you, but Datsun is gone.
Yeah.
This is golf that we haven't seen. Is this Grant Nathan? I think it is Grant
No, it's
Nathan.
Cobus Barnard.
Oh, is it Cobus Barnard?
That's car 19. I think that's the Volkswagen Golf 1. And listen to this. He says he's an engineer at VW Motorsport, and he's responsible for the building Polo Cup and Super Cup races. And he goes by the name of the Professor.
Oh, okay. Good for you. Rian Barnard does a 54.3 in his Ford. H7 is so tight. Charles Arton in the Datsun, the 240Z, is a 51.3. Enzo Kuhn, 52.7. So, woof.
Barnard says that they had this VW Golf, this one standing there at VW Motorsport in Uitenhage, and then he said to Micro, listen, can I drive it at Simola? He said, yeah, take it. So here we are.
Here we are. He's just done a 56.7. We've got Trevor Tuck out on circuit at the moment. The 131 is going out now as well. This is H6 category. So H7, not many cars, but it looks like, as far as I can tell, it's Rui Campos, Charles M. Arton, Enzo Kuhn, and then Rian Barnard, but there's very little between them. So those two following qualifying runs are going to be very, very tight.
Very tight. So Francis Cousins here in the Fiat 131, and this car dates back to 1980 as well, 100 kilowatts and top speed of 180 k's an hour. Let's see how close he gets to that. Remember that the record here is an average of 190. Ooh, got it a little bit out of shape there. That wasn't quite the right line. Let's see if he can correct that and pull some seconds back in the last part of the run up that almost 2,000 meters of the Simola Hill.
Yeah, here we go. It is H6.
Sideways.
Very sideways. Yeah, very much so. Michelle Hambley in the 944. And this is also, I think, going to be very competitive because we still got Mortimer and we've got Fischer in those two 924s to come through. Michelle should be right up there in the 944. We'll have to see. At the moment in H6, we've got Tuck, who's at 52 seconds. Francie Cousins didn't have a good run there, at 103. So something definitely went wrong.
Yeah. I thought so. I thought it did look like he tapped off a little. Maybe something not quite right, and maybe he didn't want to push it early on. Ian Kilburn on the line, waiting to go. Let's listen to him go. Got it stuck a little bit, and then off she goes. That will cost just a few fractions of a second, but a few fractions of a second is everything here.
Everything counts. around or going up this hill. But the times coming down, the confidence of the drivers, the preparation of the cars. Here we go. These two 924s are definitely two cars to watch out for. At the moment, I think in H6, Tuck is the quickest of all of them. But I expect something to come from these two 924, especially with the caliber of drivers that are here.
Whoa, Kilburn almost lost that there. Man, he was holding on for dear life there.
I grabbed onto the table over here.
Whoa. Yeah, again.
Very, very tight.
Tight. Oh,
He's
he is
pushing.
throwing everything at it. Kitchen sink, the door, the taps, the lot.
Fantastic to see.
Let's see where he slots in.
Yeah, Kilburn, a 54.1. He's, I tell you, 1.3 seconds behind Tuck. That is a brilliant time from Ian Kilburn.
Lovely run. This is Dan Zeely in the Ford Escort. This is a 100 kilowatt car. It's a Ford Meteor engine with 4 individual throttle bodies and stock injectors. How's that?
Yeah, we've got Mortimer's on the track. We've got Zeely on the track, all part of H6. Nothing between them. This is going to be one of the most competitive categories.
You called it earlier.
Yeah.
You said so.
Yeah, this is fantastic. Let's see what Mortimer can do. And then we've got Fischer to come in the other 944. This Ford, I think Escort might be just a little bit found wanting. There goes George Fischer.
One of South Africa's racing legends, and hasn't raced in 17 years. Hasn't been behind a racing car wheel in 17 years in anger. That is amazing.
Mortimer's just done a 1 minute. I was hoping for something a little bit faster. Let's see if Fischer could do anything more in the same or similar kind of car. Zeely and Fischer out on track at the moment, waiting for Daniel Zeely to come through in the Ford Escort.
It looks to me like he's tapped off as well.
It seems, yes. Yeah, he's not going. Yeah, I mean a 1 minute 9. No. Yeah, definitely something wrong.
This is Robert Flux in the Porsche 917, dating back to 1970. He calls the motor car Bobby. Come on, Bobby, go.
Go, Bobby. And this is category H8, which is pre-77 racing, sports and single saloons.
So we've come to the really big bangers now in H8, the pre-77s.
Yeah.
And the single-seaters and the sports cars, and then the GT cars.
Amazing. Jeff Mortimer and George Fischer split only by 0.6 of a second.
So the 924s are a little bit disappointing.
Yeah, I must say, I was hoping them to be a little bit quicker. There is Robert Walk. He's out there with his Fiat Uno
spare parts
in his Lola. You gotta love racing.
Yeah, I know. Tell that story in the bar tonight.
That's
okay?
going to be quite a story.
Come on, Sasha. They'll say you smoking something.
Yeah. But it's great to see Walker out there in the original Formula V car from Jody Scheckter. Whoa, gets pretty wide. Ian Schofield going out in that Benson and Hedges gold colour. Is that a Formula V?
That's a March.
Oh, March.
BDG. Yeah.
There we go.
Ian, of course, is Andrew's dad. He's out there giving it horns as well. This is a beautiful car. Love how compact and small this thing is. It looks like you can fit it in underneath a double bed, eh?
It's just wonderful.
If you're so inclined.
If you feel that way. Robert Walker, 48.77. There we go. He's beginning to find his rhythm. I mean, when Walker's on it, you know that he's going to be up there. Still not as quick as Campos, but I think there's still lots to come from Walker. Don't forget, only basically his first proper run.
Yeah. Schofield is throwing this thing around as well, and
42.
Whoa, hello.
Here we go.
So now the line has been drawn in the sand. Here's Josh Dovey in the Chevron V20 F3. This is that Formula Works F3 race car. Can he go better than that? Because that's rapid. 42.8. That is quick.
Very fast. Up this hill. When you sit and think, when we started this morning at just after 8 o'clock, the guys were doing 50, these cars were doing 50s, 52s. They found 10 seconds already.
Amazing.
Incredible.
And I think it also has a lot to do with setup. I do want to ask why those arrows are there. Is that just so that you know which is the front part of the car, is it?
One would assume.
Or was it the Arrows racing team in the old days?
Just this way forward.
Yeah.
This way forward.
This way up.
Yeah. Well, don't forget, wings on cars are upside down aeroplane wings.
Yeah.
Theoretically.
Yep.
maybe if you turn them around, you take off and go and see some things that are happening over the Neisner Heads.
Yeah, indeed.
51-6 for Clive Corder in the Lola, and Josh Dovey 49-4. But Ian Schofield, 42-8. That is where we are. Those are the quickest so far.
Between the qualifyings that are still up for you, still 2 rounds of qualifying to go here at the 12th edition of the Simola Hillclimb. We're going to show you some stats and things. Enjoy them if you're that way inclined, and we'll be back with qualifying 2 right after these.
Move smart with auto stop start in the new gen Suzuki Celerio.
My name is Ian Kilburn. I'm from a motorcycle background, and I've been racing, historic racing throughout the country for the last 4 years. And we just here to the Hillclimb to test our Datsun and the modifications we've done to it. It's 100% compliant to 1972 specifications, and we're just here to see if we can compete against some bigger, faster cars. I'm racing a 1972 Datsun GS Coupe. They initially were 1200cc cars. We've made it a little bit faster to compete in the Hillclimb against quite a couple of Porsches and 1 or 2 very fast Alphas. The competition is going to be, like I said previously, there's a couple of 944 Porsches. I think we've got 5 or 6 Porsches in this class. There's one of the turbocharged, but I think there's a little Alpha from Cape Town somewhere that's coming up. That is really the guy that I'd like to actually try and have a competitive time with him.
Cousins. I'm one of the co-founders of this event, and I'm now out of the event. I've sold my share to my partners, and so now I can race and have a great time at the event. A fantastic event we started in 2009 to basically bring people to Neisner and to raise money for charities, our local charities, and bring motorsport to a wider audience in the country, which I think has been achieved. And so what I do now is I race this Fiat, 1980 Fiat, in Classic Day, and the other thing we do is we raise money for local charities, and ours is Sedgefield Hospice. So I manage the Hillclimb ladies team, and there's their logo and everything, and there's our sponsors that we know have been around for a long time in the event. And yeah, so please have a look at our page, Naza Sedgefield Hospice, Hillclimb ladies team, and please donate. We really need to get in some donations for a very good cause. Okay, our Trevor Tuck is the main competition. He's driving an Alpha, very, very quick.
Move smart with dual jet engine tech in the new gen Suzuki Celerio.
Power transfer is complete. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 15 seconds. Ignition sequence start. 5, 4,
Copy that.
3, 2, 1.
Move smart with ABS, EBD, dual airbags, and ESP in the new gen Suzuki Celerio.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Abbott, and I'll be taking this Porsche 914 up the Hillclimb this year. So this Porsche was actually built by my father a few years ago. Him and my uncle, they built this car to go racing, and they wanted it to look like the exact replica of the 914 that they raced in the classics overseas in Europe years ago. And then throughout the years we've been racing here, and when I first started racing I did endurance racing with my father, and it was so nice to do it as a family and to do racing with my father, and that's how I actually got into racing. I probably started when I was 18, 19, and my dad just said, just come race with me in endurance one time, and I just did one race and then I just kept doing more and more. I enjoyed it so much. It's just such a nice event. It's obviously the only hill climb we have here in South Africa, and it's one of the biggest motorsport events that we have. It brings so many people, so many spectators, so many different cars. The best thing is just being in the pits, seeing all the cars, hearing all them all start up, and just talking to everyone and just seeing what crazy things people bring out of the woodwork and bring to this event. Because you don't always bring normal cars here. People bring their strange, wonderful inventions that they've made, and it's just so awesome to see. Yeah, it's not just the normal race, it's the ultimate motorsport event. Just get up the hill as fast as I can, hopefully beat my time from last year.
Engine efficiency in the new gen Suzuki Celerio.
Power transfer is complete. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 15 seconds. Ignition sequence start. 5, 4,
Copy that.
3, 2, 1.
Move smart with Apple CarPlay and Android Auto in the new gen Suzuki Celerio. Move smart with class-leading tech and fuel efficiency in the new gen Suzuki Celerio.
War cars that are out there at the moment, and I tell you, it's now getting at the fighting end here. We've got Patrick has done a 108. It's actually a lot slower than he went in his previous run, but he's still the quickest. But there's nothing between Stuart Blackbeard in the Bentley and Hannes Pickard in the Aston Martin. When I say nothing, I'm talking a tenth of a second, and we're looking for the top 3 out of each of the categories that'll go into the top 24. run, which will be the class final later this afternoon.
And you may look as if it trundles, these cars trundle up here, but they are the fastest in their category. You've got to see it in that context. This is not slow. This is as quick as they can possibly go. I'd be very interested to know what their top speeds would be up the hill here. So if you're going, what's our fastest time there with Stu Blackbeard at the moment?
Stuart did a 1:26, but we've got Patrick is doing a 1 minute 8.
Okay, so let's go 1 minute 8. You're probably averaging round about 120 k's an hour up the hill.
Could well be in cars that are from 1926 to 1937.
Do me a favour, really.
Yeah,
remarkable.
So if you're joining us, welcome to our live stream, live from Simola, the 2022 Simola Hillclimb. We've got our full production team. We've got Peter, who's our director. He's got about, he's only got 2 ears, but he's got about 7 ear plugs in them, because he's listening to everybody up and down the pits, and of course us as well, and the rest of our race day team that are looking after you.
13 cameras out there on the cameras. It's remarkable.
And if you go back 4 or 5 years ago, I think the first live stream, I think there were 2 cameras. Okay? I mean, how it's progressed. And don't forget, we had 2 years of COVID.
Yeah. On top of it all.
On top of it all.
So again, we've said it several times. We'll continue to say it, because we are so grateful, not just obviously to be here and be broadcasting, but there's crowds. They've allowed people in, and it's half of the capacity, which is fantastic. And again, the invite stands. If you're in the area and you are a motorsport enthusiast, or you know people who are not watching us and don't know that it's on the go, get them to come and watch, because look, it's lovely. If you're somewhere in, let's argue, Chicago, and you're watching this live right now, then lovely, well done, we're pleased. But there is nothing like being here and smelling it and hearing it and taking it in and looking at the banter and the camaraderie and the soul and the spirit.
That's exactly it. And you know, even if you're not a petrol head, just to come and look at some of the art, the beauty of these cars from the 20s all the way to modern cars, which of course we'll have more of them tomorrow. But today's Classic Car Friday. But I mean, some of the most iconic cars that have ever been designed, some of the most important cars in the world of motoring as well, that are out on our hill climb as well. So yeah, it's just very, very special.
Sashi, you talk like that. I was 7 when my dad took me to the South African Grand Prix, and I saw Denny Hume racing in a McLaren. And I fell in love with the sport right there and then. That was me, done. Dave Charlton raced, John Love, John Surtees, but I fell in love, and that was me, done. I had this ever ongoing love affair with cars and with racing.
Yeah, it is one of those that, and I was the same. I was also roughly the same age, and you know, I went and watched Jody Scheckter, and I watched Gilles Villeneuve.
Oh yeah,
you know, and that was, you know, Villeneuve made me, with the greatest respect to Jody, and Jody went on to win the world championship, but Villeneuve, there was just something about him.
But he had that French flair, didn't he?
Yeah, but the way he just swung a car around and the way he controlled it. And exactly, since that age, I've just been fascinated by it, and love every nuance about motor racing.
And I think that's the point that what I'm trying to say is, if you've got a youngster, bring them. You don't know whether they fall in love with the sport or not. That's not the point. I think one needs to expose young kids to this, because who knows which doors it opens and which it doesn't open. You could influence them. I must say that for me was one of the reasons that I ended up being a commentator and a sports presenter. I wanted to be involved. I wanted to be a part of it.
Yeah, well, exactly the same. I mean, Arnold, honestly, it's like this bizarre sort of parallel. The same thing. I knew that I could never ever race to that competitive kind of level for whatever reasons. But the rest of it, I just knew that I wanted to present something to do with Formula One racing, and I was very, very blessed to do that, and still do it, yes, online, and much prefer doing it online than being restricted a little bit by what, as we know, television. But you know, this is great. We're in qualifying 2, just to let you know, whatever times that the competitors post in Q1 Q2 or Q3, those fastest times will take them into the top 3. Ooh, that Ford GT got a very little bit of a back slapper. Those top 3 will make it from each of the categories H1 to H8, and then, of course, they will progress into this afternoon.
So Peter McPherson in the GT40 goes the fastest early on in qualifying 2 with that 55.6 of his. Here is the second of our Austin Coopers. This is Headley Whitehead, and he's off in that. Believe it or not, the top time speed 201 k's an hour for this little car. How?
How? Yeah, how? Maybe coming down the hill.
And I'm not speaking Red Indian. How? It's remarkable.
I think maybe coming down the hill. So we've got the 2 Austins going out there. Headley, we've got Andrea on track as well. McPherson with a 55.6. He's the quickest. We're into H2 category at present. You will see as we go, the cars will change, and then you go, oh, but how come that one's so much quicker than the other? Of course, they are all split into various categories: pre-77s, pre-65s, 4 cylinders, bigger than 4 cylinders. That's the car that went into the bushes a little bit earlier, Chris Champion. Great to see him back out there again in his MG. Little bit bashed on the left-hand side, but he's okay and the car's okay.
I love what they did. So they've got that big bash on the door where he obviously hit a sort of medium-sized tree, and that was that. But they have got gaffer tape all over that car. It's kept together with gaffer tape, some blue wire, and spit.
It's one of those things. If you can't fix it with duct tape, you don't have enough duct tape. You don't have enough duct tape. It's that simple. We have, unfortunately, if you are only tuning in, Andre Bezuidenhout, who more than likely would have been one of the favorites for today in Classic Car Friday, had a very unfortunate incident when they were coming down the hill. The Corvette of Richard Evans unfortunately drove into the back of his car and broke the wing and also bent some of the struts. So Bezuidenhout out, which is very unfortunate, and also just gone off for a couple of medical checks. So hopefully he's going to be okay, especially because he's participating tomorrow.
John Abbott's offspring, Jennifer Abbott, is in car number 43. That's the 914 Porsche, slightly upgraded from a 2-litre to a 2.2. Oh, the Jag got absolutely sideways there. And again, there's a considerable amount of weight to this car, because this is one of those old steel cars. Look at him. In on the left, weight over on the left front wheel, and then right-hand side and out again. Lovely lines as well there. 105.55.2. Man, that is a good ride.
It's a good ride. I tell you, Christopher Champion in that MG after he's off, that's a great time for him up there as well. So
what do they say? If you've fallen off, get on and ride immediately.
Get on immediately. Get on immediately. He's doing it with the Blom. That's for sure. Another one of the MGs there. We just saw the shot of Jennifer Abbott coming down at the bottom of your screen. A 59.5. She was doing 103s, 104s. That is brilliant.
She's got the squeeze on, that's for sure. Here at the bottom of your screen is race car 42. That's Clayton Kimber. And that's that Cobra with its 7 litres of grunt. Listen to it. 550 HPs going in the same direction.
Monster of a car. These cars are just amazing. That is a fabulous time from Jennifer Abbott. I can't say that enough. Also Christopher Champion as well. So H3 all of a sudden. You know, earlier on you're saying this category should be competitive. You know, Arnie, as they go, it's going to come down to a tenth of a second that's going to get you either into that top 24 or out of it.
Yeah. So it's still Peter McPherson who leads early on in qualifying 2, 55.653 in that beautiful 1964 GT40. And he is in the lead at the moment. That's bound to change because there are different category of cars, and in other words, different category of engine, and etc., etc., etc. Here's Gavin Rook in the Porsche 911. And,
what a time from Clayton Kimber. 52.4 in the AC Cobra, so he's right up there. Abbott now down to a 4th. So this H3 getting very, very close.
It's tight. So Rook again We said it earlier, but worth repeating, he's missed only 2 Simola hill climbs out of the dozen that have been presented now, and here he is again. He says best achievements for him, various podiums, 2 firsts and a second place in Class H3 on Classic Car Friday. Very proud of that achievement, and so he should be.
Now, Ashley Bowd in the Alfa Romeo Junior goes at 1:05. So he's going to have to find a huge amount of time if he wants to progress. Richard Hutton in the 7-litre Cobra. I mean, that is just crazy amount of, 6.2-litre Cobra.
Whoa, big one.
That is huge.
How did he control that through there?
How he caught that, that is, yeah.
Oi.
PGA clap for that.
Yeah,
they are pushing.
That heart is right past the Adam's apple. I promise you, that is scary. He did that exceptionally well. So 54.2, but that probably cost him 2 or 3 seconds.
Probably. So, Gavin is still looking comfortable, but we'll know his final run is going to have to really give it and not make that kind of mistake.
Can't let that happen twice. And unfortunately, what could have happened now, he could have put a few bits of pebble and some dust and dirt on there, make it difficult for the other cars, and not exactly what you want. But hey, this is racing. Here she is again, the pocket rocket in the big rocket.
Yeah, there we go. Driving her blocker flats. You could fit 2 minis in the boot.
Comfortably.
Paige Liebenberg in the Ford Fairlane. She's really gone quick and rapid. Her first run this morning, she nearly got it wrong, but she did catch it, but she's gone progressively quicker. There seems to be a little bit of a delay. Paige not getting off the line. Don't know why there were flags, but I'm sure they will give us an update in the next couple of seconds.
Could be because Rook perhaps spilled enough stuff on there that it needed a broom or 2.
Yeah, let's see. They are holding her at the moment. So, yeah, I think you spot on there, Arnie. So let's go through who's quickest at the moment. It looks like Clayton Kimber, the 52.4. That is category H3. Okay. Jennifer Abbott is category H6, and that I'm not sure she is. To be honest, I think she's H3. Yeah, I think it's just on our timing sheets that they've got.
They may have got that wrong.
They may have got that wrong, but she's definitely H3 as opposed to H6. A little bit of stalling at the moment, cleaning the track. Because also, as we mentioned earlier, you've got to make it fair for everybody. Somebody kicks up some sand, it is a huge disadvantage. To you coming up the hill.
And that is the whole point. I mean, we keep talking about it, and Colin spoke about it a little tongue-in-cheek earlier with the officials doing officialing. But the fact of the matter is that it's got to be, the bottom line to it all is it's got to be equitable for everyone. It's got to be, the conditions have got to be as fair as possible. So the conditions that, for instance, young Miss Lindenberg gets must be exactly the same as what someone a few seconds later gets. So just to go through the categories again for you, pre-war H1 and H2, pre-war 1965 is the one, and then pre-war, pre-First World War. Then H3 is pre-1985. The H4s, there's H4 and H5, that's before 1970, racing saloons, 4 and 6 cylinders, and then the H6 and 7, pre-1990, and lastly, the H8s, which we'll get to in a while, with the fastest times so far overall is pre-1977. That would be the single-seaters, which have been slightly disappointing, or the sports cars and the GTs.
Here is that Porsche. Look how wide he goes. Onto... That's the save of the day so far.
And I tell you what, I think what happened there, more than anything that did save him, is he didn't get on the brakes. Didn't get on the brakes.
You cannot, if you get onto the brakes there, you know what, you're just going to spin it all over. So it's a question of just hold on, and then if anything, as soon as you get the traction, put your foot down and get out of it. So that's the reason why we have a slight delay at the moment, cleaning up the track, brushing off the track. All of a sudden, a slight disadvantage for Paige Liebenberg, because even though you can't warm up your tires or keep them in warmers, she would have had a little bit of a burnout getting to the line.
Just pulling out of the pits.
Exactly. Just that little bit of heat, a little bit of circulation into the tire. Now all of a sudden she's been standing. It's going to stand for a bit. Yeah. But she did a fantastic run in Q1. So she might just sit there and say, Q1's looking great at the moment. Let's just get it up there, and then Q3
absolutely
really, really punch it.
Give it horns.
Yeah.
It also depends what you get like off the line. It's such an important part. And the other thing, of course, and one thing that we haven't spoken about yet, Sash, is that as the day wears on, more and more rubber on the line, more and more rubber, and it gives you that extra traction. So you got rubber on rubber, and it helps. It all helps
all the time. The more grip you have, the more fun you have. Also, talking to Rui Campos a little bit earlier, he was saying to me they've got a different clutch in this year compared to last year. He says he's getting off the line, and it's critical when you're going on a hill climb, because that 0.3 of a second, 0.4 of a second.
Massive.
That hurts you right at the start. And if you don't get your momentum going, all of a sudden you get to turn one, and it's another half a tenth.
But now you're chasing the game. You see, all of a sudden there's pushing pressure, and that makes you make mistakes. If you're chasing the game, man, you're in trouble from the word go. You need to have, and I guess every one of these drivers, you'll say, there we go, we were right. And I should have just caught that lady who flew over a little while ago on her broom. So that would have been perfect. Nonetheless, you need to get off the line. It's all about the start. Every single one of these drivers will all say to you, I need a good start. And then you're oiled. But if you are just behind the black ball from the word go, you're chasing. And that puts you under strain.
And also, when you are building a race car, for example, there is such a different philosophy when you're building something for a hill climb as opposed to a circuit race, for example, because you get to a circuit race and you have one start. So you need that clutch bang just to get you going. And you can get off the line. So you put in a light clutch, a small clutch. These cars, now you've got to do 3 quali runs. Then you've got to, if you make it into the next part.
It's 8 runs, 9 runs by the end of the day. Yeah.
So now all of a sudden you've got a little bit more weight into the car, but you need the sense of reliability. And you've got to know that when it's critical, when you need it for your 7th run during the weekend, that clutch has got to work for you. Yeah. So it's such a definitive difference between setting up a car for hill climbs and as opposed to rallying or circuit racing or whatever, where the clutch is going to be less.
It's material in your success. So the interesting thing is, just for a second or two, you putting in the clutch to make sure that you can do 6, 7, 8, 9 good starts.
Yeah.
But you also want to put in a clutch which takes you through the gears here as slickly and as quickly as possible. Correct. And you gearing up and down here, how many times? 24 times?
Yeah, maybe not even that much. Not even that much. Here you ensuring, and you're also setting up your gear ratios so that you've got the most amount of torque and power going through, let's say, those S's without having to change. So you really want like a long third, for example, so that you can sit there and just floor it and make sure that you don't run out of revs going through all of the S's. And if you do need to change into 4th or whatever, 3rd or whatever gear you want, you can ensure that you're doing the least amount of work, but having, maintaining the most amount of power.
Yeah. So RPM's very important as well, because you've got to try and keep them as high as possible. And yet, when you change to 4th gear, that you've got it right on the spot where you're going to get the acceleration and drive through.
Exactly. And on top of it, we said it right from the beginning, you don't realize how steep it is. So when you change it from 3rd to 4th and you're on an incline like this, you're going to lose a huge amount of time. And that's why you got to have these gear ratios set up so precisely and perfectly that you've got the maximum amount of torque, the maximum amount of performance from the engine. And if you do need to change, you're going to lose as little as possible.
You want to make it as quick as you possibly can and as slick as possible. Well, I mean, it's 150 meters from bottom to top. You're climbing hard.
Over 2Ks.
You're climbing hard. You're climbing really hard.
Big time. If you're just tuning in, yesterday I drove up there and, just to have a look. I mean, most of it's off camber, going up the hill, and it gets very tricky after the bridge. But coming down, I was like, wow, this is a proper drop.
Well, it's 75 meters per K. Call it 2 kilometers, okay? Call it 2,000 meters. That's 75 meters in 1,000 meters. You're working hard.
8 degrees.
Yeah, you're working really hard. And I think the vehicle is under a very different type of strain as compared to flat
Yeah,
racing.
very much so.
Different, altogether different. The gear ratios, the works.
Well, that's why you get people who build cars just for hill climbs. And you go, really? You go, no. This car is built just for hill climbs. Looks like the action's getting ready to go. Okay, nice to see.
Little burn.
She got a little burn, so she managed to reverse the car back, and I think it's only fair for everybody. Bonnet's open, maybe trying to get a little bit of air into that massive Ford Fairlane car.
There you go. Paige Lindenberg on the way. Let's see, she got it bent, a little bit out of shape, roundabout here in the first of her practice runs. Yeah, no, she's got this thing. She's got it behaving now.
She's got it waxed.
I think the adrenaline was absolutely pumping in that first run of hers, and now she's got it going very nicely. Here is Johanna Brain, who's been there or thereabouts with some really good times in H5 in the Porsche 911.
He's been exceptionally quick in that Porsche. I mean, listen, any Porsche is going to be quick, but Johan has really been fast. Paige Liebenberg looking really, really comfortable. She had a brilliant Q1 run. So this one she might take just a touch easy and then maybe really push it for Q3. Although saying that,
I don't think so.
She's throwing it all over the place.
Wishful thinking, Sash. She's hoying.
Man, I'm just being concerned. 52.9 for Paige Liebenberg.
Beautiful.
So she's right up there. She's so comfortable in that car, and it's great to see. I mean, she's a really small lady. You know, she's pretty diminutive. So to be able to handle that.
The Brain got it out of shape, going in and going out.
And he held it. So, I mean, the guys are really pushing. You've got to find your limit. This is what it's about. This is what racing is all about.
The Brain gave that everything.
48.7, a 48.7 for Johanna Brain. Peter Kaedi in the 2002, car number 27. This is going to be his third run. It's a 2-liter 4-cylinder. So now we're getting into, and this is the H4 category, pre-70s racing saloon 4-cylinders. So Peter, quite a bit of work to do. We're going to see what the other Porsche did. It's going to come across the line now, Cobus Brits, because I mean, Johanna Brain's time is incredibly fast.
48.78 on your left-hand side in the column there, and then Paige Lindenberg's just relegated now to 4th place with her 52.9, but look at that, Brits 52.0, so on the noggin, 52 seconds basically.
Unbelievable. I mean, you look at Johanna Brain versus Cobus Brits, basically the same car. The one is a 2.8 litre flat 6, the other is a 3 litre, and you've got close to 4 seconds between Johanna Brain and Cobus Brits.
It just shows you a little bit more power, hey?
Or just talent.
Yeah.
Or just talent. I think just a little bit of talent.
Spoken like a true driver.
Yeah, well, yeah, there we go. There we go. 106 for Peter Kaedi in the BMW.
Enzo Keen is on the road.
Just chatting to Enzo in the little break we had, and he says he's going for it. He says he cannot believe Tux Alpha. He says only half a second slower than the Ferrari.
Unreal.
Yeah, but Enzo's got it to do, because this category is going to be very, very competitive. H7, he's up against the likes of Rui Campos, is about 6 seconds slower. But great to see that Ferrari 348. I'm quite amazed that one would take a car like that on a hill climb.
Yeah.
But you are Enzo good.
Yeah,
that's a bit of a difference.
You're Mr. Superman.
Yeah.
Oh, Campos there on the dirt. He let that right rear wheel drift on. He's taking this look at how hard he's going to go into that left-hander. Took that as wide as he could. Now hard through the apex and through the other side. Again, watch what he does on the left-hand side here. Now all the way through to the left and back up to the right-hand side as he goes through that next right-hander. Here's the S's. He's got this beautifully covered. He's going nicely here.
He's going unbelievably. He's got so much confidence in that car. Rui Campos, I think this is going to really, really shatter the times. Enzo Kuhn doesn't seem to be able to do much about getting better than the 52s.
Almost a second faster for Campos than the rest of them.
47.7 for Rui Campos in the Porsche 911 RSR. So that beautifully decked out Martini colors. We got the Datsun out there. We got the Ford Capri out there.
Rion Barnard.
Yeah, just beautiful. A 3.2 Piranha engine in there. I mean, just wow. Wow. That's all I can say. Wow.
Yeah. My mouth keeps on hanging open because it is stunning. Really, absolutely stunning. 51.2 for the Datsun.
Yeah, 240Z. That's a pretty decent time for that Datsun. I just go with wow because I don't have the vocab to find any other words.
Little golf also going nicely. We saw that for the first time in qualifying 1 and going nicely, but Rui Campos leads at the top with a 47.7, and this is qualifying round number 2. Barnard comes through in 53.0 to take 8th place overall.
And I tell you, that is an incredible time because this is now category H6.
Yeah.
And this is going to be very, very close. Somewhere around the 52s, 53s is going to get you through. If you can get under 52, I think you're going to be through in this category, but it's going to be very, very tight.
TT, Mr. TT, that is. Trevor Tuck in the Alpha Giulia 2000, 2 liters. And goes all the way back to 1974. It's such a beautiful little car, boxy and quick. Look how he throws the weight around. And here's the Fiat again, the 131 at the same time.
Francis Cousins going out there. I also spoke to him. I said, what happened in the last run? He says, no, nothing. I went, I was expecting you to be faster. I don't know how well he took it. Tuck is throwing that Giulia around. But I think Francis realizes he can go better. Car number 24.
Tuck 51.6.
Oh my word, that is huge. That is a huge time. Yeah, that is superbly fast. I think Enzo Kun, who did a 52.3, is going to be going, no way.
Yeah.
And he's in a Ferrari.
Michelle Hamby-Grobler, she's in that beautiful red Porsche 944. You see at the top of your screen, the Fiat 131 Mirafiori is virtually finished with his run now. Let's have a look.
Let's see what he comes through. A 102. Okay, that's quite a significant improvement for Francis Cousins.
That's in the H6 category?
Yeah, H6. Michelle, you got to push it, Michelle. We got to get you into the 57s, 58s. So let's see what she can do. We've got one of the escorts out on circuit as well.
That's Dan Zeely.
Yeah, in that wonderful little Ford Escort. So Michelle Hambley going to be crossing the line in the 944. Daniel Zeely also going to be crossing the line in a couple of moments. Jonathan Needham he's done a 1 minute on the money.
Grobler is 1:02.6.
Okay.
That's going to be tight. Going to be tight.
Yeah, agreed. It is going to be a little bit tight. I've lost the timings over here, but it's okay. 47.728. That is the fastest at the moment. That's Rui Campos. And 48.7. So a full second he's got on everybody else. Still one more round of the qualifying to go after that. That escort was...
Yeah, that was slowing down, but Kilburn at the top of your screen in the Datsun GX Coupe is flying. He is letting it all hang out. Look at him. Far right-hand side and in hard and then left. And here he goes again. He is using every little bit of the tarmac. Look at that. Across the line he goes. Let's see where that gives him a line up. Up into 10th spot, 53.3. That's also quick.
That is going. That is unbelievably fast. I can't believe that we've got Tuck in 4th place.
That is phenomenal. Just phenomenal.
Okay, we've still got the H8s to come. But I think that is quite a remarkable time so far.
That must warm the cockles of your Alfa Romeo heart, eh?
It does, and I'm trying to be unbiased. I'm trying to be as objective possible. But here we go. The two 924s, their best is sort of like a 1 minute, just on 1 minute. So hopefully they're going to get... Oh, for sure, there we go. Goes under 59, under a minute. So he's found some good time there.
That's
very
solid
good time.
That's good. This is also an H6, obviously. And now let's see what Mortimer can do as well at the same time. And there, of course, this to me is one of the nicest liveries out there.
Beautiful. It is just stunning. Really, really special. Mortimer does a 58.8, goes quicker than George Fischer. Wow, in exactly the same car in about 32 years difference in age.
Oh man, have you ever? There goes Ian Schofield in the March 77B. 1977 is when this car made its debut, folks, and it's still going strong.
Yeah, wonderful. The bottom of your screen, Robert Flukes in that beautifully prepared Porsche.
That's the 917, 502 horsepower. 53.9 for him into 11th place, but that looks good in his category as well. That's a good run.
Good run. There we go. Robbie Walk in the Formula V from Jody Schechter's day, coming out there with, can you believe it, Fiat 500 parts.
Unbelievable.
Keeping it together.
So that is...
Woo! Look at Ian Schofield's time.
Wow.
It's coming up at 42.9. Ian Schofield. Yeah, I lost the internet just now. There we go. Wow. That's fast.
That is huge in the end. So just to get back to this Formula V of what was South Africa's two-time world champion Jody Scheckter, that goes all the way back to 1969.
Incredible stuff. Robbie Walk going up there, he does a 47.8, he's 5 seconds off Ian Schofield's time. Clive Corder's out there in the Lola.
Still top of the class.
That's fast.
42.96. It is massively fast. Then Campos, 47.7. Remember, there's 8 different categories here that are racing at the very same time, and we're looking to identify the top 3 in each one of them.
Yeah, they're quite. It's going to take something extraordinary to get to Ian Schofield's time in his category, and I think that is the session, or we got waiting for. Yeah, I think it's the session.
I think that may be it. So Corder in that Lola goes 5th fastest overall, almost sneaking under the 50-second mark.
Wow, there we go. It's just wonderful, Arnie. You know, when you watch these guys and girls with their cars and going, listen, let's start pushing it. Let's start pushing it.
Give it everything you've got.
Yeah. And there, Josh Dovey in the Chevron, you know, just goes into the top 5 as well. So
look at this. Look at the times now. 5 cars under 50 seconds all of a sudden.
Yeah, incredible.
It's concertino.
But you got Campos in a different category, sitting in second. So, you know, he's sort of feeling a bit comfortable within the H7 category. Schofield will be feeling very comfortable, I think, in the H category.
Yeah.
But all of the others, there's a lot to play for. Only the top 3 can go in as well. So, yeah, fabulous session to watch. And one more final qualifying session. And then a lunch break for everybody. And then we go for
C for serious.
C for serious. That is exactly it.
It's getting a little
I'm
windy
glad your
out there.
spelling is wonderful.
I know. Yeah, I went to a high school in Springs. Now I'm qualified for this.
There we go.
Don't hold that against me. I didn't choose it. Okay, I didn't pay for it either.
Did you know in 1982, Harry Coetzee was the South African world boxing champion, ranked number 1 in the world. Yet he was only ranked 6th in Springs.
Well, you know what I get myself into serious trouble with this, but I can say this because it's my hometown. You know, I grew up there, I was born there. But they say that they never sort out any crime in Springs because all the DNA is the same.
Oh, we're just
a joke.
We're just having. Please,
just a
if
joke.
you woke.
Yeah. Sorry about
Leave us alone. There we go. Get offended in your own way.
That was qualifying session 2 then, and man, oh man, what racing that was to describe for you. If you've just perhaps switched on, logged on, wherever you are in the world and whatever device you're on, hello. I'm Arnold Getz, together with Sasha Martinengo, and our man in the pits is Colin Hastie. And it's also great to have your company. We really are very pleased that you are able to join us. We hope you stay with us for the rest of the day, because with great respect to what's happened already, the highlights are coming. So it's qualifying 3 up next, and then we'll have a lunch break, very short, because we are a little behind. We've had one big off, which took a while, and then we've had 1 or 2 or 3 little offs, which has just made the track unsafe, and that had to be safeified.
Yes,
I'm
by
pulling
the
a hasty here.
by
now.
the officialdom people,
the people who
do
officiating.
officiate,
Yeah. Yes,
the officialdom, something like that.
And therefore, what we are saying is there's a lot of great action coming, and you should stay exactly right where you are. Colin is standing by to chat to us now, and I see his brothers from the Hells Angels have arrived. I'm always feel pleased when that's happened. Colin, take it away.
Okay, so bit of surprise, some qualifying surprises. I suppose Robbie Walk in 3rd position. Man in 4th position is Johan de Bruin, who must be kind of happy. Johan, 4th overall so far?
Yeah, it's getting airy out there. I mean, I think I'm pushing a little bit too hard with this car. I had the backside out at one stage there, and I was able to catch it. But yeah, having fun and games out there.
You know, you had it loose going in and loose coming out.
Yeah, I was just not go any looser than that.
But they say loose is fast.
Well, it seems like it. The times are okay, but I don't think there's a lot more time in this car, especially not with the tyres we're running. And you know, we're running the standard semi-slicks that we can do in historic racing. So yeah, I don't think there's a lot of time in this car.
Front wheels are off. What are you doing?
We're just letting them lay in the sun a bit to heat them up and get some heat in the tyres.
Use cavemen's tyre warmers.
Absolutely, doing whatever we can within the rules.
Good man. We got to go and find. I mean, you're quicker than Josh Dovey, which is absolutely fantastic. And Rui Campos, we got to go and find Rui and see what he's done, because a proper 2nd overall. And then the surprise man of all of them in the qualifying, and I'm just looking, 8th position overall was Trevor Tuck. Where's the long man? Here he is. There they stand. Rui, come talk to us. Rui, it's you 2nd overall. Looks like you made it into the top 10 at the moment. That Porsche of yours is just sounding magnificent.
Yeah, I must learn to drive it.
Why are you very hard on yourself? You're quick, and now you.
Yeah, so I've gone 0.5 of a second slower now in the second quali. I tried a different gear through the chicanes up at the top, and I actually redlined the last 2 corners. I mean, in the wrong gear. So I know what to do now.
But isn't that what I mean? You've got another qualifying session before you go into class finals and then the shootout. But it's these sort of extra runs where you learn and you find the tricks. And
yeah, I gained a lot of time through turn 1 here already. I'm on the max. I come out virtually on the apex. Yeah. I don't know what you call the outside corner. Apex on the inside. I don't know what you call the outside.
Off the dirt.
I'm nearly off the road, and turn 2 is still as scary as hell. You know, I mean, I'm getting both oversteer and understeer. So I know we're on the peak there. Just stay in the right top gear for the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th.
But you've got the launch taped as well.
Yeah. Look, from last year we put in a better clutch, a stronger clutch. Towards the end, the last 2 runs, the clutch is slipping a lot. But funny enough, in the final qualifier was the fastest lap ever for us with a burnt clutch. So I'm not sure which one's working.
Motor racing strange, isn't it?
Yeah, very, very strange. But you know, we're having fun, and the organisers are yet again producing a fantastic venue for us.
It's a lovely blooming race. Eh?
It's a privilege to be here.
Roy, thanks a lot. Good luck, eh?
Colin, thank you.
Now we need to find Trevor Tuck in the Alpha, because we like Alphas, and I mean, okay, the timing's just gone, but he's 8th overall. So stay here, Ari. I'm going to go and hunt in the back here and see if I can find Tuck. He's not here. Tuck's run away. But here's his Alpha. He said before he was going out that he was going to rev it to instead of 7.5, he was going to rev it to 8. Clearly the extra revs worked for him, and he got it going, which is, I mean, quite phenomenal. An Alpha that is just right there in the top 10. Prof, talk to us quickly. Tell us the story of this car and why it's here.
Also, this car was used in the rally days. Johan Everts used to use it. We called it the chase car to run between end of stages. And it's always just been standing there in the workshop. So Mike Rowe said the other day, oh, why don't we take it to the Classic? Perfect car. And then it was like, who's going to drive it? And he said, no, you're driving it. And here I am, having lots of fun.
The story goes that back in the day in rallying, when it was a lot rougher and wilder and the cars were a little bit more, how can I put this, used by the drivers, that they may have come out of stages and battled to make it through into final control. And this car had spares in it and a strengthened bumper so it could push the cars all the way to the finish of the open section.
Did all of that. It did all of that.
What you got to do to win?
It could tow, it could push.
Awesome. And you having fun?
Lots of fun, yeah. I mean, for me it was going to be just drive through this up the hill, sort of a bucket list, tick the box. But it's more and more fun, coming fun now, the more runs we get. So yeah.
And also more competitive because now you want to go faster.
I want to go faster now.
Awesome. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Lovely stuff. Right, we're going to go. Michelle. Got to talk to Michelle. Michelle. With your air conditioning.
Yeah, my air conditioning.
Your completely standard.
My completely standard car. I'm cooking in here.
But you are having a lot of fun, aren't you?
Having the best time ever. But you know what? She needs to lose weight. She really needs to lose weight.
You said that last year.
I know, I said it last year, and every year I say it, and every year I don't do it, because somehow or other, it's just nice to have her looking so pretty. I mean, now you're going to take out the sunroof, and then you're going to take out the carpets, and
the air conditioner.
And then she's going to.
Then you can't go to Woolies and get the tofu.
I don't go to Woolies. I don't shop. Okay. I don't do Woolworths. All right.
Okay. So where do we shop in Cape Town?
Oh, we shop at a place called Nude Foods, and we shop at the market, and that's about as far as it goes.
And what is Nude Food all about?
Nude Food is unwrapping groceries one plastic thing at a time. So they sell without plastics, without any form of any form of containerization. You get glass.
You bring your own stuff.
You bring your own stuff, and they've got the pocket. And my daughter's in the pocket Wild nettle. It's where you can buy infusions and tinctures. You know, the world is going back to the old wisdom. So
I know not of what you speak.
I know you know not of what I speak, because you speak of witches and thrones and all kinds of exciting things. And I'm loving it, I must be honest with you. And the Simola Hillclimb, I'm so happy to see spectators. And there was an elderly gentleman who came here who's been here for the last 7 years, and he had to leave early because he's had a heart operation after COVID. And he was thanking us so profusely for being here, and I was thanking him so profusely for being here, so we decided to give each other a hug because we were saying thank you to each other so much.
And now the world is a better place.
It is a better place, apparently. We're all going to look after ourselves and care for each other better.
You know what I find interesting? Here we go, we buy nude food and all the rest of it, and then we go and race cars. Yes!
Don't talk to me. I have 6 children, and they're on my case. Mom, how can you be driving petrol combustion engines? You know, at the end of the day, it's like the horses. You realize that when horses became what do you call it?
Domesticated.
Well, never mind
Less
that.
wild.
When horses became not usable in terms of transport, when the car came in, Henry Ford, the Model A, people used to say, what's going to happen to horses? And if you look at horses right now, the breed has continued. They've become the absolute kings of the equestrian world. Think of the Spanish riding school. Think of these horses that do dressage and show jumping and equestrian events. So there will always be horsepower, as much as I believe there will always be an internal engine.
Might I say that a really well-tuned, efficient combustion engine is probably less harmful overall than anything else?
Can I tell you something? I think the big question is going to be with Tesla and with Elon Musk and with these guys that are building these electric cars. I personally think that they're going to need to use hydrogen cells, because I think the batteries that these guys are producing, they are more harmful to the environment. How do they actually get rid of them? Where are we going to actually store these things? So I think hydrogen cell is going to be the way to go. And if you think about the fact that Ferdinand Porsche in 1895, don't hold me to that, built the first electric car, Porsche are going to continue with that legacy. They're going to look at the history and they're going to go, wow, we were like at the forefront, and they'll do it correctly. I really do believe they'll do it correctly.
There's a long story about Herr Ferdinand Porsche.
Yes, I know.
And some of his friends, which I think are most admirable in terms of, I think the Ferry Porsche and his friends had the most impact on the motor industry ever.
Completely. They completely had the most impact. And I mean, for me, the fascination with Porsche is that I learn every day. There is so much to learn about these cars.
But
There's
that's
such family. And you know what
that's
they
about
had?
you wanting to learn.
Absolutely. I do believe my motto in life is learn from everything. Because every single day there is something new to learn. And I think that's humanity's problem. We refuse to look at the past. We refuse to actually accept that history repeats itself. And unless we learn from the past, we can't actually plot our present, and we'll never be able to plot our future.
So we're thinking of starting a motor racing party.
Yes.
That will look after environment and health and goosebumps and all these things. Would you consider joining the motor racing party? And we could run this country fantastically.
I would consider it, and I know that we're getting the E. I know the E formula is coming, and I'm quite fascinated about what's going on there. I know that Ian Banner is in charge of that, and I have said that I'd like to be involved. I think that ultimately South Africa has such a racing provenance that we need to build on it. I honestly do. I think that we've got so much potential here, and people love cars. Across the board.
Might I say, could the next big thing be a hill climb in Cape Town?
We're talking about that. I know there's been talk about that for a while. I know 2 years ago, Francis Cousins and a couple of the guys tried to get the quarry in Durbanville sorted out, and there were issues with regard to the municipality.
Bigger, think closer to Cape Town.
I think the Glen.
Michelle, we have to go.
I know you have to go. Listen, it was lovely chatting to you, and thank you so much. And I'm so happy that Simola is back on track. And to all the organisers and all the marshals and everybody that's here, thank you so much.
What was the name of that place? Nude Foods.
Nude Foods, yes.
Is that for the people or the food that on? On that note, we shall move further down the pit lane and talk about some other cars. Our old man. The oldest man in the history of hill climbs, a past winner, might I tell you, of this very event, in the most wicked yellow Evo. How many numbers did it have after its name, Jeff?
What?
Evo?
I think it was an 8 or a 9, I can't remember. What do you
had about 12,000 horsepower.
Something like those sort of numbers. Yeah, well, I don't know, I can't remember so long ago, about 700 and something horsepower.
And that was when it was dampish and the conditions were tricky and you could use your rally racing magnificent skills.
Yeah, well, it worked well for us that weekend. It was quite rewarding to beat old, what's his name, Wilhelm Bart by 0.2 of a second, I think, in our final run.
Yeah, he was not entirely impressed with that.
Yeah. Anyway, that's the way it went.
So, Jeff, you just a little bit ahead of George now in your qualifying run. All going good in your car?
Yes, very well. Oh, good.
Are you still enjoying it?
Oh, always.
What's the wine situation in this area of the country at the moment?
The wine situation?
Yes, the red wine situation.
Well, I hope it's not in bad shape or anything like that, because that would be terrible.
But you could help it along.
Good, yes.
Good man, Jeffrey. Thank you very much. Jeff Mortimer, what a legend. Let's talk to Ian Schofield again, who you look like you are having the most immense amount of fun.
Well, I had a bit of a drama, not on the last one, the one before. I got to the top and stopped at the roundabout, minding my own business. Car switched off, and the next thing it was on fire.
What happened?
We don't know. That's the worst part about it. We think maybe a needle and seat stuck, and the carb overflowed, and it ran down and caught fire on something. But wow, it was, I got out of it very quickly. They were yelling, fire, fire. I jumped out of the car, and we got an extinguisher and put it out and brought it down. We've been through everything. We can't find anything wrong, so a little bit confusing.
Missed that drama, and you can see a little bit of soot all over the... I mean, it would be so tragic for anything to happen to this car.
Absolutely, absolutely. It was fortunately, I think it was just a minor fuel leak that happened. But we certainly got my attention and certainly set my heart rate up.
Yeah, fire's the worst thing that can probably happen to a racing driver.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. But fortunately, there was a marshal there on the scene very quickly with an extinguisher, and we got it put out straight away.
Good stuff. Ian, you quickest at the moment.
Yeah.
You can keep it there?
I think so. I think we're all right. But Rob's flying in that car behind.
It's a Formula Ford. It's 1600 cc's, 100 horsepower.
You know what a famous car that is?
Jody Scheckter's car.
Absolutely. And where did Jody Scheckter come from?
East London.
And where does Rob come from?
No, really?
Yeah, you must go talk to him.
Well, there we go. Hold on, let's go and do that. We'll go and find him. A real tribute. I hope that the sound hangs in here. So, Robbie, you're getting your noodles and mint. Or is it noodles and... I don't know. That's completely healthy. Sorry, I mean, part of the beauty of this event is the drivers are all very approachable, and most of them talk to us willingly. The reason we're here in particular is Jody Scheckter comes from...
Yes, London originally.
And you come from?
Yeah, same town.
Same town, same place. You're both driving this car. He went on to win a Formula One World Championship.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, he started off in East London. This is his car from 1970 or 71 that he raced it. Obviously, replica of what he had back then to, yeah, pretty much to the last detail. So, thankfully, Peter Gillespie gave me the opportunity to drive it this weekend. He bought it a few years ago, restored it back to pristine condition, and yeah, it's running pretty flawlessly, barring a small issue with the clutch seal, but otherwise a lot of fun to drive, and hopefully we can hustle a little bit closer to the second P2 with Roy.
So your dad was telling us that you managed to source a seal from, is it a Fiat 500 in there?
Uno. Yeah.
Uno, even better.
Yeah, correct. So Fiat Uno. So it's working.
But you're giving it full beans, eh?
Yeah, we're trying. Obviously, I haven't really run this car before. We did a 2-lap shakedown quickly. So yeah, it's just getting used to it a little bit. Still struggling with the clutch a little bit. It's not perfect, but it's okay. It's usable for the day.
So in theory, you've got another qualifying run, then the class top 3, and then the shootout.
Yeah, it's all about the shootout now. I mean, obviously, Ian in my class, it is what it is. I mean, he's 5 seconds quicker, so yeah, it's all about the last run of the day, really. So yeah, I think we can definitely get a top 3 and maybe even nudge Roy a little bit closer. So I think there's a couple tenths in it, but I mean, it's pretty close to the limit now. So yeah, we'll see what we can do.
I think that's a wonderful fight. 3-point-what liters of Porsche's finest 911 versus 100 horsepowers of Kent's best.
Yeah, I don't even think it's 100 horsepower, but yeah, it's going well this weekend. So yeah, I don't think the gear ratio is 100%. Obviously, we didn't know what to put in the box, so just trying to also work around what we need. It's maybe not perfect, but it's good enough.
Awesome, Robbie. Thank you very much. Get back to your speed food. We love it.
Cheers. Thank you.
Thanks. Robbie Walk, always GTC reigning, GTC champion, winner of races this year, drives for WCT Engineering. They've won all 4 of the GTC races this year. They are a great bunch of guys, and they run a magnificent team, don't they, Rob?
They do. It's fantastic. Thoroughly enjoy working with Justin Stewart, Achim. I mean, they're world class. So it's been a fantastic start at GTC front. Obviously, a long season ahead, but yeah, we'll keep on pushing, and hopefully we can keep it up.
So let's just talk about GTC, because I'm sorry, my mind has gone all sorts of places. It's really good close racing. Ian has done fantastic work in terms of supporting it, and it's nice, robust racing, except when you get judged to be a little bit too robust.
Yeah, it's robust to the point where they force you into reverse grids, and then yeah, car foul when you touch each other. But anyway, it is what it is, and I think it just needs a slight adjustment in terms of clarifying some of the issues with regards to the rules itself. But in essence, they're not bad. Just I think a bit of clarification on which side of the track and the challenges, etc. So it is what it is, and we'll work around it. But for the better part of it, yeah, we're still leading even with the penalties. So yeah, I think overall we've had a great start to the season. Could be a lot better, but I think we've definitely had the pace the first 2 rounds. So looking forward to PE. We were strong there last year, so I definitely think we build on that, and the test we had earlier this year, we should be strong.
Good luck, Rob. I think it's one of the nicest formulas of racing in this country. Exciting, fast, difficult. Keep going.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun, and yeah, thanks to Ian for coming on board and obviously saving GTC. I think it's going to be a great year. We've got 9 cars, and yeah, definitely close racing. So I think P will serve out a good day. It always does. Last year was really good, so I think the racing should be tight.
Good stuff. Right. The food, the speed. Carry on. I'm definitely leaving, but not before we talk to Josh Dovey, who has run away, but we'll talk to Gerald and just find out from Gerald, how have you spoken to Josh to get the gears right? Because the car seems to be quick enough if he can just find all the gears at the right time.
Yeah, we're trying. We're struggling, but we're trying. We're going to get there. We've got a plan now. We're going to change a bit of a setup in the gearbox now just to stop it from going as far across. We seem to go from first to fourth every time we get off the line.
Change a little stopper so it's just a little bit more of a detent?
Yeah, set up the spring a bit harder, stop it from going further across. We're losing loads of time going from first to fourth every time off the line.
Awesome. Gerald, thank you very much. Your preparation work is magnificent as per usual. It is gleaming, it is shining, and we've got to get out of here. Cheers. Right. For all of you who are watching, there's stuff that we've got to do. You know that time of day. So we will go from a red car to the market because marketplaces do good stuff. Join us a little bit. We're coming back now. Don't go away.
It's a tricky, untrustworthy snake of tarmac. 1,900 meters to the top of the Simola hill overlooking Knysna in the Western Cape. It's narrow, serpentine-like ascent, has nowhere to make a mistake, and yet these men and women, more than 130 of them, hurtle up it at breakneck pace in the most astonishing machines to win the honor of calling themselves the King of the Hill. Thank you for joining us and millions of motorsport fans around the globe as we bring you the 12th edition of the Simola Hillclimb. This is Classic Car Friday. Hold on to your pith helmet. Here we go.
Engine efficiency in the new gen Suzuki Celerio.
Power transfer is complete. Astronauts report it feels good. T-minus 15 seconds. Ignition sequence start. 5, 4.
Copy that.
3, 2, 1.
Move smart with Apple CarPlay and Android Auto in the new gen Suzuki Celerio. Move smart with class-leading tech and fuel efficiency in the new-gen Suzuki Celerio.
So yeah, as always before an event, last minute glitches and issues. Today we had a big surprise this morning when one of the transporters broke our pedestrian bridge. So we've been, had to do some emergency repairs and actually got the carpenters, and they're still on site now, and the engineers to fix it. So that's a little curveball you don't expect. And then all the other little bits and pieces. There's we always see some gaps of an event. There's just so many moving parts, and I guess most people don't see it, but we see it, and always try and fix it up front and make sure that everybody has a good experience. Yeah, so we've got spectators back. Unfortunately, not a full complement. We're still limited to 50% of the capacity, so that's a bit of a shame. But it's great to have the vibe back. Last year we had just competitors, now we're halfway to having a full event. But the vibe will be very different this year to last year, and it's great to welcome spectators back. And let's hope that everyone enjoys it and we can have a proper event next year.
Hi, I'm Wayne Deploy. I live in Pretoria. We built the car, especially for the Hillclimb. Where in the world are you going to see cars like this together? And that's the main thing why I decided to enter and get that off the bucket list. My biggest competition is myself. I just want to finish this event. This is fun for me. It's not about winning. I just want to get through the whole event, and maybe next year I'll do stuff to maybe be more competitive. But at this point I just want to have fun.
It's a tricky, untrustworthy snake of tarmac. 1,900 meters to the top of the Simola Hill, overlooking Knysna in the Western Cape. It's narrow, serpentine-like ascent, has nowhere to make a mistake, and yet these men and women, more than 130 of them, hurtle up it at breakneck pace in the most astonishing machines to win the honor of calling themselves the King of the Hill. Thank you for joining us and millions of motorsport fans around the globe as we bring you the 12th edition of the Simola Hillclimb. This is Classic Car Friday. Hold on to your pith helmet. Here we go.
Cars running to the right now for qualifying number 3. This one will be the one that counts the most. Getting cars all sorted out now, ready to go for what is going to be the third and final qualifying session of Classic Car Friday. That will determine who's going to make it into the class final. Who is going to make it into the Classic Car Conqueror Cup Championship as well. So stand by as we get underway.
So, qualifying 3 has started. This is the 12th edition of the Simola Hillclimb. Really good to have your company with us. The first of the H1s. That's the pre-war motorcars are en route to qualify for the last throw of the dice. I'm Arnold Gentz, and I'm joined by my friend and co-commentator Sasha Martinengo. Sasha, really good to see so many of the CAT winners up there at the top and sorting out the top 3. But it ain't done yet.
No, and I tell you, just wonderful to have everybody from all over the world at one of the most prestigious hill climbs in the world, the Simola 2022. This category is going to be handicapped now. It was handicapped earlier this morning, and what has happened is because these cars are so old, one doesn't really have an idea of how fast they're going to be. So everyone is sort of given an idea of what they think the car will be able to do to get up the hill. And they have an adjusted handicap target, each of these cars. So Stuart Blackbeard out there in car number 67. His target time is a 1:25. Okay. Oh, he looks very, very slow coming up the hill. Looks like, I hate to say it, looks like something is wrong with that car.
It is definitely so.
All right, but so that's his target time. If he can go faster than that target time, then he will qualify to get into the top 3, Arnold, which gets him into the top 24. Well, yeah, the top 24 for this afternoon.
So just to explain that even a little bit further, if you'll forgive us for getting slightly more technical, his handicap time is 1 minute and 25 seconds flat, and he's produced a 1:32.3 so far, so 7 seconds off his handicap time, and that's probably not going to do the trick because he was 7th in his class.
And he's just done a 128.9, so he's improved. He's improved a bit.
Yeah.
But you basically want to try and better your target time in order to qualify to the top 24, which is the top 3 from each of the 8 categories that go into the class final.
So the leader in this class H1 at the moment is Roger Lewis, who has produced a 1 minute 11.5 second effort up the hill, and that's good enough to lead class H1.
All right, a 1:48.959 for Hannes Pickard. And I'm just trying to see, car number 66, yeah, his target time was a 1:24, so there's definitely an issue with the car. These cars are old, some of them up to 90 years old. And it's just extraordinarily wonderful to see them actually doing the hill climb. A lot of these drivers and cars doing it for the first time, Arnold, which we found out, which is just wonderful to see.
So here is Patrick Gehring, and Gehring, of course, he's been in a class of his own, pun intended, and he's doing a really great job. That is phenomenal.
I mean, his fastest time is a 1:07. His target time is a 1:06. And I went in to see him, and he was like, whoa, that's a little bit steep. But I think he's going to give it. But he has been the class of the field in that Riley. A beautifully prepared car as well. Tyres imported from the UK, bespoke made. Just wonderful to see these cars out on circuit.
What's a second between friends?
Yeah, well, it means whether or not you put your car on the trailer now, or otherwise you actually sit there and say, okay, let's
getting ready.
Let's stick around for another hour or so.
Yeah. So Gehring, as we were saying, his time in qualifying to 1:07.5. Let's see how he goes here.
Yeah, his target time is a 1:06. Brian Esterhazen in the Alfa Romeo. He's the Alfa Romeo 8C. His target time is a 1:13, and his best is a 1:15. So a lot of pressure on these guys.
They got to produce.
Gehring goes a 1:06.7. So wow, that is, I mean, that's 7/10 off his target time. So he's in the money.
That's the second he was looking for.
There we go.
It is.
He's in the money. Improves by a full second. So well done, Patrick Gehring. Adam Schneier, car number 59, goes out there. That is the MG. His target time is a 1:20, 1 minute and 20 seconds. It has been glorious to see these cars, Arnold, these pre-war cars. It's very rare that you see these kind of cars doing any form of racing in South Africa, and it's just wonderful to have them here. It just reminds me of Goodwood. It really, that prestigious.
Yeah, very much so. And on top of it all, so many of them. This is not just in past days we had 1, 2 or 3 of them. Now you've got almost 10 of them lining up here. This is lovely.
This is one. Brian Esterhazen, his best time was a 1:15.6. He's just done a 1:13.2. Put the pressure on them.
His handicap is 1:13.
Exactly. Put the pressure on them, man. All of a sudden you got to perform. Wonderful to see. Ooh. It is so exciting. It's a glorious day in Simola, in Knysna, the southeastern Cape of South Africa. And today is Classic Car Friday, the 8 different categories that we've got. Star of the show so far, Ian Schofield my mind has just lost myself. Sorry, his March, the March 77B. Just spoke to him now. He says he's got new tyres if he needs. He says, but he's got an actual very comfortable gap, and he just wants to keep it all together.
Yeah. Well, at this stage, he has been the pick of the class, pun intended, and all of the classes for that matter.
Yeah.
And with that qualifying time of his 42.897 in the March 77B, he's looking good, really, really good. But the thing about it is, Robbie Volk is next in class there, and he is a full 6 seconds behind. So that is a big buffer.
Huge buffer. It is a little bit unfortunate, just to let you know, Andre Bezuidenhout in his Lola, can you believe what happened? Coming down the hill, Richard Evans in his Corvette clearly had brake fade or brain fade and drove into the back of Andre Bezuidenhout
and took him out.
Broke the rear wing and damaged the struts on the right suspension, and Bezuidenhout out of contention. So he's out. Also the 2 Chevron B19s of Scribante and Jenkins also withdrawn due to some rule infringements.
Yeah.
So that class a little diluted, but that's racing. And we've just got to take it as it is.
Absolutely. Yeah, there was they were withdrawn because there were discrepancies with what the rules said they could use on the vehicles or not. And we weren't given the complete details. But as Sasha was saying when we opened up this morning, rules are rules, or as they say in my part of the world, rules is rules.
Yeah, rules is rules. 108, just having a look here. Rodney Green, we did a 113. His target time was a 108.
Oh, wow. Okay. He's not going to be there then, because our top 3 at this stage looks, as you can see it there, car number 61, very clearly Patrick Gehring with a big buffer and right on his time that he needed to do. In fact, 5 seconds to spare on the time that he needed to do. Then the next car in was Roger Lewis in that MG of his, and then Esterhazen with his 113.211, all dependent on handicap, of course, that added. But at this stage, that's the fastest times out there on the route, and then it'll be handicap adjusted as well.
There we go. We got the H2 cars coming out there, the magnificent Jaguar D-Type coming out onto the circuit, and that is Brian Bruce, car number 53. And that car's just looked beautiful throughout the whole morning. I'm one of those, I don't care if it doesn't make it into the top 10. I'll just go and look at it for a while.
Just want to feast your eyes. The leader in this particular category is Peter McPherson, and McPherson clocked 56.694 seconds. And that is, he's got a very solid looking gap over the rest of them at this stage.
So just to, if you're only just joining us for the first time, this is qualifying 3. We've had qualifying 1 and qualifying 2. What they will do, besides that first category, which was the pre-war, all of the other categories, whatever your fastest time of Q1, Q2 or Q3, if you are in the top 3 of your specified category, you go into the class final.
There is H2's leader, and McPherson is on the way with that beautiful 1964 GT40. It belongs to Brian Bruce, who's here in Knysna, and you've just seen him go off, and he is the competition. So these 2 men are racing against each other, and of course McPherson is in Bruce's car, and he's putting one over him at the moment. I wonder if they'll speak at the end of this.
Well, you never know. And I was also talking to Brian Ingle a little bit earlier, and he says, man, I'm up against that Ford GT40. I said, come on, man. And he's got a bit of a brake problem. They've sent somebody into town. They're making a brake pipe for them. I said, what do you need brakes for? You're going up a hill. Come on.
What's wrong with you?
You're going up a hill. You don't have to stop.
I bet you he gave you one of those.
I said, listen, Einstein worked it out. Gravity, it'll stop you.
Yeah, smart. That GT40 going really nicely. That looked like a very quick run. There you go. 54.5 for McPherson. So let's just see how that stacks up. Well, there you go. He clocked 56.6 in qualifying 2. So that's 2 seconds. He's lopped off a lot.
That is a lot. Brian Ingle out there in the Porsche 550 Spider. He's a couple of seconds off the pace, but he's going to have to find something. It seems as though incredible how when you connect it, you know, hey, we need something made. Ooh, that is proper sideways. He's lost a lot of time there. He's lost a lot of time, but he's really, really pushing. You're in the middle of Knysna, in a little town of South Africa. We need a brake pipe made. On a Friday, they just send somebody into town and it's made.
It's made.
Wonderful.
Unreal.
Wonderful. 55.6. That is a great time with Barry, with a huge moment going through those second S's.
Andrea Cryer in that little green and white Austin Cooper. It's an upgraded engine that produces about 70 horsepower and torque of 75 pounds per feet at 5,900 revs per minute, and it only weighs 650 kilograms.
Unbelievable. Wonderful. Here comes the other of the wonderfully prepared minis, and this of course is Headley Whitehead in the Austin Cooper, which is 71 kilowatts, 1.2 litre engine in there, and this thing just smoking it up that hill. Those tiny little wheels, and you just floor it.
Look at him go. Absolutely beautiful. Look at the line here. Very interesting to, as wherever you may be watching at home or on your device, on a train somewhere or whatever the case may be, just to compare the different lines that the drivers take, because some of them will go really tight in and hard into the apex of the corner and out the other way, and others find it easy. Oh, hello. Oh, he's given it the whole welly there. He gave it
Flat
everything.
out.
And some of them protect the car a little bit. They go in the middle of the road and they want to find out exactly where the best part is to change the weight of the car. But with this little Cooper, there's not much weight. You can't throw much around.
No, exactly. Chris Champion in the MG earlier on had an off right at the top of the hill, but the car is back. The whole left-hand side is bashed in, but duct tape is keeping it all together. He's okay, and man, he's in the car, and in Q2, he was flying. So wonderful to see that him and his car back out on the circuit.
A former winner in H4 in an Austin Healey in 2017 is champion, so he knows this hill. And I bet you that was a really, really scary moment. It was scary for us sitting here in the commentary box describing that to you. But he walked away, and again, it shows you the safety of these vehicles.
One of the most beautiful cars you'll see on your top of your screen. That's extremely wide for the Jaguar MK2. But such a pretty car, Alexander Krah. 4.2 litre 6-cylinder engine. Let's see, there is the wonderful Jennifer Abbott in her 9146 Porsche, prepared by herself as well.
And the daughter of Mr. Porsche himself, John Abbott. The car is a mid-engine sports car design, manufactured and marketed collaboratively by Volkswagen and Porsche from 1969 until 1976. Also only available as a Targa top 2-seat roadster, powered by either a flat 4 or a flat 6, but they've made it a 2.2 litre engine. That is car number 44, Bill Annette's in the MG BGT 1968. What a design for a car from that era.
Beautiful, beautifully designed. Looking at some of our times in the H2 and H3 category that is coming through now. Jennifer Abbott goes through in a 59.5. I think a little bit slower than what she was. What's the sort of best time in H3?
52.60. That was Clayton Kimber. And placing 10th overall, which is a really good showing in that AC Cobra Daytona. So that sets the pace for them, 52.6.
Whoa, I tell you, a long way to go. You want to be in the top 3 in order to make it into the class final for later. We've got an MG on the track underneath there. I think it is one of those Fords. Yeah, AC Cobra, Clayton Kimber down there as well.
So Clayton is the leader in H3, and then the leader in H7, Rui Campos, and the leader in H8, Andrew Schofield, will go a little later on today. There's one of your favorite cars, Sash.
Yep. The GT Junior, of course, the step nose Alfa Romeo. This is in the Class H3 category. Ashley Bowd looking to improve. I think he, right about the 1 minute 2, so going in there a little bit gentler. One would have expected a little bit more hairiness, especially in could well be your final run of the day.
So car 37 in the very capable hands of Gavin Rook, and Gavin was quick earlier on, and as we were saying, he's got 2 firsts and second places in H3 on Classic Car Friday. He knows his way up this hill.
Yeah, wonderful to see. We've got the eight categories that are coming through. From these 8 categories, we've got the top 3 in each of the categories. The top of each of the categories will go through into that class final. Ashley Bowder, 104 in the Alfa Romeo. Gavin Rook out there in the Porsche. Richard Hutton in the AC Cobra. These are still H3 category cars. And I'm just trying to remember what H3 is. There we go, pre-1985. There we go.
So Gavin Rook was actually second in class, so... Really fine racing happening.
Yeah, I tell you, there's some serious action that's taking place. Oh, we got one of the Daytona Fords getting out onto the circuit, and that is the Jonathan Needham in car number 35, which is that's a Ford Cortina, Piranha that is coming, and James Temple in the Shelby that are out on circuit at the moment. Richard Hutton in the AC Cobra does a 59. Jonathan Needham in the Ford does a 56.5. So looking to see what James Temple can do and Justin Needham can do. With his Needham's too confusing.
Here is Paige Lindenberg, and she's got that block of flats of hers, as she calls that Ford Fairlane, off the line and going at a rate of knots. Interesting that the bonnet is open. They're trying to get some air through there. Obviously, they may have a little bit of an overheating problem of some sort, but Paige will not let that put her off. Her old man, of course, Peter Lindenberg, is an absolute racing legend. And also a motor racing, I beg your pardon, water sports champion, because those power boats he did an incredible job with, and was several times a South African champion as well. At the bottom you'll see that Porsche, and that is also going very nicely. That's young Miss Abbott. Lining up in the top part of your picture. We split screen this for you so that you can get as much action as possible. We love seeing it as well. Cobus Brits in the 911R, dating from 1967.
Tell you what, an outstanding lap again from Paige Lindenberg, a 53.2. So she's looking good and quite comfortable in category H5 to progress. Sure, that is a great lap. Johanna Brain, who's been one of the superstars of the weekend in the orange Porsche, has just done a 50.75, and Cobus Brits is in the other 911R. So let's see what he can do. He's been about 3 or 4 seconds off the pace of Johanna Brain.
So Paige has lopped off another 200ths of a second of her previous time. She's going in the right direction, and she's getting there quickly.
Yeah, there we go. The only thing she has to do now is go back into Neisner, get some more fuel, because I think that one's a little bit thirsty.
Yeah, I'm certain.
Great improvement from Cobus Brits. He's done a 52.1 in category H5. So that is so close. It's going to be so close. Looks like the Brain, Brits, and Lindenberg could be the ones to make it through.
Top of your screen, Ron Hollis is underway in the MG Midget, and that is a 1300 motor, 1964. He's going pretty quickly as well. And then let's not forget Peter Kay. He's going nicely here himself in the BMW, as prepared by Graham Nathan, Mr. BMW.
Yeah, here we go. We're into category H4. Peter Kay had some issues a little bit earlier this morning, but seems to have really found his rhythm. 107, I don't know if you'd be overly happy with that. It's going to be tough for him to get through. Enzo Kuhn in the 348 Ferrari. He's going to have to drive the wheels off this car to get through into this afternoon's battle.
Hollis is the category leader in H4, so let's see what he produces here, and he's over the line. Let's see where he slots in. Still it's the Brain with that 50.751 who leads at the top of the board. But remember, there's 8 different categories happening here. Hollis goes 102.254. So, yeah. He was 103.9 in the previous qualifying, so he's also gone almost 2 seconds faster.
Everyone finding a bit of speed over there. The track is well rubbered in. This is the man to watch, Rui Campos, flying in that Porsche 911R. Enzo Kuhner's just done a 52.8. That's sort of like he's just been there all of the time. So consistent.
There or thereabouts.
Just cannot find anymore. Rui Campos just... Oh, wow, that car looks planted. So Campos, I think, could well be challenging for a podium when it comes to the King of the Hill this afternoon.
Very much so. Charles Arton at the bottom of your screen in the 240Z Datsun from 1972. They are all absolutely flying. Let's see how he goes the rest of the way up.
Yeah, a huge lap. Rui Campos, a 47.5. We've got the Datsun and the Ford out on the circuit.
Okay, so we get news from the course that Rui Campos hit 2 of our policemen on the side of the road. So he is, this run of his will not count for him, unfortunately. He was trying to squeeze as much as he could out of it.
There we go. You got to push it to the limit. Those are the rules. If you hit those orange bollards or policemen on the side of the circuit, then your lap gets taken away from you. I think he has been quick enough through Q1 and Q2 to get himself through, but he won't be happy to have made that kind of mistake this late in the day.
Luckily, I think he was pushing it as hard as he could because he knew he was safe. This is Kobus Barnard in the Golf 1, and he is an engineer at VW Motorsports and builds Polo Cup and Super Cup race cars, so he knows his way around race cars, and you can tell he's looking rather rapid in that Volkswagen in the little Golf for his last qualifying round. Top of the picture, I'm going to let the Alfa Romeo man describe this for you.
Here we go, Trevor Tuck in the immaculately prepared Julia Caesar. That's what he calls it, the Julia. It's got a 2-litre engine in there. He's been going quicker and quicker every single run this morning. They're pushing it as hard as possible. It's part of the H6 category, and I think he's been top of the timesheets in H6, but it's a very, very competitive category, just as all of them are as well. So he's out there. On the bottom of your screen, you got another Italian mark, the Fiat 131 Abarth of Francis Cousins. He's also trying to push it as hard as possible. Tuck does a 51.8. He's right on the money. He did a 51.6, I think, in his previous run.
52.9. 52.9. So he's going even faster.
1.1 second faster.
Listen, Colin Hastie was saying to us yesterday already, the man is fast. He's really got a lead foot, and he keeps it in the corner, doesn't keep it anywhere near the brake pedal.
Phenomenally quick there. Tuck now moves, can you believe it, into P4 across all of the categories. Actually P3 because yes, Campos has lost his time because he hit the bollard. So that's looking pretty good. Of course, we still got the H8 categories to come, and that's the single seaters and the modifieds. Well, are they called modifieds? They are single seater and sports cars and GT cars. So yeah, I think if you can get yourself into the top 10 of this category, you have a good chance for that top shootout later on this afternoon.
No doubt about it. That's what everyone would be hoping for. You've seen the 944 beautiful red racing colors of the lady in that vehicle, Michelle Hambley-Grobler. She's bottom of your screen now. Let's take a look at some of her lines. That's a nice sweeping line that she's taken into the S's. Now straight up the hill, and she's going to keep this as late as possible, and then through the right-hander. Here's one more of the S's, and she's through there comfortably as well. Doesn't use much road, I must say. She looks economical on the road.
She's looking really good, and I was talking to her a little bit earlier because her run was a little slower, and she said, you know what, she messed up one of her gear changes, and she's basically from the bridge, third gear all the way, and I just said, just punch it as hard as you can, because changing gears is great if you're going on a flat or down a hill. Changing it going uphill, you lose a tremendous amount of time.
She went 58.8 in qualifying 2. And now she's gone 58.8 again.
There we go.
Yeah, you win some, you lose some, and some you just halve.
Exactly. And she must be sitting and going, but I made a mistake on the previous run, and this one I went flawless. What happened?
Well, Charles Arton in that Datsun 240Z has now obviously gone top of the class because of, oh my word, that is as close as you can from losing it and not losing it at the same time. This is really hard racing. From the bottom of your screen here, let's just have a look at this ends up, how this is going to end up at the top of the hill. Look at that, right on the limit, throwing that around and making sure that he's using all of the road and then some. He's hard on the brakes and in and through, and that's a very impressive run as well.
There we go. Sure. Okay, the second of the Porsches, George Fischer going out there. Just going to Michelle, she did a 58.8, but she did a 102 in the previous one. So she's really done well.
She has done well.
Yeah. So Mortimer and Fischer, and at the moment, just a couple of tenths between the two of them in basically identically spec cars. So,
but only about 40 years in age.
Only about 40 years in age, yeah. But I mean, just these two real legends of South African motorsport. Great to see them out there. Jeff Mortimer, 86 years old.
Hard to understand and believe. Here is car number 9, and this is certainly one of my favorites, I must say. Robert Vloeks and the Porsche 930. It's a good thing we're not speaking Afrikaans. Bobby is the car's nickname, and Bobby is making its way up. It certainly isn't bobbing and weaving. It's going really well. Here's the bumpiest part of the circuit, and these flatter cars, the low-slung cars as I like to call them, that is very nicely done. He almost hit none of the bumpy parts. This is Ian Schofield, who set such a quick time in his March 77.
A man who is just so motorsport crazy, does so much for South African motorsport as well. Wonderful to see. He's in the 42s, and he knows he's got a very comfortable gap. So I don't know how hard he's going to push, but hopefully he's going to, push as much as he needs to.
Is it necessary? That's what you've got to say to yourself. It's
exactly.
Really not at this stage. He's got that 42 nailed down. That gives him almost a 5-second gap.
Over this man.
He's okay. Yeah, over this man right here.
Looks like brand new tyres there for Robbie Walk, but he's got to find 5 seconds, and even the talented Robbie Walk is going to battle to find 5 seconds against Ian Schofield. But great to see him in that original Schechter Formula V from many years ago, and no wing on that car. Yep. You got to have your wits about you.
You've got to be talented. You've got to be talented. Clive Corder, and that is the Lola Chevrolet from 1969. 6.3 litres of grunt in there.
I tell you, that is commitment from Robbie Walk in the top of your screen. That car was sideways going through those S's, so he's really pushing. Let's see if he can get to Schofield's time. Schofield did another 42, and Robbie Walk did a 47.4, which is, I'm just trying to see here, that is 1.3 seconds quicker than what he did in his previous run. Yep. But it's still a good 5 seconds off Ian Schofield. But that was true commitment from Robbie Walk. I mean, that just shows you the class of this young peddler.
He gave it absolutely everything. But you were saying he was going sideways. The car was used to it because he was known sideways Schechter at one stage, wasn't he?
He really
Down
was.
at Brands Hatch the 1 year, remember that?
Yep.
Oh boy, here we go. A little bit of a burnout and getting those wheels ready off.
I must be honest, as beautiful as that car is, and I spoke about it earlier, I'm just really, I'm sure it wasn't intentional, but that's the Chevy that unfortunately bashed into the back of Andre Bezakian's car and took him out. It seems as though he is being able to go for a run. Richard Evans in the Chevy, the 5.7, 1959 Chevy Corvette.
So our studio door where we're sitting is open, and the smoke has just drifted into our studio from that burnout, and the smell.
Oh, I love the smell of burning rubber in the morning. There we go.
I knew you were going to say that.
You knew I was going to. Marlon Brando's got nothing on me.
Brilliant. There you go.
Smell it.
Oh. Yeah, I'd want to tell you could get high on this stuff if you happen to smoke rubber. It's drifted in, that was like mist drifting in through the studio door. That was just brilliant. And now
I thought maybe somebody's, generator exploded, and then I realized, it's from the Chevy.
Sasha, have you got spare underarm here? You smell like a braai when we leave.
Exactly. So Richard Evans going to be our final car in Quali 3 for Classic Car Friday. From here, we will get the top 3 of each of the categories, and they will go and contest the class final. From there, the top 10 will go through to the final shootout.
Look how interesting this is, though, Sash. Look at what's happened here. Look at the camera and the movement. Look how windy it is. All of a sudden, it's a lot more windier out there than in the previous hour or so. Wind has certainly picked up. The nice thing is the wind is from behind.
Yeah, so, very much so.
But if you are into it ever so slightly from one side or the other, it could change how you go into and out of a corner. And that's something that they're going to have to manage in the next rounds of racing. And that's going to be all important.
Very, very good point. That when it does come to wind direction, a lot of these cars they have everything stripped out of them, Arnold, to try and make them as light as possible.
Yeah.
And even though they've got a bit of a tailwind with them, the one thing is all of a sudden you've got this beautiful wind pushing you.
Yeah.
If you still get your brake marker wrong, at one or two of the points where you do need to use your brakes, it can create a little bit of chaos. And I think Robbie Walk, as much as he was pushing, I think the wind also had a little bit of a factor in him as well. So something the guys are going to have to be mindful. They would have picked it up on there, but the wind is picking up as the afternoon progresses.
You mentioned something that I think it begs a question.
Yeah.
On this route, do you have certain spots where you think the drivers have their brake marks? Because if you're racing on a circuit race, you've got markers, 3, 2, 1. You know where you go, and you know where the top of your brake mark is. Do they here, or do they go by feel on every run?
Especially the cars that are a little bit quicker, but everything's relative. Even the slower cars, they are going the fastest that they can go. And there is a point at even on a hill climb that you do have to brake, and you have to position the car in the right place. So they have specific markers. They know exactly. They'll pick it out as a leaf on a branch and go, that's my marker. There we go. Now with the wind coming through, I'm just getting.
Thanks, Colin. Colin has just popped in here and brought us the qualifying. What a champion he is! And you said he's not a nice guy. Really?
Oh, I did. Sorry about that, Colin. Yeah. So they definitely have a brake marker, and that would have changed a little bit as the sessions have gone along. But now they know exactly, man, that is my optimum time. That's where I have to go.
And you're going to try and stick to that as rigidly as you can, unless where the wind is now picked up and you go into a corner where you all of a sudden catch it just from the side. It's south behind you all the way, and all of a sudden it's southeast, and now you've got trouble.
That's it, and that's the gamble that you're going to take. But now it's all about commitment, because from here we want to get into the top 10. Okay, so number one is to win your class. And then, of course, to get in the top 10. So all of the times now are null and void.
Yeah.
Now it's a question. Yes, Ian Schofield might be 5 seconds ahead of Robbie Walk, but now is where it counts.
Yeah.
And you make one little mistake in one run,
it's over.
And you're done.
It's gone.
You're going to be third you're still going to be on the podium, but you might have been first, you might be third.
Yeah. So next up, of course, it is all of the top 3 races at each one of the 8 classes. And I think no one better to explain it to you. He ran in here and he gave us the qualifying times. And it's led off by Andrew Schofield, that is, at 42.8. But I'd love to hear what our man in the pits, Colin Hastie, has to say about it. Cole, all yours.
Man, what qualifying. And I've got the merged results because there's 3 qualifying sessions. You end up with the fastest time in each of them going. So there's 2 parts of this. One is the top 10, and there's cars all over the place. So, Ari, we're going to turn around and we're going to walk down here first, because there's some quite lovely results in this. And one of them, let me just go, you stay there, Ari. I'm going to go all the way around here, and I'm going to get to Charles Arton and grab him here. Charles.
Hello.
Our camera's over there. I'm looking at the qualifying here. You made it through in 7th in a 240Z.
Let me see the time. I haven't seen the time yet. 7th? 49.8. It's my first 49 today. I've been working all day long to get into the 49s.
And where did you find that extra time from?
Oh, I know exactly where I found it. I was going so well at the very top of the course and turning into the last bend at the finish line, I was completely sideways. I had zero control of the car, and I just flew through at that angle and caught it 20 meters later on, and that's how I got into the 49s. I mean, it was a hectic run.
That last right-hander has got that off camber on the outside, and
the finish line's just over that right-hand line, so you've got to just go flat as you can through that. Hope you can hold on to it and get across the line, and once you're over the line, worry about trying to catch the car.
Because you've only got 150 meters to slow down before you drive into the car park.
Exactly right, before you hit the fountain. So, no, but it was fun. It was a nice run. The car's going better, and I've been struggling all day, I must be honest. So it's nice to eventually get into the 49s. It's
got to be completely satisfying.
Yeah, and Graham Nathan, who I fight with every year, who couldn't come this year because his car broke, he's in the 49s. He's been making fun of me all day. So, Graham, in the 49s, bro.
We'll go and wind Graham Nathan up. And now we got to find probably the surprise man in the top 10, and we're going this way, Ari. And so this is like super tight here. Where did Mr. Tuck go to? Because he was here a couple of minutes ago, and here's his car, but hopefully he will come running. So Trevor Tuck in the Alpha. They call this Julius Caesar. Brilliant name for the car. And there's a story about that, which Trevor will tell us. He's 9th overall, and I'll go with the overall. Trevor Tuck, come and stand next to your machine. 9th overall. Are we not surprised?
My espresso machine. I'm very surprised, Colin. She's gone so well all day, and we've just been, trying to keep it on the black stuff, turn it up a little bit, and just keep it going, keep it going, keep it going. It's a brand new engine, it's a brand new gear, it's brand new everything. So I'm very surprised. I'm thoroughly thrilled, and I hope that it continues.
Well, so do we, because I have a connection with this car that's tenuous, and after the top 10 shootout, we'll talk about that. Top of your class, 9th overall. Well done, Trevor Tuck.
Yeah, I think that's a great result for 70s, normally aspirated four-cylinder Alpha. It just shows that the technology in these cars in those years it was so much ahead of its time. And they're still doing well today. And I think that is, the revival of Alfa Romeo. You can see it all around. People are getting enthusiastic about them because they're just such good cars, and they're wonderful to drive, and they look spectacular.
So there's something about an Alfa. Every human being needs to drive and own an Alfa at some point in their life.
Yeah, you have to. And it's a car that talks to you, and you talk to the car, and you start to get a little bit dilly like me. But it's just one of those cars you've got to own.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Trevor.
Thanks, Colin.
Awesome. What absolute fantastic. So we're going to go down, or we're going to go up? No, we're going up. We're going to go up this road over here because we're going to find the rest of the guys who right at the sharp end. So down here at the sharp end, and I'm going to go into the back here, and I'm going to grab Robbie Walk. That was a good time, 3rd overall. It's just there, 0.1 off Rui Campos.
Yeah, I mean, we found a bit of an issue with the back roll bar, so managed to fix that. I don't know if I can extract too much more from it, but I suppose we'll see. It's all about the top 10 shootout now.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Roy's the one under pressure, not me. So
the interesting thing, now we're going to the top 10. We may as well take this timesheet and throw it away. You go 3rd last. So when Roy sees you go off, the pressure's really on him.
Yeah, it's all about Roy. So, but I mean, he's with a Porsche RSR with all the horsepower. So, to be beaten by a 1970 Ford, he might struggle with that one. So, I suppose let's see what we can do.
a brilliant contest. And we can get to our gear man. I'm going to just, if you go onto Josh's car here, we're going to get to him. Hello, Josh. We're going to call you gear selector.
Okay. Well, we figured out how to do this gearbox. We'll start in second.
And it was okay now?
Yeah, 48-1. So, once we got the start sorted out, I can work on the lines up the hill, but it's gripping beautifully, going really well.
So now that you've got you were going into turn one, could I use the term a little bit flustered?
Yeah.
And now you've through turn one, and now you can start working on the rest.
On the rest of the track, yeah, because if you can't get the start, you can never catch up, as you know, if the start gets bogged. So now I've got that straight, and I think, 48-1, fastest time of the day so far for me, and that's a good building block for the class final and hopefully the top 10 shootout. We'll see.
Well, you're in the top 10 shootout.
Okay, well,
this we know from qualifying.
That's good news.
You're in the class shootout.
Okay.
Because you're in H8, you're third in H8.
Yeah.
So you've got yourself, and what a lovely pit here. This is the H8 top 3 pit.
It really is. I mean, Ian's going so well in the March Formula Atlantic. It's a beautiful car. And obviously Robert in that Formula Ford. He can really pedal because that's impressive.
Very, very impressive. So we've got in it.
That's kind of, I want to get between these two.
Well,
I don't think I can find 8 seconds.
in the stepping ladder, you've got the Formula Ford, a Formula 3, and then a Formula Atlantic.
It's wonderful, isn't it? Yeah, it's really, really cool. So, almost a full set.
So one of the questions that was asked, the arrows on the front of the car, that is because it was painted like that in period.
That was the livery that Chris Skeeping, who was the works driver for Chevron in 1971, that was his livery. And so as was delivered. So it's basically been brought back to how it looked then. And we've got all the certificates from the factory and photographs of him with this livery.
But those arrows are almost, it's a signature of Chevron racing cars. The arrow, either one or two of the arrows on the car.
Down the front. Yeah, it's a great look, isn't it?
Absolutely magnificent.
Kept all the, obviously the previous owner, Tom Powell, did the Monaco Historique. He did Spa. He was running the historic F3 championship in the UK. So I've kept all those stickers on because part of the car's history. It's fun.
Provenance.
And now I've got a Simola sticker to put on. So that's
bloody brilliant. Well done, Josh.
Thanks very much, Colin. Okay, cheers.
Cheers. Right, Josh Dovey. And the man of the smile. Look at this magnificent smile. Ian, it's a wonderful pit this. We've got a Formula Ford, a Formula 3 and a Formula Atlantic on top of the pile.
Yes, we have. Yeah, very good. Yeah, single-seaters roulette.
And just the lovely bits of history. Jody Scheckter, Chevrons, March. It's
amazing stuff, isn't it? It's great that these cars are all here today. Really is. Because what's so worrying is so much stuff has gone overseas, and it's so sad that the country's losing all its motorsport heritage. So for these cars to be here at this event is really good.
It's a privilege to be here and to witness. Thank you for bringing the toys out.
Actually, thank this gentleman because this car was lying against a wall in his workshop.
The gold one?
The gold one, yes, it was.
That gentleman, let's talk to that gentleman. Stuart Thompson, you've flown in as hired help for everybody.
A bit of a treat, Colin. I mean, isn't it fantastic being surrounded by these cars?
Stuart, we were just talking about Formula Ford, Formula 3, Formula Atlantic, the history of stuff, and this tub was lurking in your workshop.
It was. I sold it to Ian and Brian put it together and has done a lovely job. And isn't it fantastic to see it out here? It's fantastic.
This is just it's a privilege to be in amongst so many historic cars with true meaning in them.
It's super that Josh has brought in this Chevron. I mean, there was one that raced here quite a lot. Tony Martin had one. And really nice to have a car like that in South Africa.
Special time. Stuart, we'll talk a lot more to you Saturday and Sunday, because that's when you're going to work on some big cars, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It could be quite exciting.
Well, it shall be. Right, let's go, Ari. Thank you very much, Stu. Have a wonderful day. Stuart is the patron, the head man, the big cheese of WCT Engineering. So we'll go down the pit lane and we'll try and talk to as many as we can. Of course, we have to talk to Johan de Bruin, who is in 5th position. James Temple also in... James Temple's in his Porsche. The prof didn't quite make the top 10. We've spoken over there. Enzo, let's talk to Enzo here. Oh, heartbreak, Enzo.
Why though?
Because 11th. It's so close.
Realise where you fit in, and if, with a road car, that's where it should be. No, we're happy with today. We're having fun.
Well, there you go. And might I just add, the sound of a flat plane crank V8 been rung proper.
A thing of great beauty.
Thing of magnificent.
Just remember that this event is all down to the next run. So, you know, if you have a bad run and the next run up the hill, that's what determines your whole day's effort. So it's not over till the fat lady sings.
Love your thinking. Never ever give up.
Don't give up.
Enzo Kuhn, champion of note. Let's go a little bit further down here because you see, Porsche, we're going straight to a Porsche. Let's find Johan de Bruin. He's not at his car. This is the second time they've had the front left off, and he's got it lurking in the sun. So the sun sets in that side, so the geographers amongst you will know that that is where the west is. Take the tire off, and they call it a semi-slick. Put it in the sun. Try and get some rays into it to get some warmth in the tire. Johan is not lurking in the back. So now we've got to see who next we're going to go and talk to. And I think we should go to Quibus Brits. We actually want to go and talk to Paige Lindenberg because she just missed her... she's in the top 3 in her class. Look at that. Where is she? She is over here. Paige! Oh, driver of the boat. Is there something you're trying to tell people?
About what? The baby or the car?
It's the second time we've seen you.
It's my nephew. It's the new member of our Lindenberg team.
How old?
A month.
A month. Okay, so turn around so that we can introduce. It's not.
That's the mum and dad.
It's not. We're not introduced. We're not abusing your baby, are we?
This is Remy Temple, the new Lindenberg member. That's his dad, James. He just made top 6, and his mom, Kiara, is my sister, and it's a Pete lookalike. Shame.
What? Peace. What? No, turn around. Shame. No, turn around. Get the sun out of his eyes. And we shall now talk to James. So, James, we know what you were doing about 10 months ago.
Oh, somewhat, yeah. It was a bit more of a hot lap than that, but it was good.
A hot lap?
No, it was all good.
James, we jest. Congratulations on a future racing driver. Remember to start investing now, because those things, when they start to race, they consume resources. But enough of Paige. Let's talk about your run. How was it?
It was good. The first quali was better. That was our fastest. And then second one we decided not to do. You know, you want to limit your risk up here. Third one I went just to get my eye in. Coming out of 2, got a little bit sideways, so just backed it down, did a 50, so that was cool. Apparently I might have hit one of the little policemen, but that's life. And then it was just about getting the eye in for the class final, and then obviously trying to do as well as we can for the top 10. But car's doing good. Big thanks to Shelby and all of our sponsors. Car's ticking perfectly. I mean, this car we've done...
Let's go to your car, because there's so many people who don't, and I'm glad the bonnet's open, because there's so many people who don't truly appreciate the coupe-ness of these things, and there's a lot of engine there.
It is a lot of engine. Like on the circuits, we don't battle as much because obviously they're a lot cleaner, a little bit more rubber. Yeah, the car doesn't like the bumps as much, so it's hard to stay on the power all the way down on the bumps. But getting off the line is also a bit of a challenge, a lot of horsepower. Also the tyre, we don't really get the temperature in it. We don't have warmers or anything like that. So yeah, it is tough. It isn't easy to drive, and you know they say the faster the car, the harder it is. So, but it's a good car. As I say, we've had great success with it. Since we started racing this, we won the SATT with it. We won the Class A championship last year with this, and then now we're going to try and win Class C. So
good luck, man. It is beautiful. It's, you know, there's so much history up and down the pit lane here. We just are really privileged as spectators to be involved in it, and thank you for bringing such beautiful toys out to play.
No problem. I'm glad you guys enjoy it.
Good luck, eh?
Cheers,
and enjoy. What's your baby's name?
Remy.
Remy Temple. Lovely. Imagine if his surname was Martin. That would be even more funny. But we won't go there. We're almost ready to go. Just before we go on a break, because some of us have been rabbiting for a while and need some lubrication. I did want to talk to Johan, and I see him there. Johan de Bruin, fifth in qualifying, first of the normalish cars.
Yeah, thanks. It's been a good day. We've had some fun out there. The last run wasn't good, but because of driver error, and but apart from that, we've been having fun.
So now you've got a class final to go to, and you've got a top 10. So 2 more runs, 85, 90 odd seconds to go.
Wonderful! I can't wait. I'm so glad to have some extra runs in, and you know we're competing against James Temple in the Shelby, which is a huge engine, huge car, and I mean they always say there's no substitute for cubic inches, but let's see how it plays out.
Awesome. Good luck.
Thanks a lot. Thanks.
And on that note, I think that as the sun moves to the western side, it gets a little bit later. Remember, when the sun comes out, put a hat on and some sunscreen, which we will try to do tomorrow. Follow your own advice, they say. It's been a build-up. Now we get to the class finals. 3 per class. And they have a go. And the winner takes all. And then it comes down to the Charlie Award, the top 10 shootout. There's only one winner. No more times. 10 men and a woman go up against the hill. They will have a go for glory and to be called the King of the Hill on Classic Car Friday in 2022. We'll be back.
It's a tricky, untrustworthy snake of tarmac. 1,900 meters to the top of the Simola Hill, overlooking Knysna in the Western Cape. It's narrow, serpentine-like ascent, has nowhere to make a mistake, and yet these men and women, more than 130 of them, hurtle up it at breakneck pace in the most astonishing machines to win the honor of calling themselves the King of the Hill. Thank you for joining us and millions of motorsport fans around the globe as we bring you the 12th edition of the Simola Hillclimb. This is Classic Car Friday. Hold on to your pith helmet. Here we go.
Move smart with class-leading tech and fuel efficiency in the new-gen Suzuki Celerio.
Hi, I'm Wayne Deploy. I live in Pretoria. We built the car, especially for the hill climb. Where in the world are you going to see cars like this together? And that's the main thing why I decided to enter and get that off the bucket list. My biggest competition is myself. I just want to finish this event. This is fun for me. It's not about winning. I just want to get through the whole event, and maybe next year I'll do stuff to maybe be more competitive. But at this point I just want to have fun.
Sponsorship that they've got here with Simola, with Standard Bank, and with all our associate sponsors. Well, it's incredible 12th running of Simola Hillclimb. Simola. Just couldn't make his way to the top of the rock. Chris, I'm going to ask you just to stand down for now, but you're going to get the classic car. Conqueror.
Hello and welcome back again, everyone. Nice to have you with us as we go back into the top three in each one of the categories. This is it. There is no more of the frills and spills. This is just all out racing at this stage, and it's great to welcome your company and welcome you back with us as well. I'm Arnold Getz, and together with Sasha Montenegro in the studio with me, and then also Colin Hastie out there in the pits, we'll be describing everything to you. This is the top three shootout in each one of the categories to get into the top 10 for the King of the Hill and the Classic Car Friday. Sash, it is C for serious now.
I tell you, it is just fantastic to see these cars going out there. This is Class H1, the pre-war cars. They go out one at a time. Patrick Gearing just posted a 106.487, and of course the top three. This will determine who's third, second, and first on the podium in each of the categories. But the top 10 in terms of time go to that King of the Hill final later on. The electricity around is magnificent, and I'm talking about the energy.
I was going to say not Eskom.
Not Eskom. The energy around is just amazing. There's a great crowd that's already come in for Classic Car Friday, Arnie. We've had so much fun, and I can't believe how quickly it's gone.
It has. This is Callum Price, who's out there now. He is the man who's chasing, and he's got to chase for all he is worth, and this is in the pre-war category, category H1, and Callum Price going as hard as he possibly can. Now remember, you may look at this and go, they're not going all that quick. They are going as fast as they possibly humanly and mechanically can.
Without a doubt. And I mean, we have been so entertained by having this Class H1 pre-war cars throughout the whole course of today, and everybody should just be commended for it. These cars will be determined, just these 3 cars, Brian Esterhuizen, Callum Price and Patrick Geering, will be determined on a handicap system. And as far as I can see, Patrick Geering is right on the money when it comes to his handicap time as well. So Brian Esterhuizen got it all to do if he wants to beat Patrick Geering for that top spot. But this has been remarkably entertaining to see these beautifully prepared cars from 1926 up to 1937.
And this is the 1933 Alfa Romeo Monza 8C that Brian Esterhuizen is in, and it is a big old car. It is one of those that you take a look at it and you go, that is stunning, and then you do a triple take because it is such a beautiful looking machine. He's making his way up the Simola hill, and he is needing to get as close to that handicap time of his as he possibly can. They've worked this on a handicap system because that's the fairest way that you can make these cars compete against each other.
Yeah, without a doubt. Nobody can determine how fast these cars are meant to be, what they're meant to do. So just for this category H1, they are on a handicap system. I think Brian Esterhuizen needs to get to the 110s. Yo, he's unbelievably quick. He's done a 111.
Wow.
He's done a 111.1. And I think it's going to be incredibly close if that handicap system goes. Here we go. This is H2 with the magnificent Jaguar D-Type going up the circuit. Brian Bruce, car number 53.
This car was first in and off the showroom floor in 1956. Have you ever?
I mean, and that was a road-going car, Arnie.
Yeah.
I mean, just spectacular. Can you imagine what it must have been like when this car was unveiled to the world and you just went, really? And someone's going to have the privilege of driving that. How lucky. How lucky.
And the Batmobile was designed on this to a certain degree. It's an iconic car. It's an absolutely iconic car. Let's see how he hits his marks and what he does here. Here's the bumpiest part of the circuit. He's chosen to go far left and then hard into the right-hander. Now throws the weight in on the front and the left of the car as he goes through the left-hander. And he does the apexes absolutely beautifully as well. Look at that.
Yeah. Car just bouncing a little round. You can see there's quite a bump into that S-bend. There's quite a lot of wind as well, which is favoring the drivers from behind. However, that doesn't necessarily mean it is a great advantage. So you've got to be very careful. This car's been wonderful. Brian Engel in the 550 Porsche. He's going to be up against your favorite, the Ford.
Yeah. Here we go. This is what it's all about as well. And I think this is going to be a fascinating run to watch as well.
I think there was only a second and a bit between the two of them in their last run of qualifying. So Barry has to push everything to get close to the Ford GT. But I think it's going to be a titanic battle. Look at the way he just pulls that car to the left. Yeah, he's giving it everything he can. This is what it's all about. It's come down to this since 8 o'clock this morning.
The Porsche 550 is a mid-engine car with the air-cooled 4-cylinder engine, following the precedent of the 1948 Porsche 356. Look at that again. He's making use of all the bits of the road, but steering clear of those policemen. That guard, you can't make that mistake right now. Look at that. He lost the bum there just a little, but gave it absolutely everything. 55.1.
That is, that is an unbelievable lap. But this is the man who's been the class of this specific category throughout the whole of this morning, through practice and through qualifying. Peter McPherson.
He is in the 1964 GT40, and it's an incredible car. 302 cubic inch V8 Ford power unit, just under 5 liters, and the car weighs just under 1,000 kilograms. It's a big piece of car with a big piece of mechanic under the bonnet there. It is just fantastic.
It's wonderful, and the whole thing with this is getting off the line, because you might just spin it too much in first gear, so more than likely just like really short shift or actually pull off in second gear, but you really burn that clutch out as well. But this is going to be very close between McPherson and Barry Engel, because I think Barry's given it as much as he can.
So McPherson was leading the class with a 54.5. Let's see what he produces here in the last run of the day for him. 55.35.
He's slower.
He is.
He's slower than Barry Ingle.
Well. Ingle put the pressure on. My word, there you go. This is exactly what we're talking about, Sash. One little bit, one little slide, one little slip, and it's gone.
Unbelievable. I think Barry Ingle will be doing flick-flacks all over the place at the moment. 2/10 faster than Peter McPherson. And throughout the whole day, Arnie, he's been 2 to 3 seconds behind him. So, I mean, one little mistake, and that's what it cost you.
Here is the man who had the biggest off of today, and I'm glad to report to you that he and vehicle are both relatively unscathed. I'm afraid the MG BGT is going to need a little bit of panel beating, but Chris Champion doesn't, and Champion is now up on the hill. This is the man who in H3 has raced exceptionally well all the way through, but he is chasing Clayton Kimber, who is the leader in H3. He clocked 52.446. Let's see where he ends up. Chris Champion racing in the car number 45, produced a 56.08 earlier on. There we go, 56.8. How is that? Consistent.
That is pretty consistent. Now we've got one of the Porsches, the 911 RSR, that is going out. Gavin Rook, car number 37, who's out there. In the so just the Porsche 911 2.7 flat 6, also been going exceptionally well, but they are all fighting against the other orange Porsche, the Oros. That car has been quite amazing of Johan de Bruin.
Yeah, de Bruin has been setting the pace, but again, as we saw in the earlier category race, anything is possible. Oh, he is letting it hang out sideways. Look at how he went in there and hard drifted it into the left-hander and then hard in on the outside of it.
It is full commitment from these drivers. Look at that, just leaning the car in, just foot on the throttle all the way. And of course, coming into the end, this is so negative camber. That is where we saw Christopher go off a little earlier. What a lap.
53.0. That is going to put some pressure on
Johan de Bruin.
Here we go. Number 42 now. And this is Clayton Kimber. In that big AC Cobra Ford. He is going to be feeling the pressure as well. I always wonder, is it better to know what you need to do, or is it better that you make someone else look after you and look out for you?
I think the most important thing is don't even look at the time.
Just go.
There we go. Visor down and just that's it. It's up to you. You cannot chase anything else.
The old sportsman's cliche, and it is cliched, but boy, it's true. You can control what you can control, and the rest you can do nothing about.
100%. So Clayton Kimber got it all to do. Coming up there, 53.0 from Gavin Rook. That is an outstanding lap. So, Clayton got to push as hard as he can to get close to that, because that's a 3-second gap to Christopher Champion. Wow!
There you go.
What a lap. Clayton Kimber, 52.278.
Here we go. Here is de Bruin now, and he's off the line and very hard. So too, he let that sit down when he got it into second gear there. That actually almost squatted on the road. He pushed that gear lever in so hard and changed gears so fast. So de Bruin in the Porsche 911R. Sash, that was beautiful. I don't know if you saw that. I know you were looking down there for a second. When he got it into second, he pushed it down so hard the car looked like it was looking for a place to sit down.
He's got full commitment over here. This is the category H5, and de Bruin so far has been the class of the field. But anything can happen, and it usually does in the world of motorsport. Looking very composed. The car really seems to be exceptionally well balanced. There's a little bit of tailspin going into that first S, but the exit is just stunning. He has quite a lot of camber. You can see the load going onto the left-hand side of the car.
He was quick here. 48.9. Funny enough, he's actually not as quick as what he was earlier. He produced a 48.7 earlier, but that looked so fast. Look, it's literally hundredths of seconds.
Hundredths of a second. And also, you know what? It's incredible. We're into the winter months of South Africa, and that track temperature drops very, very quickly. So 15 minutes between sessions can make a significant difference. There's a bit of cloud around. You can see it's not as sunny as it was half an hour ago. That also has quite a critical difference.
No doubt about it. And also, on top of it all, the conditions may have changed. Visibility is also, and not that it's any problem whatsoever, just saying it's slightly more overcast on top of it all. And that changes your perspective too on where your brake marks may be and the lines in and out.
Yeah, exactly. And you've got to try and get the heat into the tires. You might have run half an hour ago in full sunlight. Now all of a sudden it's not. These factors change all of the time. He's sliding that Shelby. What a lap from James Temple. Man, upset the cart of your Honda brain.
How is that? 48.7. That is magnificent.
I tell you, you just can't call anything over here. It's just wonderful to see. The timesheet doesn't lie. That's the most important thing. For those who may be just tuning in, you will see we have these orange bollards on the side of the road at various junctions. We call them our little policemen. If a competitor hits one of those bollards, their time gets immediate. There you can see them on your left-hand side and your right-hand side of the screen. If you touch them, your lap time gets immediately disqualified.
Yeah. So this is Kobus Brits in his 67 Porsche. Yeah, it is huge. It's a biggie. And this 911 is a tribute to the car that set the world record in Monza in 1967, 55 odd years ago.
Incredible.
Let's see how he goes, drifting it in as far as he can on the far left-hand side of the road. 51.3 for the Brits, and that is very solid from Brits as well. So Brits improves. Oh, look at that. His previous best, 52.0. How is that?
I'll tell you, 0.8 of a second. But you got to say, out of H5 category, James Temple has upset the apple cart because your Honda brain was quickest in every single session until the trophies.
Ron Hollis in the MG Midget, 1964. This car is 58 years old this year.
Yeah, incredible. And I tell you, giving it gas with an open car like that, I mean, Arnie, you got to be a special kind of crazy.
Yeah. No, it does take a special kind of crazy and a special commitment as well at the very same time. You've got to say that too.
Yeah, without a doubt. So here we go. Ron Hollis going up there in the MG. As opposed to all of the other sessions, the cars go out one at a time until they get to the top, and then the next one goes. Whereas in all of the other sessions, we have multiple cars on track, which makes things go quicker. But now we've only got 24 cars to go.
So Hollis clocked 1 minute 2.2 seconds previously. Let's see how he went. Just a tad slower. Let's see. 1.03 seconds. Here's Peter K. Eddy, who burns that clutch all the way up into first gear and then second gear. Let's see how he approaches that first right-hander. He's staying as far left as he can, and now into the first of the big corners. That right-hander, tight it is. That looks good. That's a good line.
And I tell you, it's been a great result for Peter K. Eddy because he missed out in the first 2 sessions this morning. So has had limited running, and to get into the class final, I think, is an outstanding effort. Brilliantly prepared car by Graham Nathan, and just such a beautiful 2002. It's a stunning car.
It's a lovely shape as well. Reminds one so much of the 325 ISs of the day, etc.
Exactly. Yeah. Stunning. So there we go, and only a 2-litre 4-cylinder engine in there as well. So let's see what Peter K. Eddy can do. His target time is a 1:03.0 set by Ron Hollis in the MG.
So let's look at the line here. He's rather cautious and wanting to stay away from those policemen of ours. The second to last of the right-handers, and then over the brow, and there he is into the finish line. 1.06.
106, just about, 107, 106.915. So let's see, out of this category, I think those are just the 2 from H4. I think that's it. Enzo Kuhn, he's got a lot to do. His best has been a 52.8. Somewhere around there, and well, listen, he's up against Rui Campos, who's basically doing a 46 or something. So for Enzo, I think just even to get into the class final, I think has been a brilliant effort in that Ferrari 348.
So Enzo has qualified to get here with a 52.3. And he is obviously trying to get up here as quickly as he can, but I think he's taken this Ferrari to about as much as he can limit-wise. I think it's as much as you can squeeze out of it.
Well, without a doubt. I don't think anybody could get anything more out of it. He is such an accomplished racing driver, is Enzo Kuhn. And great to see him here as well.
It is lovely. And a nicer man you'd go miles to find. There we go. He's gone slightly faster, 52.3.
Yeah, I tell you, that is a very, very quick time for him. Because it's amazing. Some of the cars, maybe it's just a little bit of nerves from the drivers. But the track seems to be roughly the same kind of pace that it was earlier on. So this is now coming down to just skill and least amount of mistakes.
Yep. Yeah, quite so.
All right, Charles Alton in the Datsun 240Z. Let's see what he can do. Can he kick off Enzo Kuhn with a 52.3?
So Alton in that 240Z. It's an imported Super GT kit by APR with aero modifications done by their team. He's given that a nice, warm, firm berth, and there's where he starts to throw around the weight. This car looks like it's beautifully balanced, and you can really see that there's lots of weight to work with that you can throw this around.
Yeah, it looks like the setup is really good. He's got the cambers. Oh, what a lap. What a lap. That is outstanding.
50.5.
That is super fast. Man of the moment. Here we go. Rui Campos. He should, cautiously, he should take this category.
H7, yeah. So he qualified with a 47.381, and qualifying round 2 was where he put that down. So 47.3, but he has been dominant so far in H7, and he's had 5 seconds plus to spare over the rest of his competitors.
Oh, very much so. And you know, he loves this event. He's incredibly pedantic about how he goes about his business. He looks at every single corner, all of the kinds of telemetry. He gets upset with himself if he doesn't go faster session by session.
And really upset.
Yeah. And also the last qualifying session, he actually hit the policeman. So that's also going to be significant. He doesn't want to do that. Oh, what a lap. What a lap.
46.7. That's the fastest we've had from him so far. And the only other man that's gone out there any faster is Andrew Schofield at 42.8. So there is a PB for Rui as far as his run in the Porsche is concerned.
That is a phenomenal lap. Now we get into category H6 Kobus Barnard in the VW, which is, I mean, MK1 kind of stat, but quite a modified 2-litre engine in there. And this should be pretty close between these drivers in H6 as well.
Yeah, Barnard is one of the stalwarts, the professor, they call him, down there at Volkswagen in Uitenhage, where they prepare the race cars. And the professor saw this car standing around there, and he said to Jason Rowe, listen, is there any chance that I could perhaps borrow this? There's this mate who's got a little race in the hill in Simola. He said, yeah, go ahead. Here he is.
Wonderful, wonderful to see. And great to see, you know, the VW concern sitting and giving people like engineers the opportunity, because these guys sit there and do all of the setups.
Yep.
Now at least they have an understanding of what the car can actually do.
That's pretty rapid as well. 56.234. That's very, very pretty indeed.
All right, Trevor Tuck, he's, I tell you, he's really looking to try and get himself into the top 10 as opposed to just the class maybe victory. He's been rapid throughout all of the sessions. I think his best is a 51.3, somewhere around
51.6.
there. 51.6.
Sasha, get it right, man.
Get it right, man. out of the 400 times we've had so far.
0.3 of a second.
0.3 out. Not bad, not bad. So Tuck. Yeah, exactly. He needs to get in, you know, 51.3, 51.4. He could get well into the top 10, and I think that's what he really, really wants out of this. That Julius so beautifully, I mean, look at it, just sticks to the road. Oh, he's so wide.
Hanging that in there and hanging it out again to the other side. I'll tell you what, here's another car that's beautifully balanced. It is, it really is. It's pretty on the road. It sticks.
Sure, I tell you, he was fully good. 51.3. That is just outstanding.
51. 5th spot.
Sure, 5th spot. That is pretty impressive.
Here's another man who makes this GX Coupe Datsun sing, Ian Kilburn, and he also has brought a car that you can look at and just understand that this was made and built for this hill, and it's purpose built. They rev this thing up here as hard as they can, but it also sticks to the road like a nut.
Yeah, it is just such a stunning, and iconic. I mean, we can't use that word enough, especially on classic cars, but this is a really, really iconic Datsun. Look at that.
See that little twitch? He brought it in and thought, no, that's not quite it, and another millimeter the other way and then back in again. Lovely.
And a very different line there, going very, very wide into the first of the left-handers. Seems to be the way that car works best for him.
He scared the dust on the side of the road there. Oh, hello, that's sideways. Ah, lovely.
I mean, just sometimes you look at it and you go, man, really? How do they hold on to that?
No, the goodness knows. 53.1 for the man in the Datsun. That's a good run as well.
All right, so we...
Here's Volk.
Yeah, Robbie Walk in the Lola, which was Formula V car for Jody Scheckter in his day. I saw him just a couple of minutes ago, and I said, man, you were hanging it all over the place. He says, listen, I'm doing my best, but to catch Schofield's going to be one heck of a job. I said, hey, it counts now. Look at that. That is commitment.
He got that in there and thought also, same thing, a little twitch to get it on the right line. He didn't quite have it at the right line, and then he brought it back in again.
Wonderful stuff from Robbie Walk. Looking at our top 10, we've got Rui Campos, still the fastest man around the circuit. A 47.8 for Robbie Walk. Yeah, listen, I think it's the best he can do in that car.
Yeah. He's been very consistent around that sort of 47. His previous run was 47.4. So here is the man in car number 7, and he has been dominant in his category and overall too. Andrew Schofield, 42.8. And that March 77, a beautiful looking vehicle, and he's got this thing on a string. He's got it singing.
Yeah, it is quite extraordinary, Mr. Schofield. I was talking to him a little bit earlier, and he's actually got the sister car of this in the Gunston colours.
Ah, lovely.
So you got the Benson and Hedges and the Gunston car,
which was Ian Schechter's car.
That's correct. Yeah. So Ian Schofield does so much for motor racing in South Africa. I tell you, he's. Oh, what a lap. What a lap.
That's the fastest he's gone and the fastest overall of anyone today at 42.4. So that's race car number 6. That's Josh Dovey. And he's in that Chevron. Just to make sure that you know which side is up. They've got arrows there for you.
Yeah, I think this is no. We got one more car coming up after this. So slightly out of sequence. But Josh Dovey, we got to see. Can he get close to the 40? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe a 48, 49.
He's produced a 48.1. That was his fastest, and that was in qualifying round 1. So it's a while ago, and it was also warmer then. Let's keep that in mind. Let's see how close he can get. Look, the guys are prepared to let it all hang out now. Oh, exactly like that. He stuck that in there and just held the line.
Yeah, I mean, it's just wonderful commitment from all of the guys. You've got to have so much belief that the car's actually going to turn where you want it to turn. Our camera's getting more excited than anything else. That is a fantastic lap. I mean, that's quicker than Robbie Walk.
That's almost 2 seconds faster than his previous fastest.
That is going. Wonderful lap there from Josh Dovey.
It's dynamite.
Right. It seems as though we missed out on one car. I've only got 23 that have gone out of the 24. So maybe one of the cars, unfortunately, had some kind of issue.
Which is strange because then they would have got the next in line to race in the category. But let's see. Just maybe there may be one more. Not sure.
All right. So we've got Schofield. We've got Campos. Oh, we've lost all of the timing screens. Okay, we've got Dovey. Okay, Walk.
Yep, and then car number 33, and that happens to be the man in the Shelby, James Temple,
and
then De Bruin in 6th place.
Yeah,
car 32. and that is then in 7th place. And car 21 was in the very skilled hands
Charles
of Arten.
Charles Arten.
And then Tuck in 8th place. Tuck. He's 51.3.
All right, car number 30 is...
And that is the Porsche 911 for Quibus Brits. And then car 42, which rounds out our top 10. And that is Clayton Kimber in the AC Cobra.
Well, there we go. I think, well done to every single driver that's taken part today. And these guys are going to go into the top 10. And it's wonderful to see the mix of vehicles that are there, from single-seaters to 4-cylinders to 6-cylinders to 8-cylinders, just showing preparation, commitment, talent.
Yep, very much so. Every time you say the word talent, I've been wanting to say this earlier today, it reminds me of my days with the off-road boys. And they'd say, often when things went wrong, you'd say to them, listen, what happened there? And he'd say, well, I went into the corner a bit fast and ran out of talent.
Totally.
You've got to love it.
Totally ran out of talent.
Ran out of talent.
It's wonderful to be with you. There we go. That is what we call the class final. From there, each of the people who finished in the top 3 will get themselves a trophy.
Yep.
And then, of course, we've got the top 10.
Yeah. And this top 10, again, go through that for us again there for a second. You wrote them down, Sash. Let's just go through. And you tell me who you figure for overall honours. I know that it looks like a done deal, but one little mistake and everything changes.
It can change. Ian Schofield, I think, is going to be very, very difficult to beat.
Yeah.
But Rui Campos, in a completely different category, if he can finish there 2nd or 3rd, I think he will be over the moon. Walk, I think, is going to come back with something very, very special. And this battle between Temple, De Bruyn, Arten, Tuck, Brits, and Kimber, I don't think any of them will hit the podium, but any one of them could finish 5th or 10th.
Yeah.
So that's how close I think it's going to be.
It's really tight. I am looking forward to seeing Schofield give it horns one more time. And Rui Campos, you know that he will hold absolutely nothing. He'll come back here and he would have left it all out there. That is for sure. Let's find out from our man in the pits, Colin Hastie, who he's got lined up for us. And I bet you this is going to be really entertaining again. Colin.
So the good news is I have the class results. Trevor Tuck, you are in class 6. You don't know where you came, do you? Did you give it your absolute full-on best?
Last run I gave it as much as I had.
What time do you think you did, Trevor Tuck?
Probably slower because I had a bit of nerves in the car, so probably a bit slower, but I gave it what I got.
You gave it what you got. So in the game show parlance, Trevor Tuck, you do not know where you came. You gave it all. No idea. 51 seconds. 0.328. You have won Class H6. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Wow.
How happy are you?
No, I'm very happy.
Is that dust in your eye, or are you a little bit emotional?
It's just all the hard work, man alone. Night in, night out. You've got to make it work. You've got to make it count, and then you've got to drive it. If you don't drive it, it's not going to win. So, delighted.
Trevor, I'm a firm believer, and I might get emotional today, that you had a little angel watching over you. Today, the man who named Julius Caesar. Well done, my boy.
Yeah, no, this is for Dave, and we miss him.
Miss him a lot.
Thanks, Colin.
Cheers. Unbelievable. The story is, my brother named Julius Caesar. Trevor Tuck drove Julius Caesar to win. Unbelievable. And I do have some moisture in my eye. A21. Let's go and have a look here. Down the back. Where are we? Charles.
Yes, sir.
Charles and Rui.
Yeah, Rui and Enzo.
Yeah. And Enzo.
Yeah, kicked Enzo's butt.
So we know in second place.
Yeah, exactly.
In second place, Charles. Congratulations.
Thank you. No, it was a nice run, a good end, a bit of a conservative run. I didn't kill myself this time because you remember last time we spoke, I was going sideways over the finish line, and death was going to follow. So I decided let's not do that. But there was no beating this man. He did a 46, his fastest run in the last thing. And Enzo's been solid all day long in this Ferrari. beautiful thing. Pulls many more girls than I do in my Datsun 240Z, just saying.
Except if you go to Brakpan.
Brakpan? Hello ladies from Brakpan. My name's Charles, I'll be there shortly. I'm on my way, I swear. Ooh, maybe my wife will see this.
We love Brakpan, and in fact the Brakpan Tourist Authority sponsors us as well. Enzo Kuhn, Rui, don't go away, 3rd place in your class. What's it like being drilled by a Datsun?
It's
in a Ferrari?
From Brakpan. It's terrible, but I will give that to the Ferrari. It's a road car. I'm driving that Ferrari home if there are any girls that need a lift to Cape Town. I do have an open seat, and we can take the top off as well. I mean, the car's top.
The car's top.
Correct.
Well done, Enzo Kuhn.
But all kudos to Rui. He did a great job today, and in a beautiful car, but he beat us fairly and squarely, and I'm glad that his car he could drag his car to the podium.
Thanks, Enzo. 46.7, Rui. Your fastest time of the day.
Yeah, still 0.2 slower than last year's final, but very good.
You're a competitive bloody animal. Hey, it's got to be faster and faster and faster.
Got to get faster, but it was huge competing against guys like Enzo and Charlie there, and been a great day, so I'm very happy. Now
it's the top 10, eh?
You know, the big guns are here now. Jens Schofield's about 5 seconds faster, so there's no catching him. I'm not hoping for a mistake, but that's the only hope we got, is if he makes a mistake at the start.
And you've got to bring your top A game and give it all you've got.
Yeah, look, I was got Rob and the other single seater. I've got 3 single seaters all over me. We're
got Josh Dovey, Robert Walk in a Formula 4.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, these guys are power to weight ratios, virtually the same. And I mean, great drivers. I mean, Robbie Volk is not a slouch. So it's going to be hard to beat. But lucky to be the first tin top, if you want to call it, up there in the top 3, you know.
Well, congratulations, Rui. It's been magnificent. The sound of your beast is just a pleasure. It's music.
Well, Barry Nell is my magician. He's the guy that looks after the motor and the exhaust. He's a magician.
Well done.
Thank you very much.
Right, let's go down the road here, because we're going to see Barry Ingle, who is in the Porsche 356. See if we can find him down here. Let's see where Mr. Temple in his 33 came. James won his class as well. Where's Daddy? There he is. He's sitting down next to his... Sorry, I know it looks a bit mixed up, but you know what? This is not planned. I don't know what I'm doing, but we're just finding people's... James, winner, chicken dinner. How cool is that?
No, it was cool. I'm glad there is only one run left, the top 10, because I think I want to pack it away till next year, because it's now that's it. I mean, I don't want to really go any quicker than that. So,
but you've got one run. This is everything is set aside, and you start from no time, no banker, no nothing. You've now got to deliver.
Yeah, no, we will. It's in the back of my mind. I just want to come away with a clean event. So let's try and I'll definitely going to try and give it a go. You know, you start from a clean slate, as you said, so you never know. Up front, we might make a position or two, and you never know. We might grab a top 3 overall. Let's try.
Have a go. Give it full beans.
We'll have a go. Don't worry.
Love it. Congrats, man. Don't you just love all the class winners and Mrs. Lindenberg all happy because it's Team Lindenberg? We're looking for Barry Ingle, who just seems to have, there he is, way down there, because it's a flat Porker with a mid-engine. The next time after this, they built a proper car. Where's Barry?
Classic Conqueror top 10, please to make their way to the line. We are starting in 2 minutes' time. Top 10 final, please make your way to the line.
Barry Ingle, congratulations. Another class win for you.
It was really unexpected. You know, we started off quick this morning. The brake pipe burst on the car, and we went into town. The guys here, fantastic in Eisner. They helped us out. They manufactured us a new part. We came back, put it together, went out for the last run just to get temperature, and we were about a second off the GD40. And I thought, well, you know, it's going to be touch and go for the final, never give up.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, at turn 1, let's just push it a little bit harder, get through there a little bit quicker, and found half a second. So if he had stuck to his original time, it wouldn't have been enough, but we're stoked, we're grateful, you know. I mean, first or second was just lovely being here and a great achievement, and, you know, big thank you to Richard Evans for letting me drive his car. So.
Thanks for the entertainment. It was magnificent to watch, Barry.
No, thank you. I believe it's one of the loudest cars off the line.
It is, and it's got that flat 6, and it squats and goes.
No, fantastic. It really is. It's a really, really special little car to drive.
Quick for a 2.2, eh?
Yeah, it is. It is.
Absolutely awesome. Congrats, Barry.
It's standard. And once again, if I may, a big shout out to Pirelli. Proper road tyres on the car, Cinturatos. So, yeah, I think that helped us a little bit as well.
Yeah, good stuff for Pirelli. Let's have a look here. He's not here. So let's go back to single-seaters. We now go back to the beginning. And there's preparations, because that was the class final. Class final is all done and finished. And now it's about proper top 10. This is everything they will give it. They will throw the kitchen sink. James is in his car. We just spoke to him. He's ready to rock. And we're about to wrap up, Johan. This is the final. This is what it's all about. Are you ready?
Yeah, but we're merely spectators here. It's we're not here to take any of the top places. I mean, we're just here to fill up the top 10. But it's great being here.
But you're going to give it full beans.
Absolutely, full beans.
Lovely stuff. Right, so there's a little bit of admin we have to look after. So we're going to take a super quick break, and we're going to get back to you as two of the top technicians, engineers, data guys walk past. Scribanti, WCT Engineering. We'll be back shortly, quicker than Arnie. Facebook viewers, do us a favor. The stream's going to go away. Come back, because this is Classic Car Friday. The shootout, the big thing. This is when all the big people come out to play. Rejoin us shortly. Cheers.
To our viewers on Facebook who had to jump off and get back on again, thank you for doing so. We had to have, as Colin so very nicely said, do one or two little bits of housekeeping. But now it is the top 10 shootout. And this is a tricky, untrustworthy snake of tarmac. It's just 1,900 meters long to the top of the Simola Hill, overlooking Knysna in the Western Cape. But it's narrow and it's serpentine-like, and it's a scent where there is nowhere to make a mistake at all. Nowhere. Yet these men and women, more than 130 of them, take their chances up here. So our first man is on the line and away. Car number 30. That's Kobus Brits in the Porsche.
There we go. They're going in no specific order. This is about a top 3. A lot of them don't really have much of a chance, but you know what? This is about glory. You have made it from 70 cars this morning to the top 10 in various categories. So you've already accomplished something quite significant.
You have to be proud of your vehicle, the way you've handled it, your team that's got you here, and it does say a heck of a lot because the standard has been amazing, absolutely amazing through all 8 classes.
And besides that, just the preparation of the cars, the commitment from the drivers, the passion. It's one day of racing, and you've got to give it your all in every single opportunity. And they have done themselves proud, and I think anybody who's been watching knows that it's really, really been special.
Brits goes 0.5 of a second slower than what he did earlier, but that doesn't matter at this stage. Here is Trevor Tuck, who was so emotional when he was told that he got himself a class win in that beautiful Alpha Giulia. He's off and running.
Yeah, there we go. 52.5 for Kobus Brits. So Trevor Tuck, his best has been a 51.3 on his last run as well. You know, as we mentioned earlier, Arnie, anybody from 5th to 10 could come 5th or could come 10th. That's how close it is. So the guys have to go.
It's nip and tuck at this stage. Sorry, I couldn't resist it.
Nip and Trevor Tuck. Here we go. 52.5 is the time that he wants to beat. It's a Porsche versus an Alfa Romeo. The commitment. Wow, he is pushing it. Look at that. That is unbelievable speed coming through that S right off camber as well. Now he wants to sort of hug the inside and push himself up the hill. I think a 51.5, 2/10 slow, but that is a superb lap.
I think keep in mind again, we're going to say that probably with every one of them, it's slightly colder. So it will affect things. No doubt about it whatsoever. That is cast in cement.
Yeah, there we go. Great lap yet again from Trevor Tuck. Third car, Clive Corder in this Lola, 500 odd horsepower in that, and only about 900 kilograms as well. So brute force. Now a question of keeping it between the black stuff, keeping it on the black stuff.
Yeah, keeping it between the green stuff and on the black stuff. There we go. That's a beautiful line that he's taken there. Really not too aggressive, but aggressive enough.
Yeah, there we go. Car number 5. I'm just trying to see where he finished.
Clive Corder was, I had him here as 8th overall and went 50.8. Let's see how this goes.
Okay, there we go. I just lost my bearings there for a second. What a lap.
50.3, that's good stuff. Really good stuff.
Yeah, 50.3 for Clive Corder.
This is Charles Arton now in that beautiful Datsun of his. He just managed to pop under the 50-second barrier by 0.02 of a second in qualifying, and here he is now in H7 again, and he's done a really good job. I love the way that this car sits on the road. No matter what you do with it weight-wise and how you go in and out, it sits.
It's wonderful, and also just great to see the camaraderie between himself, Enzo Kuhn, Rui Campos as well. The three of them really battling it out and having so much respect for each other as well.
That's part of, I think, the magic of Classic Car Friday, in particular here at the Simola Hillclimb. That's always a part of it. It's part of the spirit and the soul of what happens here.
There we go. Let's see what Charles Arton can do in the 240Z. Gets up and does a 50.0.
See, there's about 0.02 of a second change in difference between what we saw earlier to now. There's no doubt in my mind that it is slightly cooler out here. There's one of the favorite vehicles that you've got out here, and James Temple has done such an incredible job and came from, I don't want to say nowhere, but came from a surprise package to win his category.
Phenomenal effort, but you could see when Colin was chatting to him that he's sitting there going, man, he's hung it out there and given it everything. So of course he'll give it a go with this one, but will he have the same kind of commitment? I'm not sure.
You see, it's actually mission accomplished.
Yeah,
effectively, it's a Tom Cruise thing. Mission accomplished. It's done.
Yeah, now it's just, going there for fun. You've got one more run to do during the course of the day, and that's going to be your day. But let's see if he can upset the apple cart. I mean, he did finish in 5th position a little bit earlier. So let's see what a lap.
Wow, 48.5. That is really good. So he qualified with a 49.3. That's almost a second faster.
I mean, exactly. That is a phenomenal lap from James Temple.
Commentators curse. We say one thing, they do another. Your underbrain in that beautiful Porsche of his. And he is looking to cement a top 5 place here. He'd love to. I think if he finishes top 5, he'll go home with a big bottle of champagne in bed tonight.
I think he will be happy, but I think he will also be a little bit disappointed that he got pipped in his own category.
That's true.
So maybe this one just goes, hey, you know what? I was the quickest guy on the day, and I'm going to show you.
Yeah, very much so. So H5 is where he was the leader all the way through until it really, really counted.
Yeah, James Temple got him right at the end, so he needs to beat a 48.5 Kenya Hunderbrain in that beautiful Oros Porsche 911. Let's see what he can do when he gets to the top of the Simola Hill. Oh, what a lap! 48.1. 48.
Lovely.
That's a little bit of justice. What do you poetic justice?
Yeah.
4/10 of a second. That is a long way.
It is. Josh Dovey now. That Chevron, that's a beautiful sounding car. Not just is it beautiful looking, love the arrows on it, but on top of it all, it sounds like $1 million on steroids.
Ah, beautiful. Really well prepared car as well. Wonderful to see it into this top 3 shootout. Josh Dovey got a lot to do to beat the likes of Rui Campos, the likes of Ian Schofield and Robbie Wolf, but he's really shown himself in glory today. Even regarding some of the cars that were withdrawn, you got to be in it to win it.
Yeah, totally. If you don't line up, you're not in. So it's as simple as that. Pay your money and take your chances.
So there we go, a 48.1. That is at the moment in a sort of position for a trophy. Let's see what happens, because we're getting into the last 3 cars after this.
47.2.
Beautiful lap.
So Dovey produces a really good run. I think that's his fastest of the day.
No, it actually is half a second slow. He did a 46.7.
Okay. Thank
you.
Oh, you're right.
Temperatures have changed. Robbie Walker's hung it out all over the place. He won't get close to Ian Schofield, but if he puts a little bit of pressure, everything changes. Schofield might look at the times and go, well, I've been in the 42s the whole day, and all of a sudden Walt puts in a 45. There's going to be pressure.
Yeah, although the 3 seconds that he's got, that he's had so far, in fact 5 seconds to play with virtually all day, and that's tough to beat. That is really tough. He's been dominant, absolutely dominant.
The car is brilliantly set up, but this has been a really wonderful drive. This guy is such a talented driver. Ever since I saw him when I think he was a teenager, Robbie Woke. Wow, this guy can really drive.
Yeah, he is one of those, and he can do up or down
1,000th of a second slower than Josh Dovey.
Wow, how is that?
47.209, and Dovey did a 47.208.
Here's the man that is impossible to please, even when it goes absolutely perfectly. He's always looking for a little more. Rui Campos. And just for interest's sake, you'll see his transport trailers all over South Africa. Big orange ones, Campos Transport. And he means transport, but he means it quick today.
Oh, that's for sure. He's got to sit there and go. I mean, if he gets a second position out of all of these cars on Classic Car Friday, that has got to be maybe one of his greatest racing accomplishments.
I agree with you. I totally and fully and utterly agree with you. He's got to be really pleased with that. So just to go back to Classic Car Friday, Franco Scribanti won it last year. Chris Knezovic was second. Robbie Volker was in third. And Rui Campos was fifth. So he'll be overjoyed to make it on. There you go, 46.3.
He is confirmed that he is finished at least second. This is the man to beat, Ian Schofield, in that wonderful Lola. Wow, it is, the March 77B. He's been in roughly the 42s the whole day, so don't expect anything worse than that, but Campos and Dovey looking in second and third at the moment on the track, or first and second on the track. All depends what Schofield does.
Dovey, of course, will also be absolutely overjoyed with his result today. It doesn't matter where he finishes from here, but he was 8th last year. So for him to have moved up all the way, that's when he raced the Janetta G4R. So this is all really good stuff for the men who placed on the top 10 last year.
Yeah, just wonderful to see. It has been really a brilliant day's racing here at Simola. Schofield comes across the line, a 42.3. And I'm just trying to see, that was a tenth of a second quicker than his previous in his class final. So just improving all of the time.
That was his fastest time of the day.
Yeah, and that's the fastest time of the weekend. 42.3 for Ian Schofield.
Wow.
Who wins the King of the Hill Classic Car Friday. Wonderful, wonderful stuff. Rui Campos in a Porsche road-going car, second. That to me is just a magnificent result.
Unreal.
Brilliant result.
And it does mean that Schofield is the classic conqueror for the 12th edition of the Simola Hillclimb. It has been phenomenal. Must also just point out to you, look at that azure blue on the lagoon there in the background. The breeze has swept away all the muck in that water, if there was any at all, and now it is absolutely blue. So Schofield triumphs with that 42.3 of his. Rui Campos in second, 46.3, and as Sash was pointing out, that's a road-going Porsche, for Pete's sake. You'll see it drive on the road just now here in Neisner if you happen to be here. And then Dovey, who improves from 8th place last year all the way through to the top step, or third step on the podium. And then Robbie Volk will be the first man who will not be invited onto the podium.
That's got to be the worst.
Yeah, fourth. And he finished third. What do we call it in all the other sports? The Mickey Mouse Prize, with great respect. It is honestly, it's one of those things where you just go, could I not have found another half a second somewhere, man?
Yeah, you sit there and you go, oh, you finished second. You go,
yeah. That's okay.
Would you rather be finished second or fourth?
Yeah. No. Any day.
Listen, congratulations to all of the competitors. Yeah. I think it has been an outstanding Classic Car Friday here at Simola. All of the drivers making their way down the hill. Rui Campos with his hand out, waving an outstanding. He will be so happy. As you can see on the timing screens there, Brits improved in his time. Everybody else was basically down. In 5th place, it was De Brain. He improved on his time as well. He'll be happy with that. And yeah, it's just been a wonderful event so far. And we still got 2 days, Arnold.
Yeah, I can't wait for tomorrow, but I'm still celebrating today as well.
Yeah.
Listen, you also have to make a serious note and underline how good Thomas Tuck's run has been here. It's incredible. Trevor.
Oh, yeah.
That is incredible. It is really remarkable what he's been able to produce with that little Alpha.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, it's a 2-liter, 4-cylinder Alpha Julia, road legal.
Yep.
I mean, they drove it most of the way from Cape Town just to run the engine in. And to make it into the top 10, outstanding achievement.
No, totally.
Outstanding.
Completely. It is just remarkable. I do believe that the man with a roving mic and the very enthusiastic demeanor is out there, Colin.
Arnie, thank you very much. We're with Trevor now. What a wonderful end of the day. 9th overall. Fantastic, Trevor.
You couldn't ask for better. I had such a nice last run. Just enjoying it. The job was done. And just a great drive up. And, all the way up the hill, just thinking what a great car it is. I just had such a jewel, and it's the car's in one piece. It's done well. I'm in one piece, and again a brilliant event, beautifully organised, ran like clockwork. You couldn't ask for a better. I mean, it's 6 out the park, and
the rest of the commentary team, particularly Sasha Martinengo, he's got just a touch of a soft spot for an Alpha. The guys are just so happy. You became kind of the commentator's favorite.
You know what I think it is, Colin? I think it's a bit of a David and Goliath battle. Nobody expects to see a 70s four-door, well, designed in 62, four-door saloon up there with Porsches and Lolas and McLarens and things like that. But they were just so good in their day. They're extremely aerodynamic, and
and it's light.
And it's quite light. So, when you throw a bit of horsepower at it, it goes, and they handle beautifully. And that's what Alphas have always been. So I know Sasha has been, all day, he's been rooting for it, but it's just been such a wonderful day. And thank you so much to everyone that's helped.
Trevor, thanks for the entertainment. We loved it.
Thank you so much.
Awesome. Right, we're going to go straight up here because we're going to find the Campos is the happiest guy in the world. Robbie Walk, heartache for Walk. Josh Dovey finally solved his transmission issues, his gear selection stuffs. 1/1000th of a second. Rui Campos, how happy are you now, man?
Yep, fantastic. Eh?
That was a proper fast run. You gave it all.
Yeah, that's 2 seconds faster than last year.
Are you happy now?
Yeah.
And your face is going to break into a massive smile. Is that dust in your eyes or a bit of emotion?
A bit of emotion, I suppose.
You deserved it.
And well done to Peter Jacquet, my mechanic. It's for him.
Rui, congratulations. Thanks for the entertainment.
Tin top, first tin top home.
First tin top, an emotional Roy Campos. Gerald, how proud of you of your man are you?
We got those gears sorted. We got those.
The car's running away from him now.
Yeah. Maybe we didn't get the gears sorted. It works well when it's on.
Let's get him while his helmet is coming off. There's a little shake in the hands because Josh Dovey, wow.
Yeah.
You would have thought.
Came right at the end. 55s this morning, and we sorted the gearbox issue out, or we worked our way around it. And actually, it wasn't as quick as my class time, so I think I lost a bit of time under the bridge, but it was good enough.
And you beat Robbie Walk by 1/1000th of a second.
I think he's just driven so well because that's a Formula Ford. Remember, I mean, this car should be quicker. So I mean, for him to get even close is amazing.
Absolutely fantastic. Well done, Josh. I'm glad you got the gears done. And what magnificent entertainment. Thank you for bringing a piece of racing heritage for us to drool over.
I love it. Well, thank you. I've really enjoyed myself.
Well done.
Okay, cheers, Colin.
Josh Dovey, 3rd overall. Right, let's find Heartbreak Man. Robbie Walk. I know we're going backwards and forwards because we're going to go straight back up there again. Where is Mr. Walk? Because 1/1000th of a second. Robbie Walk, you gave it everything. 4th by 1/1000th.
It's pretty much all the car had in it. So, I mean, at least it was our fastest run of the day. It was the last one. Yeah, I think it was a good run. So I can't really fault it. So, yeah, I mean, nice to crack top 3, but it is a good run considering the car. So
and a Formula 3, a Formula Atlantic, and a Fat Porker beat a 1600 Formula Ford.
Yeah, I think the times are good. I mean, I can't be upset at all. So had a lot of fun today. Just a pity we missed a couple runs in the morning, but yeah, I think it was a clean run. So yeah, pity about that, but good fun today.
Well done. Now the big guns come out tomorrow. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow should be fun. Thank you.
Cheers, Robbie Walk. Right, let's find the patron of the team. He's just got out of his car. We're going back to the front to find the gold car. And he did a 42.302. Job done, Ian Schofield. You've got to be happy.
Absolutely. Yeah. It was great. And I saved the best till last. I found another 10th, so that was really good.
Both you and Robbie Walk did your best times in the last run, and it's always satisfying. And Rui, who went 2 seconds quicker than last year. It's always satisfying when you
it is. You don't want to make a mess of the last one. And after what happened last year with the Minardi, then I didn't want to repeat of that. So I was trying very hard, but there was a little bit left. I was just a little bit cautious.
You didn't want a repeat of the policeman, shall we call it that?
Yes, the policeman who was leaning in the road. And I still keep saying that was leaning in the road last year.
Well, the one good thing that you did precipitate was the introduction of the springs and the better mounting of all the posts.
Definitely. Yeah, I didn't go near one today, didn't touch one, so that was great.
Well done, Ian. And you off to the UK tomorrow and Sunday? Travel safe?
Sunday I'm going to the UK, yeah. Unfortunately, I can't do the King of the Hill this year. Unfortunately, I have to go overseas. Bit of a family matter, and I can't get out of it. So, I'll be here tomorrow, but just spectating, and then Sunday morning off to the airport, and, off to the UK.
Good man. Congratulations. Absolutely fantastic. Thanks. So here we are. Let's just look backwards up a quiet track. a track that's had some trials, some tribulations, some challenges. It's thrown everything at the drivers. The weather's cooled down. We've had fast times. We've had tears of joy from Trevor Tuck. I'm going to give you the King of the Hill, the Conqueror Classic Car Friday. We're going to run down the order because I think all 10, Ian Schofield, Rui Campos, Josh Dovey, are your podium. What a way Dovey came from battling to select the gears. He came through to just beat Robert Walk, Johan de Bruyn in the Porsche. Man, he knew he was there, but he had nothing to give Rui Campos's car. James Temple in the Daytona Coupe. Beautiful looking car. Has his 1-month-old baby with him. Absolutely lovely. Charles Ayrton in the 240Z, a Datsun. A 240Z, straight 6, 3 side drafts on it. The great sound sideways. Clive Corder in a Lola T70. Trevor Tuck. I'm not going to say anything more except Trevor frickin' Tuck. And then Quibus Brits in the 911 Bring It Up. For me, it's been a day of memories, a day of joy, a day of getting up close to old technology, stuff that just gives me goosebumps all over again, transports me back to when I was a little brat, and it has just been magnificent. So I've had the time of my life. I've got to thank Ori for working the camera for me. I've got to thank the rest of the crew, the technical people down there in the box, the green box. And I've got to thank Arnie and Sasha Martinengo for working being such professionals and bringing such joy to this coverage. So from me, Colin in the pits, I'm going to Arnie and to Sasha in the box.
Got to love it. Well done, Colin. Always such a pleasure. I don't think there is a more enthusiastic person out there, except perhaps the number one elf that works with Father Christmas. Honestly, there isn't another one.
It's just so wonderful, the enthusiasm that Colin brings, and he works tirelessly up and down the pits, finding everybody, knows everybody, just wants to know everybody's passion, what they're doing, what have they changed, how they've done it. Brings us such insights into what's actually happening in the pits, because we're sitting over here and we're relying on him, and of course also to Peter, our director and producer. It's just been such a brilliant day. I'm so overwhelmed with joy.
The thing about it is, I think one can so easily let this kind of thing slip you by, because we do coverage of this type of thing often. We did. Now, for 2 years, we did have one 9 months ago, but that didn't have spectators. And I think we're all so much more appreciative after COVID of what we've got. It stands out in big, bright lights and says, be appreciative, be thankful.
Exactly. And I think a lot of times we are so spoiled with television coverage of sport that we said, should I go out now, be able to watch it on the TV? Or for example, like us bringing the live stream, there is nothing more exciting than going to watch live sport. It doesn't matter if your team wins or your team doesn't win. Just to go there, feel it, smell it, become emotive about it. It is sensational. And I mean, today energized beyond. I'm like, I don't even think I'll sleep tonight. To be honest, I'm like, I'm buzzing.
We'll dream about it. So what Sasha's actually saying to you is, if you're in the vicinity, if you're within 150 Ks from here, and you can make your way down here tomorrow to watch the start of the King of the Hill shootout, then do so. There's 84 cars in the lineup. We start tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. There's 3 practice runs. I beg your pardon, 4 practice runs. We'll have lunch, qualifying round 1, 2, and 3. And then on Sunday, we have the morning warm-ups and qualifying round 4. And that again starts at 9 o'clock. If you have a young man or a young girl at home and they say, Dad, we want to go, please bring them, because you just don't know what passion you ignite in them. Sasha and I both found our passion for racing when we were little. The word is so nice in Afrikaans. When you're a little kaniki and you make your way to the racing and you go, I want more of this. That's brilliant. Bring them. Just don't think about it twice. come. We'd love to see you.
When you said that word, I got a little bit concerned.
No, it's very cute. Kaniki is a little can.
Wonderful.
It's lovely.
Listen, thank you for joining us on all of the social media platforms. It's just been so much fun. I can't wait for tomorrow.
Now, nor can I. So, with the news then that the top three in order of moving up to the top step, Josh Dovey in his Chevron took third and honestly produced the best right at the last. Rui Campos was solid as a rock all the way through, and the man in that beautiful golf-coloured Porsche was there or thereabouts and just kept on laying it on the line every single time. But in the end, the march of Ian Schofield came through, and he is the classic conqueror here at the Simola Hillclimb. So for Sasha Martinengo and the rest of the crew, brought to you by Brightside, we thank you for watching. I'm Arnold Gert saying we'll see you. We've got a date. 8:45 tomorrow morning. We'll be here. You better be as well. We'll see you then. Until then, God bless. Thanks for watching.